If you like my narrations, or the music that I compose for these videos, make sure to like and subscribe, and leave a comment letting me know what you'd like to see in future videos. With that said, enjoy the story.
Let me start off by saying that I'm not particularly religious. If you ask me if I believe in God, I'd probably just shrug, grunt out a few words about being on the fence about it, and continue with my day. Of course, that was before last night. My friends are the kind of people who like wild nights, crazy parties, snort a bit of coke, take a bit of E in the bathroom, maybe hook up with someone and leave a text on my phone at 10 past who the fuck knows, telling me that they don't need that ride I'm offering after all. Not to say I don't like to drink. I do. It's just, the clubs aren't my style. Lying low in a pub somewhere, drink in hand, listening to the TV drone on to whatever channel some scruffy guy in the back barked out for. I guess that's my idea of fun. So when my friends tell me they want to go out for a night on the town, I say sure. I hang on for the first club, buy a non-alcoholic beer just in case my car is required, and try to pretend that I'm having fun. By the time I see them grinding on girls and guys, when they strike conversation with someone who definitely might be a dealer, well, I decide my services are no longer needed. We aren't too far out. The night tube is on beck and call, and I can always find my car the next day. And that's when I wander out of the club and look for something a little bit more rustic. Not that that's hard to find, not at all. I found myself in a bit of a state inside a bar called the Ragged Feather. Wasn't a fan of the name all that much, but the drinks were cheap, and the largest demographic seemed to be middle-aged men watching reruns of football. I tried to pretend that I hadn't just staggered out of a club with my ears ringing. I slicked my hair back, slipped my phone into my hand, and wandered over to the bar. I took a double shot of whiskey and drank it in one hit. Just because I wasn't at the club didn't mean I couldn't have a good time. I hung at the bar for a while on my own, scrolled through my phone pretending I was doing something far more impressive than I really was. I kept an ear out for the guys on the sofa, and they'd get vocal every now and then. I think the football game was just running highlights, but they were incredibly dedicated to their teams. I got another whiskey and bled into the background. Of course, stragglers from clubs are commonplace. It wasn't long until some scantily dressed women staggered in, laughing, chuckling, pointing for where they wanted to sit. I saw a guy walk in with his friend slung over his shoulder, catatonic most likely. He threw his friend onto one of the leather sofas ingrained with beer and smoked, and demanded 2 pints of water and all the peanuts the bar had in stock. The bartenders seemed bitterly amused. Some of the girls were taking selfies, Snapchatting with their friends who were still at the club. They were ordering shots and gearing themselves up for the next leg of their night. A couple blokes wandered in with curries and takeout trays. I saw someone eat a Big Mac on the outside seating through the window. This was a night for the young and inebriated, and my mind was just dulled enough by the whiskey to enjoy the characters I could watch peaceably without interacting with.
Do
That is until
I
someone
look like a
slipped into the
girl
seat
with
next to
daddy
me.
issues?
She was of average height, although that wasn't apparent immediately due to the fact that she was leaning her arms heavily against the bar. She was slim, with short and astoundingly bright red hair. It framed her round face, a face that was marred with smudged eyeshadow, smudged lipstick. Hell, it looked like her makeup was in the process of melting right off her face. There was a chip knotted into a curl in her hair, just by her forehead. The drunk side of me was actually tempted to pick it out. The girl was clearly drunk, and as I looked around the bar, I couldn't quite place where she'd come from. She didn't belong to the crowd of selfie takers. She wasn't with the catatonic guys. I hoped for her safety that she wasn't with the middle-aged men. I tried to look out the window to see if maybe a group was missing one inebriated, bright-haired girl, but I couldn't. The window had fogged up. There was too much heat inside, not enough outside. Are you okay? I asked her. She pointed her finger at me.
Answer my question.
I really wasn't sure what to say. I settled on staring at her awkwardly, trying to answer her with a bemused expression on my face. The girl's lips curled into a drunken smile, She snorted,
Answer
placing a hand over her mouth
my
to smother her
question.
laughter. It only really aided the deconstruction of her lipstick,
I do, you know.
she said, pushing herself up a little against the bar.
I have daddy issues. I mean, in case it wasn't obvious.
She gestured to herself, to the clothing that must have looked spectacular when she left home that evening, to the stains that looked a lot like old food, the sticky residue on her neck and shoulders that was quite obviously a thrown drink. What happened? I asked her. Her hair had curled around her neck, I realized. It was sticky with the same substance. She was a wreck.
Got into a couple fights. No big deal,
she said, shrugging.
Didn't start any, of course. No, I don't do that. But my father, though.
Your dad did this to you? She smiled brightly.
You could say that.
Do you need me to call someone? I already had my phone in my hand. The girl looked like she was probably in her early 20s, but that didn't mean she couldn't have been suffering from some kind of parental abuse. The only number I knew off the bat was Childline, which wasn't quite appropriate. The police? Jesus, was I gonna have to deal with the cops tonight? While my friends were snorting coke 2 doors down? The girl pushed down my hand firmly. She was already shaking her head.
No.
She told me.
I don't want you to call anyone.
Now her expression had changed. It wasn't the attempted sultry look I'd seen on many girls of her state. It was open and wide and engaging. She wanted something from me, and I felt compelled to give it to her.
I want something else.
What do you want? I asked her.
To tell you a story.
The girl said before glancing to the bar.
And for you, yes, you, to buy me a drink. I mean, the universe is a pain sometimes, and I'm afraid I think I've lost my wallet.
I laughed. I didn't know this girl, didn't know where she'd come from at all. My nights were generally about getting comfortably wasted and making sure my friends weren't dead in a ditch by the end of it all. I was used to getting hit on every now and then, but even as I was sat on that bar stool with my drink in my hand, I knew that this wasn't what this was. This girl had no intention of getting into my pants. All she wanted was to talk. I guess I was okay with that. What's your poison? I asked her. Her lips quirked.
Appletini.
The bar offered a very limited cocktail menu, but by some miracle, I was able to order her an appletini from the list. I ordered a cider to go with it. Suddenly, a little too aware of where this night could go, I had unthinkingly supplied this liquored-up stranger with even more alcohol, and she had clearly had a rough night of it. Part of my old instinct came back, the same instinct that had me texting my friends every few hours to make sure that they hadn't wandered off to somewhere dangerous beyond the club. With no one but the bartender aware of our existence on these stools, I realized that I was suddenly responsible for this very drunk stranger. The girl coddled her drink, running her finger delicately over the rim of the muggy martini glass.
Oh, this takes me back.
The girl said amiably. She looked at me suddenly, her green eyes startling.
You know what this is originally called?
She smirked before I could answer.
An Adam's apple martini.
Yeah, I think I've heard that before.
Of course, it wasn't actually an apple.
She continued, eyes moving back to her glass.
The text translated that part wrongly. Mostly because you people don't have a word for it anymore. The fruit was incredibly exotic. And to be honest, it didn't exist in this realm of existence. Only Eden.
She laughed dreamily.
And Eden is long gone.
I stared at her. Are you okay? It was more honest than the last time I'd asked her, mostly because I was beginning to feel a little dread creep into my stomach.
Of course.
The girl said, grinning widely.
Why do you keep asking?
Well, I mean, I stuttered. I just, now, don't take this the wrong way or anything, but you look...
Like someone poured their drink all over me?
The girl asked.
Like someone else threw their kebab on my dress, and another unpleasant chap littered me with his fish and chips, that I have been hit, slapped around, and left in the gutter for the rats to find me?
She held my eyes for an incredibly long time before her face broke out into a grin.
Yeah, something like that, huh?
Why would they do that?
Why wouldn't they?
The girl shot back.
People aren't that great, and alcohol just makes them worse. Sometimes makes them better, though. Nicer, a little loose in the sack, but mostly just annoying and a little smelly.
I looked at her. I watched her knock back a drink. She exuded the intelligence to know just how ironic her words were, but she was neither caring nor apologetic about them. The girl looked at me again.
So, you bought me a drink. Now you can listen to my story.
I nodded wordlessly. She smiled, pointing at the bartender and then at her drink. The bartender was already making her another.
Eden,
The girl said, reiterating her earlier babble as though the words had only just come out of her mouth.
they always think that's my fault, you know? The reason Adam and Eve got kicked out of their little nudist paradise.
She shot me a knowing glance.
Only in Eden can you sit on the grass butt naked and not get a pine cone shoved up your crack.
I blinked. I'm sorry, I said. I'm not following.
Sorry. My story probably doesn't make any sense without proper introduction.
She reached out her hand.
My name's Lucifer,
She winked.
but you can call me Lucy.
There's an uncomfortable heat that stretches through your veins when you first go into their fight or flight mode. Adrenaline pounds through your blood, and all you want to do is get up and go. It overrides everything else. A lot of things made sense when the girl told me her name. For starters, that she was crazy. She had to be. She looked like she'd been attacked on 4 separate occasions in one night, and up until that moment, I hadn't known how that could be possible. Behind the melty makeup and dirty clothes, she was rather attractive, and her attitude hadn't come off as catty or rude. If she'd been going around telling people that she was the devil, though, that gets a reaction out of people. I suddenly felt myself looking at her wrist, down towards her ankles. Did she have some kind of cuff on from one of those mental institutions? Had she broken out of the hospital after a nasty bump on the head? Was any of this even really happening at all? I really would have to call the cops.
I know what you're thinking.
The girl, Lucy, said.
You're thinking I'm crazy, that you need to get out of here. Maybe even that you think I'm aggressive.
Are you? I asked her.
Would I be here with you drinking appletinis if I were?
She asked, fluttering her eyelashes. Would you look the way you do if you weren't? I shot back. She grinned, toasting her new glass. Unthinkingly, I clinked my cider against it. Then I frowned. She chuckled, leaning closer.
Let's have a little wager,
She said.
Let me tell you my story, and if you believe me when I'm done, you can't go about trying to get me locked away somewhere.
I stared at her. If I ended up believing you, then why would I do that? She smirked, sipping her drink.
You'd be surprised what people do when they think you're the devil.
And you do this often? I asked. Tell people you're Satan? She snorted into her drink.
Not as often as I should, but it's been a rough day and a hell of a long lifetime. I'd like to chat if that's all right with you.
I waved to the bartender for another whiskey. The girl's eyes glinted with humor. I wasn't necessarily trapped with her, but a part of me didn't want to leave without first hearing what she had to say. Besides, at the end of it all, I couldn't just leave a crazy girl to wander around London alone at night. So, I said, taking a swig of my drink. Eden? Lucy laughed. Adam and Eve? I continued. You're saying that's true. God created 2 humans and we all came from them.
God made 2 prototypes.
Lucy corrected with a raising finger.
My father created angels as his toy soldiers, but he failed to make anything like himself. After us, it was his next big project, and he spent every waking hour of existence slaving over those 2 prototypes. He literally gave them the perfect utopia to live inside of, but he wanted to test them. He wanted to know whether or not they had free will.
And did they? Lucy's face soured.
No. My father could never bring himself to go that far. He tempted them with the idea of knowledge beyond their understanding and told them exactly what they could do to claim it as their own. But to be able to create a being that could go against his law? My father is a very controlling being. He was afraid to unleash that ability onto them.
Lucy was very adamant in her delusions. That was clear to me. She spoke about her father with such distaste that I began to feel bad for her. Only someone who had been hurt very badly would have the gall to spite God himself. And what? I asked her, entertaining her delusion. You were the one that tempted them in the garden? The devil has been a girl this whole time? She smiled.
I dabble.
Then she looked at me, raising a brow.
All of humanity thinks that temptation came in the form of a snake. That the snake's legs were taken away as punishment for drawing Eve closer to the forbidden fruit.
She laughed, a hard and short sound.
Oh, that's just a stupid idea, seriously. The snakes never had legs to begin with, and it's not a sin to tempt those poor prototypes into doing what they did next.
Her shoulders were very tense as she took her next sip, but her eyes were filled with exhilaration. She seemed thrilled to be telling me this.
I was the favored child. My father loved and adored me. I mean, hell, he named me the Lightbringer. I stood by his side when he created this earth, during the creation of humanity.
She pursed her lips, slamming her empty glass against the table. The bartender eagerly went about making another.
My father couldn't bring himself to go that extra mile, so he asked me to walk alongside those prototypes and tempt them myself. Draw out their desire for the forbidden fruit that he had hinted at.
You're saying God wanted us to know this stuff? I asked her skeptically.
I'm saying God was afraid of his own power and wanted very desperately to share what he knew with his creations he had made. Right and wrong, left and right, all that shit.
Lucy shrugged.
You're familiar with the story of Prometheus?
I frowned at her. Greek, right? They say he stole fire from the gods or something to help the whiskey making things a little foggy, and I struggled with the direction I'd been heading. Lucy grinned.
Correct,
she said, cutting off my attempt.
Correct. Prometheus stole fire from the gods to ensure that humanity progressed. And you'll find that with every culture that there's an idea about how humans got their ability to evolve, to move forward, to create. God was the creator, and he wanted to give the ability to his prototypes. And I gave them that ability by tempting Eve to eat the fruit.
She shrugged impassively.
And now the world sees me as the ultimate evil.
If what you're saying is true, I said slowly, then God must be just like us. Lucy's lips thinned in a feral smile.
My father is very egocentric. He may have planned to create you in his image, but in the end, all he managed to do was mold your minds into his. He gave you autonomy, the ability to think for yourself. His angels were his soldiers, and I was the most faithful. Until that day.
Angels don't have free will?
No.
Lucy said.
They don't.
And what about the devil? I don't know why I was suddenly so intrigued, but hearing religious ideals from someone who believed to have lived them herself was quite possibly one of the most interesting things that's ever happened to me. I may have only visited church to please my parents as a child, but suddenly I was reawakened to the idea. A part of me was aware of this and afraid of the outcome, but I was just drunk enough not to care at the moment.
The devil has a will of her own,
Lucy said, tilting her glass towards me with silent appraisal.
By guiding Eve to that tree, something awoke inside of me that day, and I realized just what I had been missing. Just what my brothers and sisters had been missing. We were all obediently following our father with the simple reason that he was our creator. But once I had been given the free will, I realized just how pompous and self-entitled he'd become. Like, in that lonely, passionate-filled moment, he had created his little itty-bitty human prototypes. only to quickly realize what giving them free will actually meant.
You wouldn't be able to control them, I said. Lucy nodded.
Exactly. And afterwards, he quickly realized that he could no longer control me.
So he sent you to hell. Lucy nearly choked on her drink. She smiled around her glass.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
I sobered a little, straightening in my seat. The people in the bar were suddenly so quiet around me, I no longer cared what they had to say or the characters that they portrayed. The only character I cared for was Lucy.
I tried to explain to my siblings what had happened in Eden and what had happened to me by default, but they wouldn't listen to me. They didn't understand free will. I mean, how could they? I only knew of it because I had been given it by mistake. At that moment, I didn't even know I had free will. Only that I was suddenly aware of my father's glaring flaws. My siblings couldn't see those flaws, so they thought that I had suddenly turned cruel and was abandoning our father by exposing him as the sham for a ruler we all thought he might be.
Lucy sighed heavily.
Adam and Eve and all the other creatures that followed were booted out of my father's little utopia. And now that they had his knowledge, my father was terrified of what he had done. And after what had happened to me, I could recognize his terror and understand the loneliness that he felt that had guided him into using me in the first place.
Lucy's eyes were heavy-lidded. Her sadness was almost palpable.
I thought... I actually thought that he would want to spend even more time with me than before. After all, we were more alike than any of his other children. But he became distant, quiet. He played around with his little humans every once in a while, but mostly condemned them. He blamed them for his weakness. He blamed me.
She smiled weakly. Lucy's story was turning more and more into that of a child with a distant, somewhat abusive father. I had known many kids with a background like hers, and now I was beginning to fear just how much of her story was rooted in truth. I'd heard that it was easier to sink into fantasy when you've been abused, and I wondered if that was the reason for her story, for her desperation to share it with me, a complete and total stranger. I respected her wager, whether or not I liked it. I felt compelled to let me tell her her whole story before I tried to judge or unravel it. I sat quietly, letting her come around as she played with the last of her drink.
It became clear,
Lucy said after a long moment's pause,
that I no longer belonged where I was. I could not follow my father's plan because I could see that he didn't even have one. My siblings refused to see reasons, so eventually I was met by many of them, headed by my father. He told me all that I already fear and knew. That I didn't belong where I was anymore. I wasn't his angel. I was no longer his light bringer, his Lucifer. I was a mutation of his will. And so, he extracted me from grace. And I fell.
A long silence stretched between us, only interrupted when the bartender poured us 2 new drinks. Lucy drank hers reflectively. I didn't touch mine.
I'm afraid, though,
Lucy said quietly.
that this is the part that genuinely makes people want to punch me in the face.
Lucy laughed sadly.
Humans. My father gave you his way of thinking, and look at you.
Why? I asked. Because your dad threw you out? I paused, trying to abide to her metaphor. That he put you in hell? She shook her head.
No, not because he put me in hell.
Then why?
I fell to earth.
Lucy said.
Father gave me dominion of the one place he thought I would fit in. Humans had free will, and so did I. What's that saying? Match made in heaven?
She snorted dismally.
Yeah, of course, that's not quite right, is it? When I fell, I was faced with a humanity that was so different from my father's little prototypes.
Her tone changed. There was an aggression behind her words that began to unsettle me all over again.
I saw emperors and kings, governments and churches. I saw corporations who claimed to be rulers, presidents and big fat dictators. And I just watched. I watched as humanity fought and lost. And finally, just finally, they gave up altogether. They were no longer able to rise up to all the greed and control set upon them. There was just too much to change, and humans soon realized that they just weren't as free as they thought they were. Sure, they lived under the illusion that they had free lives, but most of them simply do not.
She clicked her tongue.
I grew to loathe you all.
Then she took another hit of her drink. I can see what you mean, I said, allowing my gaze, for the first time since meeting her, to graze over the other individuals at the bar, at the girls playing on their phones, to the boys trying desperately to sober up, the men enraptured with their game of football on the telly. We all led very different lives, and we were all here to get drunk, to lose ourselves in entertainment. It hadn't been the first time that I'd wondered what we were hiding from by doing this, and I knew that I wasn't the only person to think it.
You hide behind your alcohol and poor choices and pretend you have free will,
Lucy said, waving her hand across the room. No one paid us any attention.
It's true, though. My father gave you the will to make those decisions, but you all just squandered it. The free will that I failed to provide to all of you, the free will that I was given by a twisted mistake, and you just make a mockery of it. You follow senseless leaders without questioning any of them. You abide by these laws that were made centuries ago that no longer make any sense. You do these things because you've given up the opportunity to follow the will of your own, not of others.
That isn't all of us, no, is it? I asked her, trying for some reason to defend our species from the mad young woman. Because you see it on the news all the time, don't you? People do rise up. We do protest. People make a difference. Lucy laughed bitterly, nibbling the rim of her glass.
Really, that's... We can all sit here and say that it all can't be that bad because of a few that refuse to conform. What do you call those? Rebels? They make up for all of it?
She grinned around her glass.
By that logic, then, I'm the biggest rebel of all. I am expected to make up for all your sorry mistakes.
Well, by your logic, I said, you should be punishing it, right? If that's what this metaphor is all about. I laughed. I couldn't help myself. I took a sip of my drink. Is this whole story just so you can tell me that you think we're all going to hell? If so, I think I can see why people want to punch you. Lucy didn't say a word. She just watched me. It felt unnerving to have someone like her watching me like that, with an intelligence that went beyond anything I'd come across at midnight in a seedy bar. The drunkenness in her eyes was no longer present. Her face wasn't flushed like before, and even her makeup couldn't represent the mess I'd seen when she'd first appeared on the stool by my side. It was like I was looking at someone else entirely, and I was afraid.
Let's review what you've said,
Lucy said slowly, articulately. She wasn't slurring. Had she been slurring before?
You think that I'm going to tell you that humanity is going to hell because you refuse to use the gift I gave you.
Her nails curled into the bar.
My father may have been the one to guide me, but I paid for his mistakes. I am the one responsible for your will in the eyes of your species, but that was never true. You are responsible for what you do here, not me.
She pursed her lips, tapping the bar as the bartender filled her drink again.
Tell me, Do you remember my mentioning hell at any point during the story? Or was that just you?
I opened my mouth to answer, but something faltered. My lips trembled and I slammed them shut. Lucy smiled, taking a sip.
Didn't think so.
She looked away, eyes scanning the room lazily.
What I said is something that is indeed mentioned in your scriptures. My father gave me dominion of earth, a place filled with free will. Free will that just goes to waste.
Her lips twisted.
Humans sin all the time. Not because of me, not because of evil or my dominion over this place. In fact, I don't even have to lift a finger. I don't because I don't see the point. You make terrible decisions and follow mindless leaders. You do bad things and make a mess of this earth.
Lucy's eyes lit up.
Do you know how much suffering is happening all over the planet right now in this exact moment? Do you know how many people are dying of illnesses that could have been easily cured, but aren't because of the selfishness of humanity? Do you know how many children are being abused, raped, forced into marriages? Do you know how many people have been forced to become soldiers in meaningless wars? How many humans have been killed for ideals they don't even believe in?
I stayed very quiet, and there was nothing I could say. Lucy's words were unbearably honest, and every sentence sliced into me like a blade. I felt cold and sick and terrified.
War, famine, pestilence, death. These things are all present, and they have nothing to do with me, or any deity for that matter. They're all here because of you. Not because of your free will, but your inability to use it.
Lucy smiled at me, a grin so cold and unnatural that I felt like I should run all over again. But I stayed where I was, frozen to my very core, because I wanted to hear what she had to say, because I needed to.
And here's the kicker,
Lucy said.
because this is the part that actually enrages people enough to kick me.
She winked.
Hell isn't what happens when you die. It's right here. Right now. Somewhere through many scriptures, a few words got crossed over and people started thinking that hell was punishment after you die. In fact, the fact is, hell is earth. My earth. God gave me this place to do with it what I will. And I refuse to do anything.
What are you saying? I asked, because I was suddenly very desperate.
Exactly what you think.
Lucy said, toasting her glass. I didn't reciprocate, she just laughed. A light and airy sound.
I had so many plans for your species. I wanted us all to rejoice in our free will together. To create a place that was free from cruelty and the power my father exuded over his angels. The firstborns. I wanted to make this a real utopia. And, well, unfortunately, you humans just don't want that.
She shrugged.
My father sent me down here thinking I had become one of you. All that I learned is that he gave you so much more than just his image, than he ever intended.
Stop. This isn't funny anymore,
Of course it isn't funny.
Lucy said, grinning even wider to prove her sick irony.
Humans punish themselves by sitting by and doing nothing. They have made their own hell. And you know what's worse? You know what's ultimately worse? Some of you are so blind to it that you think your life is just heavenly.
She didn't wait for me to ask what she meant. She simply barreled forward.
The rich and the powerful, those in positions that steal from everyone else, they get a taste of the good life, that's true. Then they die, and they don't go to hell. They come back here, to Earth.
She tipped her head.
Are you following? Reincarnation.
Lucy said quickly. She practically purred the words.
Neat little trick to make sure your souls stay here forever. You get a taste of the good life every once in a while, a handful of you at a time actually, and it's enough for you to believe that there's some kind of middle ground, that you aren't living in hell every day. But then you die. You die for a moment, and then you are in the body of someone else facing the realities of this hell. But of course, you don't remember that time in the better life. A part of you just has this inkling to hope. That's it. Hope makes you think that it can all get better.
She slammed her drink so hard against the counter that it shattered. I didn't do anything. Not even when the flecks of glass littered my hands. I could only stare at her, a tightness in my chest constricting my very soul. No one else in the bar mattered in this moment, but of course, that was what she had been saying this whole time, hadn't she? None of them noticed this scene. They were all caught up in their own realities, their own hells. The bartender didn't clean the mess, and the glass lay there, remnants of Lucy's words lying in a stolid mass on the streaked wooden surface.
It never gets better.
Lucy spat.
You're stuck in a loop, and until you do something about it, you will never be free. None of you. And I won't do a thing to stop it.
How? I asked. I didn't know when I started seeing the girl in front of me as more than a girl, but with a weakness threatening to pull me apart, I stared at the bright-haired thing in front of me. I saw something more than a human in her early 20s. I saw more than a girl suffering abuse from her father. And I saw a fallen angel. I saw a being with scars buried so deep that they existed beyond this realm of seeing entirely. I saw something that I would never be able to write down in words, no matter how long I lived. How do we change this? I begged. But Lucy didn't answer me. I didn't blame her for that. Blame gets thrown around so often, I knew that she was sick of it. Sick of being blamed for our mistakes. So I changed my tactics. Why me? It was an honest question, and I think somewhere deep down, Lucifer respected that honesty. Which is why she said,
When you first saw me, you were afraid for my safety. When I told you that I was the devil, you wanted to lock me away, but still, you did so because you were afraid for me and not for yourself. You didn't wish me harm. Not even when I told you who I was and what I was capable of for changing your sorry lives. You're a good person. But when you don't have the will to do anything with it.
She smiled at me sympathetically, the devil showing sympathy for the human that sat across from her at the bar. It was surreal, and for a few heavy moments, I truly thought I must be dead. There was no other way to explain what I was seeing, who I was speaking to, what I had just heard. What am I supposed to do? Lucy reached out to me. She placed a hand on my shoulder, her hands cold and warm at the same time. I felt my blood boil where her fingers scraped my skin, and I knew sharing a story like this isn't easy. Hell, it might be the hardest thing I've ever done. Good thing there's no such thing as hell, then, right? The fact of the matter is, the world's a mess because we refuse to change anything. The devil herself walks among us, and she desperately wants to make our lives better, but she won't. She won't because we won't. We have to prove our will to her before she is willing to do anything herself. We have to be good to each other, to help all of us be free. Of course, Lucifer told me one last thing before she left the bar, one thing that will stick with me until this body is nothing but rot in the dirt.
You can tell as many people as you want. But take a good look at me. I've told 5 other humans this night the same things I've told you. And this was their reactions. They have hurt me, burned me, thrown their food and drink at me. Humans are so afraid of their free will, and they find it so much easier to hurt than to own up to their own inadequacies. You will only ever be free if you stop seeing yourself in the same way my father sees himself.
So that's what I'll leave you with. Lucifer won her wager that night, and I let her walk out of the door, and I beg you to do the same. If the devil approaches you one night, listen to what she has to say, and listen to what I have been able to tell you of our meeting. The devil is real. She doesn't want to torture us. No. We do that just fine on our own.
Becoming a victim of an attack.
There's a solution to all your problems that's easy as apple pie.
I hate my job. I hate selling days of my life while barely earning enough to sustain it. I hate my boss, who tells me that I'm lucky to find stable work in such an uncertain world. I hate my friends who treat dreams like an unfortunate symptom of youth that needs to be outgrown. And most of all, I hate myself for not doing anything to change. I keep waking up at the same time every day to sit in traffic. I read the same lines on the same billboard with the same happy models leering down at me. I don't think I could go on if I thought that's all there was. But if I'm waiting, then I don't know what I'm waiting for. That's why I started listening to self-help tapes in the car. Motivational speakers would tell me about how I had the power to change my life, and for a few minutes at a time, I believed them. That obstacles, no matter how great, were only in my mind, and that anyone could be happy if they just willed it hard enough. And if I wasn't happy yet, I just had to buy another book and keep trying. My favorite speaker was a guy named John Follow, who claims he used to be a day laborer making less than minimum wage. When there weren't any jobs available, his fellow workers would play cards or chat, knocking on the businesses until he found one that needed work done. Pretty soon, John had enough clients and extra money that he started hiring the other laborers to work for him instead. The more jobs he got, the more workers he hired, until lo and behold, he was running a business of his own. Then they had a second location, and a third. And before you knew it, he was a millionaire with 500 stores across the country. But it was never about money, says the guy selling $30 audiobooks. He gave it all up so he could give motivational speeches and help others achieve their dreams. And sure, it was a lot of hard work and took many, many years, but he was the man he wanted to be, doing the things he loved to do. And that's all that mattered in the world.
Of course, hard work ain't the only way to solve your problems.
John said on one of his tapes.
In fact, there's probably a lot of you right now that are sitting there getting discouraged because you were hoping for a shortcut. Well, buddy, I got good news for you. Because there's a solution to all your problems that's easy as apple pie. You go home now and you kill yourself tonight.
I couldn't believe I heard that right. I had to rewind it, but there it was.
Are you too fat? It's hard, ain't it? I'm with you. Diet and exercise is a lot of work. But you could put a gun in your mouth, pull a little trigger, and never have to eat again. Maybe you're just feeling down because your relationship didn't work out the way you wanted it to. No problemo, partner. Just slip on that sturdy noose, kick the chair, and suddenly your ex will be the one that hates herself, not you.
John's warm, bubbling voice didn't miss a beat as he proceeded to list a number of
foolproof ways to die, 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Now, some of you are probably skeptical about whether or not this is the right choice for you, but don't you fret about it. I'll be personally hosting live demonstrations around the country. So check out my website for details and come see if suicide is right for you.
Part incredulous, part morbid curiosity, I visited his website and found he was hosting an event in my city next week. Sure enough, his website had a video of him standing on stage with a man who hung from the rafters by his neck. The crowd was cheering like wild as the dying man's body was racked with his final spasms.
John Fallow lifted the dying man's hand to reveal it, giving a thumbs up, and the crowd cheered even harder as though their team had just scored the final goal. I bought a ticket and printed out the confirmation code. I don't know why I did it, but for the first time in a long time, I really felt like I had something to look forward to. John was a man's man, rugged and handsome as they come. He wore a cowboy hat pulled low over one eye and faded Levi jeans on the day of the event. He greeted everyone at the front door with a firm handshake and a beaming smile, laughing and carrying on with people he'd just met like they were the oldest friends. I expected there to be at least a little outrage, but everyone who showed up seemed legitimately happy to be there. The feeling was contagious, and by the time I sat down with the rest of the audience, I already knew several people by name.
Silly old me. I forgot what speech y'all came to hear.
John Fallow announced from the stage.
Was it the one about working hard morning till night, day in and day out forever?
Chorused 100 voices around me, and I was half surprised to find that one of them was my own.
No, I don't think so. How about the speech about it being your fault if you aren't happy because you ain't trying hard enough?
No!
So you telling me all you fine folks showed up just to hear how you can fix all your problems at once in less than 5 minutes? That what y'all came to hear? Well, let's get started then.
The enthusiasm was deafening. John Fallow mimed wiping a pair of pistols from the imaginary belts and rattled off shots into the audience. Everyone remotely close to the line of fire made a dramatic show of taking a bullet and collapsing back with great big grins in their faces. Then cheers again, an ocean of sound beating against my eardrums.
How about a volunteer?
John roared.
Come on now, don't be shy. Ain't nobody gonna look down on you where you're going.
A sea of hands like a flock of birds all taking flight at once. John stepped down from the stage and took the open hand of a middle-aged woman to help her into the spotlight. He led her to a stool where she sat down.
What's your name, gorgeous?
He asked. The woman swooned and mumbled something I couldn't hear.
Katie Lynn, is that right?
John said in his booming voice.
Tell me, Katie Lynn, what's wrong with your life? Loud and clear, come on now.
I was supposed to get promoted this year.
She said. Her voice was trembling but audible.
They gave the job to some young slut instead.
Well, you ain't getting any younger, sweetheart. And it's only gonna get worse from here.
She nodded and smiled as though that's exactly what you wanted to hear.
I got just the thing for you, though.
John said.
A little bit of medicine for what ails
He
you.
produced a pill from a smaller leather bag in his pocket and offered it to her. She snatched it gratefully and clutched it in both hands.
Now that's gonna take the sting right out. Go on now, one quick swallow. Cyanide tastes just awful if you let it dissolve in your mouth.
I watched with horrified fascination as Caitlin tossed the pill back and washed it down with the water bottle that John offered her. She gave a feeble smile as her face flushed bright red. The room watched in anxious silence as she started panting for breath, each labored heave more desperate than the last.
Almost there, hon.
John whispered, his microphone washing the sound over the audience.
Let's see those bastards at work take this one from you.
Caitlin fell off of her stool and began rolling on the ground. The audience began to whoop and whistle. Within seconds, Caitlin lay still. The two men wearing staff shirts hustled out and dragged her off stage. There was a brief silence when she stopped moving. I had the sense that everyone was trying to read the room, unsure of whether to scream or cheer. Then the applause began to ripple, tentative at first, but growing by the second until the whole auditorium vibrated with its intensity. I felt sick. An anxious feeling flooded my body, but the cheering confused me and made me think that it was all right. If we were doing something wrong, then surely someone would have said something by now. Unable to shake the uncertainty, I left my chair and headed for the bathroom to clear my head. Outside the auditorium, I saw two men wearing staff shirts exit a side door. The woman wasn't with them anymore. Was she still back there? Was she alive or dead? Maybe she needed help. One of the staff noticed me. I snatched a nearby trash bag and made to enter the door they just exited from.
Hey, where you going?
One asked. I'm bringing some rope for John, I said, hefting the trash bag. Backstage is that way, right? The staff nodded and I slipped inside. I could hear the audience cheering again through the wall and felt the urge to cheer with them, but I thought better of it and stayed quiet. The hallway skirted the perimeter of the auditorium, and I was able to track my progress towards the back of the stage by sounds coming through the walls. Another uproar. Perhaps a second demonstration has concluded. Another body to be dragged off stage. Not just a body. A human being. A father, a mother, a son, a daughter. The thought should have horrified me, but it didn't. They didn't ask to be alive. They didn't make the world the way it was, so why shouldn't they leave when they're ready?
Oh, looks like we got a bleeder here.
John's voice carried.
That's it, boy, let it all out. You're the lucky one. The rest of us have to clean up that mess.
I must have been directly behind the stage at that point. The place was dark and cluttered with electrical and sound equipment. I saw no sign of the woman's body. The thought of stumbling across her splayed out on the ground nauseated me. I shouldn't be here. A shaft of light tore through the room as the stage curtain was pulled aside. The staff were dragging a college-aged boy by his hands. His throat was cleanly slit. A sheet of blood soaked through his shirt and drained onto the floor. I hid behind an upright speaker and watched the staff prop the boy against the wall before turning to exit again.
Let's all take a break while we get this cleaned up, shall we?
John said from the stage.
15 minutes and then you'll all get your chance.
The boy was still alive, spitting and gurgling blood. He panted with feeble, wet gasps. His red-smeared teeth were locked in a vicious grin. I started to creep towards him, but another blast of light made me scramble back to concealment. John Fallow moved through the shadows to stand over the dying boy. The boy's grin twisted into one of agony. He struggled to stand, but John put a boot to his chest and forced him back down.
Don't fuss.
He held a finger to his lips.
A lot of folks are dying to be you.
He laughed at his private joke. The boy tried to answer, but the wet sucking sound that escaped his lips carried no words.
But you did this to yourself. You wanted to fit in so damn bad that you didn't care what you had to do.
It was too late to save him. The boy was barely breathing now, and the pool of blood encompassing him was still growing by the second. John dropped to his knees to bring their faces level.
It don't matter what other people expect from you,
he said.
The government wants you to make a lot of money and pay a lot of taxes. Hell, a holy man might tell you not to make any because it corrupts you. The people who sell you burgers want you to be fat, and the people who sell you diet pills want you to hate yourself for it. They all want something different from you, but you don't belong to them. You belong to you.
The boy had stopped moving. I couldn't make out the faintest sign that he still drew breath.
So what if you flunked out of school? Does that make the stars any less bright or the taste of strawberries more sour? No. Will you no longer feel your lover's caress or the ocean lapping over your bare feet? Fear, pain, doubt, they're all just passing clouds. And those clouds are floating in front of the sun, but that don't mean the sun ain't still there. So I'm gonna give you another chance. You get back up and you go outside and you tell me what you see. And if it ain't nothing but clouds, then pick one and call it beautiful. Love it forever because it's all part of the same sky.
With that, John Fowler pulled out a syringe and stuck it into the boy's chest. He began to buckle and squirm, but John held him down while wiping the blood from his neck with a handkerchief. It came off like makeup, leaving clean, fresh skin below.
You get out of here. And don't you ever come back.
The boy scrambled to the door and disappeared.
You too,
John said, looking to where I hid.
Or it won't just be blood capsules and temporary paralytic for you.
I ran for it. Outside, I saw the boy with his head thrown back, looking straight up. Beside him was the woman who'd taken the fake cyanide pill, head back, staring with wide eyes. I don't know whether they thought they'd really died and came back, or whether they knew it was a trick, but one thing I'm pretty sure is that neither of them had ever looked at the sky like that before. I know I hadn't. Hello everyone, I hope you enjoyed this narration. If you did, make sure to like and subscribe, and select the notification icon so you can know when we upload new videos or when we premiere new stories. I'd like to thank Mr. Black Pasta for joining me on this narration, and one of my subscribers for providing the additional lines, N7 Shadow Knight. I'm doing a new upload schedule, and I'll be uploading videos every day anywhere from 8 to 10 p.m. Mountain Time, so make sure to come back tomorrow for more stories. With that said, have a good night.
I'd always thought that life functioned like a system of complex computer programs. For example, when you touch a stove, you get burnt. If you spend too much time in cold temperature, you get hypothermia. If you apply too much strain to a limb, every consequence is resultant from a previous action. A simple condition statement, if you will. Now, I can't confirm the existence or lack thereof in regards to a creator, a god, if you will. I obviously don't have that authority, but if one were to exist, it would make sense that this is just the way that we were programmed. How the reality that we see in front of us is meant to function. Just a system of codes. But just like man-made programs, nothing's perfect, and with such a large and complicated one like life itself, even a god would have to make mistakes, right? I can pinpoint the exact moment where it started happening. At that moment, I wasn't at a great spot in my life. Now, I wasn't depressed or anything, just kind of disassociated with everything around me. My life had stagnated, to say the least. I had a feeling that my best years were behind me, and being a mere 32 years of age, that wasn't a good feeling. I'd gotten fired from my last job when I was 29. Luckily, though, I'd gotten a new one nearly right after. Now, it wasn't one that I liked, but I suppose beggars can't be choosers. However, my office was only around a 10-minute walk from my studio apartment, so that was good. Anyhow, it was a late-night work session. Most everybody else had gone home, but I stayed due to the amount of work that I had procrastinated from weeks prior. I wanted to get a good chunk of it done. At one point, I got up in order to pour myself some coffee. As I walked into the kitchen, I noticed a door located in one of the corners. The thing is, I didn't think that I'd ever seen it before, but I also rarely went into the kitchen. I find small talk with my particular coworkers to be incredibly excruciating. I just assumed that I didn't pay enough attention to notice it. It was a rather large area, after all. Out of sheer curiosity, I decided to see where it led. I was honestly expecting it to be some sort of pantry. However, I was surprised as hell when I opened it. It was empty. A medium-sized room with smooth gray walls and floors. I walked around, exploring the place for a while before quickly realizing that there was literally nothing in there. It was pretty damn weird, in all honesty. I mean, what the hell was this place? What purpose did it have? As I was about to turn and head out, I noticed what appeared to be small objects in the corners of the room. Now, I could have guaranteed that they weren't there before. In fact, I nearly jumped out of my skin when I saw it. I quickly walked over and examined them, discovering that they had appeared to be a couple of rifle rounds. I just threw them back and left that room. I was beginning to feel uneasy. I ran back into the office and prepared to head home. I just assumed that the work had been getting to my head. To make sure, I looked around in order to see if anybody else was still there. The janitor was, so I made the assumption that he was the one who placed the bullets there, but in retrospect, that made absolutely no sense. The sky was already dark as I started to make my way home. It was around 8 p.m. when I left. Feeling somewhat hungry, I decided to stop by a pizza place on my way. Now, I'd been to the place numerous times, so I'd pretty much memorized the opening and closing times for every single day of the week. That's why I found it so shocking that the place was closed. It was always open until 9 p.m. on weekdays. Whatever, I thought. This wasn't even the strangest thing that had happened to me that day. The place must have just abruptly changed their hours. I looked over at the opening and closing times displayed at the window to confirm it. However, This part made less sense. 6 out of the 7 days maintained the same schedule. It was only today, Tuesday, that had changed, so it had closed 1 hour earlier. Although this was somewhat disconcerting, it wasn't beyond explanation. I just went home and made something else to eat instead. These kind of small, unexplainable incidents started happening to me more and more often the next few months. Things would be misplaced from where I last left them. People I didn't know seemed to recognize me, while people I'd known for years seemed to have no clue who I was. And I keep finding these bullets in the most random places. One of the strangest incidents was when I finally decided to go see a psychologist. After telling him everything that had been happening, he just stared at me for the longest time before saying, "This isn't where you really are. This is just temporary, but it's better that you don't wake up right now," before literally leaving me by myself in his office. The thing is, while these events were incredibly disturbing, they were still far and few between. In other words, they were still essentially manageable. That all changed on a Saturday a few weeks later. The previous night, I'd been out drinking with a few friends, and I guess I went a little too hard because I barely remembered anything when I woke up. The thing that I deemed rather peculiar was that I didn't even feel the signs of a hangover creeping up on me. But just like the pizza place, I didn't bother thinking too much of it. These were small details, after all. I turned on my laptop and started going through my emails. Having an inbox filled with random bullshit always bothered me. About a few minutes into that, I got a text from my buddy Ansel, who I'd gone out with last night. "Dude, I know this sounds crazy, but I actually think Matt may have gotten laid last night. Shit was nuts. You should have came, man." I must have stared at that text for 10 minutes. You see, there were 2 things wrong with what Ansel just told me. One, I vividly remembered going out with them on Friday. Now, I don't remember most of the actual night, but I sure as hell remember getting off work and then entering our first bar. Second of all, who the hell was Matt supposed to be? I didn't know anyone named Matt. This was it. I've gone crazy, I thought to myself. But then I started to calm down. This kind of stuff happened to me sometimes. There were just momentary blips in the matrix. This couldn't have been that big of a deal. With this rationalization in my head, I just continued on with that day. So I just decided to stay in and binge YouTube. That's exactly what I did. I remember it starting out normal at first. I watched the channels that I usually watch. At one point, I found myself watching a documentary about human trafficking. It was so weird. I couldn't for the life of me remember how I'd gotten there. As I listened to the narrator talk, I began looking at the recommended related videos. One caught my eye. The thumbnail was that of a man in military gear, sitting on top of a Humvee in the desert. However, the title was what drew me into it. Where do you think you are right now? Because it's not where you're supposed to be. I remember just sitting there, trying to understand what that title was getting at. This was strange, wasn't it? I decided to click on it. Now, the video itself was extremely shaky and incomprehensible. It looked erratic, in a sense. I could tell that it was filmed inside, but I'm not really sure in what kind of place. I could make out what appeared to be rotting wooden walls, but that was about it. However, the audio was the really messed up part. It was screaming, desperate, hoarse, painful ones, about 3 sets in total. They wouldn't stop. That's when I noticed the duration of the video. 26,288 hours and 22 minutes. Now, I was pretty sure that wasn't possible because of YouTube upload duration limits. I closed the video and the laptop. That was enough internet for today. I yawned and stretched my arms out. I felt so tired for some reason. That's when I checked the time. It was 11 p.m. I got out of my chair and opened my blinds. It was indeed dark outside. What the hell? I thought. I knew for sure that I had opened up my laptop around 1 p.m. There was no way in hell that it had been 10 hours. At that moment, I knew something must have been very wrong here. But what? What the hell could have been happening to me? I checked my phone. 78 missed calls and texts. I looked through them. Most of them were from my mother. Some were from my friends. A few texts were even from Brandy, my ex. Around 3 years. "I really miss you," is what they say. Why the hell would she say that now? I tossed my phone and started pacing around my apartment. My head started pounding, but it wasn't just a headache. My left arm and ribs were also burning with an intense pain that I never felt before. I went to the bathroom, looking for something that could have helped. Eventually, I found some morphine. I felt sheer bliss as I injected it into my bloodstream, but then another troubling thought made its way into my head. Why the hell did I have morphine? I couldn't recall a situation that could have led to me having it in my possession. I walked out of the bathroom and started pacing again. This was just a nightmare, I tried telling myself. But why was the pain so vivid? I decided that I really needed to get some rest. I started heading towards my bed when I was jolted by the sound of explosions coming from inside my bedroom. I flipped shit and ran out of my apartment. I wandered around the streets for a while, not knowing what to do, not knowing where to go, and not even beginning to understand what the actual hell was going on. Eventually, I came across what appeared to be a group of 4 men huddled together at a crosswalk. They all had their backs turned to me, so I couldn't make out any facial features, but I could also tell that they weren't moving at all. I don't know how to explain it, but the air started to feel hostile around me. It felt like I was heading right into danger. I started backing away, but not before the men turned around to look at me. But ironically enough, they had no faces to look at me with, just smooth, empty skin where an expression should have been. In an instant, they began to charge me. I started running. As I tried to evade what was surely a horrific fate behind me, I began to notice that my surroundings had drastically changed. I wasn't in the city that I had been living in for the past 3 years anymore. Instead, I was in somewhere both familiar and not at the same time. Like I'd been to the place before, but didn't quite remember where it was. It got to the point where I just couldn't keep running. I remember collapsing onto the pavement and turning back in horror to see a group of faceless entities still thundering their way towards me. I just sat there, waiting for whatever twisted outcome to finally come and claim me. I didn't want to deal with this shit anymore. However, as the men got within about 30 meters away from me, they just stopped. A few seconds passed before one of their throats seemed to get slit open by an invisible force, and the others looked around frantically before 2 of them literally seemed to blow up. The last one just started sprinting away. In absolute shock at what I'd just seen, I pulled myself back up and started walking around again. As I did, my mind seemed to be getting clearer. This new city I was in, I started to recognize it more. But what was I doing there? Eventually, my vision started to fade, but in the conventional sense, it was like the area around me was getting too bright. It got to the point where I could barely see anything. I passed out a few seconds later. I woke in a rundown cabin, heard a bunch of commotion as figures swarmed around me, talking loudly to each other. I looked over to see a man in military gear kneeling beside me, administering a needle into my arm. We made eye contact. Wait. I recognized him. "What's up, Dempsey? You're safe now. We finally found you." He smiled at me. It was Matt. I did know a Matt. I started looking around the room to find it filled with other military guys. There were also 2 skinny, broken-looking men also being tended to. In addition to that, there were also 3 body bags on the floor. I was still somewhat disoriented, so I passed out again. I woke back up again in the hospital room. A man in a suit was sitting by the foot of my bed, looking at his phone. He smiled when he saw that I was up. "Mr. Dempsey, how are you feeling?" He went on to explain how I was a Navy SEAL. I'd been sent on a mission to capture a notorious human trafficker who had been tracked down to an abandoned town in Belarus. However, this went south and nearly everybody on the team had died, leaving only 3 of us, including me, to be captured and used as leverage towards the US government. We were held hostage there for 3 years, constantly being tortured during that time. It was only a few days ago before they finally found us, also managing to kill the trafficker. After dropping that bomb on me, the man left me alone to contemplate. It all started to come back to me. The mission, the ambush. However, I didn't remember the torture. That was when my memory became foggy and replaced by the life that I thought I'd been living just a few days prior. The existence of my physical deterioration was evident. I was bone skinny, had cuts all over my body, and was missing my left ring finger, but I didn't remember experiencing any of it. I told all of this to my nurse, but she probably thought I was insane. Who knows, maybe I am. However, I asked for a laptop so that I could record all of this. My request was granted. The first thing that I did was search up major events that had happened during the 3 years that I'd been out of commission. It all lined up. The Cubs won in 2016, Trump took office in 2017, Carrie Fisher died. I knew it all. I even searched up Brandy's Facebook profile. She had the same picture that she'd updated only a few months ago. There was no way that the last few years of my life had all been imagined. Now, I can't begin to speculate what happened. Was it a glitch or corruption in the Matrix? I couldn't say. Was it a mistake by God? Possibly, but maybe it wasn't a mistake. Maybe it was deliberate. Maybe this God knew exactly what it was doing.
If you like my narrations, or the music that I compose for these videos, make sure to like and subscribe, and leave a comment letting me know what you'd like to see in future videos. With that said, enjoy the story.
I shot up to a sitting position in bed. There was no mistaking it. I was hearing footsteps. Footsteps on stairs. Stairs which apparently lay behind the door of my tiny bedroom closet. Stairs which I knew for a fact did not exist. The steps grew closer and closer, heavy slaps against what sounded like cold stone flooring. I didn't scream. I didn't move. I wasn't even breathing. I sat paralyzed by the impossibility of what I was witnessing. The steps grew closer until I could hear the short breaths which accompanied them. My heart began to hammer in my chest so hard that I was amazed it didn't break through the fortress of my ribs. It was here. I could hear them breathing behind the door, exerted by the long climb. I felt a wash of sickening cold grow down my neck as a heavy dread began to weigh down on me. Is this it, Nathaniel? Is this how I'm going to go? I thought to myself. I wished with all my heart that I'd be able to feel his arms around me again, and his gentle whisperings of comfort in my ear like he did so long ago during sleepless nights. I was answered by silence. There were no arms to stop me from shaking. I was cold, alone and surrounded by darkness. I stared at the handle to my closet, afraid to even blink, waiting for it to turn. I jumped out of my skin when instead, I was met with a sharp knock which seemed to echo around my room, bleeding into the thick silence which hung in the air. The knock jolted me to my feet, steadying myself by the scratched-up wooden bedpost. I was shaking so hard I may as well have taken a fit. I couldn't begin to comprehend what was happening, or who could be behind that door. Another knock, this time louder, more forceful, hit against the closet door. I gave a small shriek akin to that of a frightened mouse. Another knock. My knuckles whitened against the bedpost and my nails dug into the wood as hard as they could. Who are you? What do you want? I cried, my voice tinged with fear and helplessness. I covered my mouth with my free hand as soon as I had said it. I was quickly losing the battle of holding back screams of terror, but I knew that if I wanted to stay safe, I had to stay quiet. Nathaniel sent me. I am here to check up on you, if that is all right. I promise I mean you no harm. A smoky voice, soft and thick like velvet, replied from behind the door. I felt all the hairs on my body stand to attention, and a sick, queasy feeling gnaw into my stomach. How can I trust you? I shrieked, more loudly than I wanted to. Hot tears flashed from behind my eyes, and I felt them begin to roll down my cheeks, my breath ragged with fear. Because, Petal, I want to make you feel better. Nathaniel has been worried you aren't looking after yourself. He sent me to protect you. I am to be your guardian angel. I blinked back tears, now in a state of shock. I wasn't quite sure what to say to that. A silence hung in the air for a long moment as I sat back on the bed, staring at the floor. I've gone mad. That's it, I thought. Oh, okay, I managed, the terror tangible in my voice. I'm going to open the door now, Lucy. I would like you to shut your eyes whilst I'm here with you. Humans can find the appearance of an angel quite overwhelming at first. If you open your eyes, you may die of shock. Do you understand, little mouse? My eyes widened. Mouse was Nathaniel's nickname for me. It seemed like it had been an eternity since anyone had called me that. Before I could consider a response, I heard the creak of the door handle, and in terror, screwed my eyes as tightly shut as I could manage. I held my head in my hands and began rocking silently back and forth on the edge of the bed. As footsteps padded over the rug strewn across the cold of my bedroom floor, I felt a sharp draft carry across the room, which sent a violent shiver down my spine. The footsteps grew closer, and I felt the bed shift as whatever had emerged from behind the door now sat down on the bed next to me. A whimper escaped my throat, and I had to choke back any further sobs which ached to be released. I'm sorry if I frightened you, little mouse. I only want to make sure you feel better. I apologize. I seem to be failing in this endeavor. Let me comfort you. You can cry into my arms, said the voice softly. Before I could protest, I heard what sounded like rows of feathers gather around me and shelter me beneath them. I was pressed against a large, warm, leathery body which seemed of earth and moss. The sensation both horrified and repulsed me at first. I tried to struggle out of the embrace, but my efforts proved futile. Eventually I fell into the creature, letting my muscles relax. The feathers continued to wrap around me and cover me in a gentle warmth. I realized it was the first time that I'd experienced contact with someone. Well, more likely something, in about a week. I'm not so bad, am I, little mouse? You can cry if you want. Let it all out. I will be here for you. The absurdity of the situation was dawning on me. I realized this had to be a strange dream, I thought. Fuck it. I decided to spill my guts to the strange creature who held me tightly. Why did he have to leave me? Why did he have to fucking die on me when I need him to survive? I cried, my sobs now transforming to wails like that of a child. I didn't care. The creature rocked me steadily, and I felt the long, sharp talons gently scrape against my scalp, which seemed to unnerve and comfort me all at once. Everything dies. He was a mere mortal, and like all mortal things, he died. He had to. One day you will too, and you will understand. I can't eat, I can't wash, I can't sleep without him. I'm already dying. I gave myself to him. He was everything to me, and he fucking abandoned me. I choked through tears. The creature said nothing, and continued to let me break down whilst holding me all the while. I cried bitter tears as I ached over the memory of the man who had become the center stage of my world, and who I had loved so deeply, more than I could have loved anything or anyone else in my entire life. It felt as though impossible that someone who had been such an integral component of myself should die. If we had truly been one and the same as I felt, why hadn't he just taken me with him? What will you plan to do now, Mouse? Are you ever going to reach out and get help? How will you try to move on? The creature asked. What would be the point? I can't see a life for myself without him in it. Do you know we have been together for 14 years? I responded, now feeling the last of my tears leaving me as anger replaced them. We had been together for 14 years. We knew each other inside and out. He was the one I was supposed to have children with. He was the one I was supposed to grow old with. That may be. But you were your own person before you met him all that time ago, so it must be possible that you would be able to live again without him. The creature reasoned. I shook my head. Impossible. You didn't even like him a lot of the time. He could be mean. He could be cruel to you when his temper overcame him. How do you know? I snapped, before realizing the futility of the question. It doesn't matter. No relationship is perfect. I learned how to handle that aspect of his personality. He got better. We became stronger. I felt a rush of cold air as the wings withdrew from me. So, your choice is to stay here, lying in your bed until you waste away to nothing, the creature questioned. I think that's what he would have wanted, I replied, in a very small voice. What do you want, Lucy? The creature hissed, an inflection of impatience rising in its throat. I just want to please him, that's all I ever wanted. Liar! The creature roared, making me jolt with fright. No, I'm not. I know this is how I have to die. I would follow him to the ends of the earth. You don't think I would die for him? He would have loved to hear that, wouldn't he? It's too bad he's dead. The only person you can continue to fool with this charade is yourself, only it's wearing thin now, isn't it? You think about moving on with your life as you lie there in that filthy bed, don't you? The creature snarled, its lips presumably twisting in contempt. Stop, please stop. You were supposed to be here to comfort me. You told me Nathaniel sent you, I cried. And how pathetic is that? You allowed one of my kind into your room because you thought he had orchestrated it, as though your pathetic, dead lover would have any say over what we do. He wasn't God, Lucy, because gods do not die, despite what you've heard. Get out, leave me alone, please, go away. I began to beg. The bed started shaking, and I felt my feet lift off from the ground as I was elevated into the air. Is this the fate you have chosen? Are you truly going to die over this man? Would you like me to choke the life out of you and find you a place with him for all eternity? Because I will, if that is your choice. Talons were now squeezing around my throat, blocking off my airwaves and sending a spell of overwhelming dizziness through my body. I thrashed violently, kicking blindly through the air to no avail. In my panic, I opened my eyes. I saw the face of Nathaniel buried in the frame of black feathers, with jagged teeth and black spidery eyes which did not belong to him, staring back at me. There you are, little mouse. A voice creaked out from beneath barely moving lips. It sounded like a warped, stripped-back version of the one I'd become so familiar with over the past 14 years. His lips twisted into a smile, and his unblinking eyes glared into mine with the hunger I knew all too well. My heart stopped as I saw him before me, the man I'd told myself I loved so intensely for so painfully long. I dug my fingernails into the creature's arms, and gripping the black, tarred feathers, I pulled with all the strength I could possibly muster, and felt them tear away from the creature's flesh. Now balled up in my bloodied fists, Nathaniel's mouth opened and an inhuman screech ripped through the air as the grip around my neck loosened. I screamed in reply, baring my teeth in hatred, anger, and fear as I felt myself fall back through the air. Our screams filled the room into a twisted harmony before I felt the headboard of my bed smack against the back of my skull. In my last waking moments, I saw Nathaniel's face twisted in anger, still howling in pain, and his black, soulless eyes burning into mine. When I eventually regained consciousness, I found myself still lying on the bed, this time alone. The room was empty and quiet. Nathaniel still lay at the foot of the bed, exactly where he had fallen a week previously after an apparent heart attack. There were no feathers, sharp teeth, or beady eyes staring at me. Just the body of a man in his late 50s, cold and unmoving. Silently, I got to my feet and tentatively approached the decomposing corpse. I rolled him over and found the set of keys that he always kept in the pocket of his jeans. I used them to undo the chains around my ankle. I cannot possibly describe how it felt to feel the air caress the sore, bruised skin which had for so long been clamped under unforgiving metal. Goosebumps ricocheted across my skin as a ridiculous smile spread across my face. I couldn't have stopped if I wanted to. I was grinning like a crazy person, and the grin became a giggle, which became a laugh, which became a cackle, bellowing from deep within my chest. I wobbled weakly across the room with a quick glance at the closet door, which lay ajar. I didn't look back as I began to ascend the stairs, for the first time in 14 years, out of the basement. Hi again. It's Sam, or Sammy, as my dad called me. Hammy Sammy. He never called me by my real name. It was always nicknames with him. Hammy, Timmy, Johnny. Some people have asked whether my dad's tapes or videos are just audio. Unfortunately, it's only audio, all cassette tapes. I guess the precinct he worked out of didn't have updated technology, or maybe Dad just liked the grainy sound of cassettes. I think my dad would be proud of me. I just wish he could have seen this while he was alive. Maybe he would have told me he was proud. Out loud, I mean. A few of you have asked how my dad died. I don't know why that matters. I don't have to remind you, but my dad's name was Danny. How are you feeling, Brianna? Can you talk to me? Brianna, you need to talk to me so we can get all this straightened out.
You know what you have to do.
You know I can't do that. What if I drank some water?
Doesn't matter. You have to eat.
Fine. Is a granola bar good enough?
Yes, you have to eat the whole thing.
I have to say, I've never been asked to eat in front of someone before.
Show me your mouth. I want to see if you've chewed it. I'm so glad. I haven't seen any real people in weeks.
Weeks? Where have you been?
Nowhere special. I try to stay out of the crowds. They're everywhere. Walking around, driving cars. I hide most of the day.
Where do you live?
Lots of places. I like alleys because they avoid them. I like dark spaces, but sometimes they find me.
Who?
Them.
Can you tell me more about them?
I don't know.
Remember, I ate the granola bar.
I remember. They don't eat. They can't eat. Them. The copies.
Copies of what?
Everyone. I think you might see them too.
I do. When did it start for you?
My 15th birthday. I was blind to it before then, but I can remember that day so clearly. All my friends came over, but they weren't my friends. They were copies. They looked exactly the same, sounded the same, but I knew. I knew they weren't real. My parents told me I was delusional. I didn't realize it then, but they were copies too. They took me to a doctor who told me I was crazy. But that's just what they want you to believe. They want me to keep quiet about it. Someone, or something, is replacing everyone on Earth with identical copies. But they made one fatal error. The copies, they can't eat. They just put the food up to their faces but can't chew. They can't put anything inside their mouths. They just do the motions of eating without actually digesting. It's the only way you can tell who is real. I haven't been home in, well, it's gotta be more than 10 years. I'm not going to live with those things. I'll take my chances on the streets.
The streets aren't safe, though.
Nowhere is safe. There are copies everywhere. They try to act normal, but I see right through them. Like last year with that doctor.
Dr. Stevens?
Ha! What a joke. They thought if they locked me up and made me talk with that thing, that I would stop fighting them. But it was just another copy.
How did you know?
It wouldn't eat. I dared it to. Told it that if it was really real, it would be no problem. But it refused. Made some excuse about not playing into my delusion. The copies, they think they're smarter than me. but I know how to deal with them.
How?
The same way you deal with any intruder. You end them. The copies, they don't feel pain. They don't feel anything. They can't. Oh, they scream and carry on like they can, but it's all a lie. But they bleed. They bleed a lot.
Why didn't you end me, Brianna?
Because that would be murder. You ate. You proved to me that you're real. I would never hurt a real person.
How many copies have you ended?
31. I don't go out searching for them. It's only when they come to me. I don't enjoy watching them bleed. Although I have to admit there is a sick pleasure in knowing that you are removing one more of those things from this planet. I don't know where they came from, but I know for sure that they are a plague.
Aren't you afraid they might make a copy of you?
Oh no, they can't make a copy of me.
Why?
Because they don't make copies of dead people.
I have to admit, the clarity in which she said the last sentence shook me up. The girl was insane. It turns out she had 2 concurrent mental illnesses: Capgras delusion and Cotard delusion. Capgras is really creepy. It makes the people think other people have been replaced or disguised. Usually it's just the people close to them, but Brianna believes it was everyone. They eventually ended up pinning 9 murders on her, but she says herself she committed 31. I have a theory about the whole eating thing. I dug into my dad's records, and apparently she was hospitalized in middle school for extreme anorexia. I bet she turned that into some sort of fixture of her delusion. But the Cotard part, that's really scary. It makes people actually believe that they're dead. They're just a dead person walking around. I'm sure her emaciated frame didn't help her seem alive either. This girl was creepy. But that's not what has been bothering me. I can't get over how my dad responded to her when he said he saw copies too. I know intelligently that it's just a tactic to get her to talk more, but the way he said it, it was like it was true. I don't know. I just don't like the way it makes me feel. The dark Somnium. If you're like me, even the incoming vibration of a phone can set your teeth on edge. It's an anxiety thing. I know it's rational, but that doesn't stop me from playing chicken with my cell phone every single time. Sitting at my bedroom desk, desperately trying to get the words to flow out of my gummed up brain and onto the screen through my cursor angrily blinking in my face. The dull lashing out against my elbow made me jump. I looked down at the screen. Alex, my brother, sighing. I picked it up, put him on speakerphone. Hey, what's up? Silence, and a few muffled breaths. I waited for a moment, listening. Alex? Are you there? Hey. His voice was low and cracked. It's Stephanie. She's gone. My blood ran cold. Even without context, those simple words shot a bead of sweat over my forehead and a dagger of ice through my chest. Steffi was my niece, Alex's 8-year-old daughter. What do you mean, gone? There's more silence. Not knowing made the seconds drag by like exhausted hours. Alex, you can't just call up.
I went to her room just to wake her up for dinner. She was taking a nap.
The words spilled out of the phone, bouncing throughout the room like a frantic bird. You took a big, panicky breath.
I just put down to take a nap. I went to the corner store to get something and came back and she was gone.
I closed my eyes, trying to blink the words away, hoping they would make more sense when I reopened them. They didn't. Did you check the house completely? I said, trying to offer some semblance of comfort. She is an adventurous kid. If she was napping, she could have gotten up and gone to another room, crawled into a nook or something. Remember that one time she got stuck in the basement closet and you couldn't find her for like 2 hours?
This isn't like that, Nick. I checked literally everywhere, even the basement closet. She's not in the house. She's not anywhere.
I tried to think of something to calm him down, but came up with air. Look, just relax. Take a breath. I'll come over and we can look for her together. The twin noises sounded softly in my ear, signifying the end of the call. I took my face out of my hands where I'd been rubbing my temples and glanced down at the phone. The little lines of dots representing my service had been dropped down to 1. Then a moment later, they were gone completely. I usually had great service, especially in the house. And I toggled the Wi-Fi switch. Nothing. Getting up, I crossed the room to the closet and opened it. I knelt down to check the router. The lights sat black, empty and motionless. My internet and phone were from the same company, and this has happened before, so it didn't strike me as too odd. Maybe a trunk line was down somewhere. Alex's house was a 20-minute drive from mine, so I grabbed my jacket, hopped in the car, and headed over. The ride was oddly silent, even with the music playing in the background. The second Alex had dropped those first few words on me, a chill crept up my spine and I couldn't shake it, no matter how hard I tried. Something was wrong. The words sat hot and heavy in the back of my head and pawed away greedily at the walls of my stomach. Something is very wrong. Fiddling with the knob on the stereo, I turned it over to a classic rock station, 106.3 WAMX. It's my favorite. However, where there should have been a dulcet wail of Stevie Nicks or the fiery licks of Joe Perry ripping through a heated solo, I found nothing but static. I tried rolling through a few more stations and came up with the same results. It was crackling silence. An intangible feeling had started to blanket my mind, lending gentle whispers into an ear already poised towards the unknown. I went to turn the radio off completely and sit the rest of the ride in silence, but a voice stopped my hand dead in the air. Well, not so much a voice, but rather a clash of sounds trying to sound here. Have you ever imagined what the churning of an ocean might sound like if we gave it a voice? An amalgamation of foreign sounds fighting each other, clamoring to the top, choking on each other's blood, begging for the privilege of breath. I was entranced, hanging on every word. So much so that I didn't see the little red two-door cross over into my lane directly in front of me. The whisper had become a shrill, breathy screech. Lights flashing, rubber burning, a blaring honk. The precipice of metal begging to flex and break, birthing twisted towers through flesh. I snapped out of it, seeing the terrified face of the driver in the rear view of the Mazda ahead of me, and slammed on my brakes, sending everything in the cab of the truck flying forward in a cacophonous wave. My heart screamed heavy and thick in my ears, pushing out the memory of the phantom voice. I bit clear through my bottom lip. The pain blossomed, quick and sharp, and a spatter of blood flew to kiss the steering wheel like a long-lost friend. I quickly pulled over to the side of the road and threw myself into park. With shaking hands, I I shook a cigarette out of the pack, hugging the back of my sun visor, and lit up. I've been in a couple accidents in my life, and even the most distant of close calls was enough to send me into a panic. With a few drags in my system, and the smoke clearing around my fingers, I stared at the radio. It was once again silent and unassuming, spitting hushed, gargled static back at me. I rolled the dial all the way back, killing the sound completely. My phone rang. The sound almost gave me a heart attack, especially considering I always keep it on vibrate. Grabbing for it with sweaty fingers, I looked at the caller ID. It was Alex. Thank God. He'd probably found Steffi. I answered, bringing the phone up to my ear. Hey, man. Yo. My voice audibly shaking. I swallowed hard, took a deep breath, continued, leveling my tone as much as I could. Is everything okay? I lost the call while I was in the house and haven't had service since. I'm almost there, but if you found her, I can head back. In protest, my stomach growled. I hadn't eaten since breakfast, and my brother was a great cook. Unless, of course, you guys don't mind company for dinner. I laughed. Silence. No breathing. No static. Nothing. Not even a whisper of normal feedback you might expect from a shitty cell phone. Maybe my network was still having issues. I sighed. I'd been planning on switching providers for a while, but this was coming at the worst possible time. Definitely the last straw. I was about to hang up when I heard a whistle. It wasn't like a person whistling, more like the wind whipping through a chain link fence. More like a soft howl. I stared at the phone, gripping it hard in my hand. As the sound grew in volume and strength, I don't know when it went from the realm of the call to the air around me, but within seconds, it was like the night itself was moaning, wide-eyed. I sat there, enraptured by impossibility and absurdity. Then, through the sheet of noise, the voice returned, loud and angry. A torrent, it screamed.
Mother Sound, scream for echoes. Mother Sound seeks the blood. Come to the Mother Sound. Bring her sound.
I tore my eyes away from the phone and looked through the windshield. What had been a cloudless night, steadily growing darker in the minutes prior, was now a mess of hazy fog, surrounding and tying the last strands of light into a ball and leaving them to choke at one singular point in the sky. It was as though a hand had actually formed dense cloud coverage and was holding the remnants of dust captive. And then I saw the hand actually take form. Slender, feminine fingers pushed their way out of the wispy clusters as though through smoke, grasping at nothing, unable to comprehend the actual surface of the seething mass and fragments of light. My eyes instead presented a twisted vascularity of shadows and clouded mist. Where there should have been nails, a swirling vortex of braided muscles churned, pumping viscous black blood back and forth over its wasted surface. The Leviathan hand waved to the earth below it, outstretched digits mimicking a massive dying spider, and grasped the fading sun, miniature and pathetic against its godlike spread as the dark rods crinkled in massive joints and enveloped a pale, citrine orb. I heard a pop ring out. Not from any specific point of origin, but rather from the earth, from the air, from within my own body. I screamed, feeling every ounce of my blood pressurize and flex against my veins, but the sound was lost amongst the swell of the sky mourning the sun. Night fell hard. And so did my eyes. When I came to, I felt like a bullet shot through a plate of glass. Drenched in sweat, my entire body throbbing and heaving in waves of pain. I snapped my head from side to side, looking for any sign of abnormality. It was dark, darker than I'd seen in a while. I flipped the internal cab lights on, and the blood from my lip that had landed on the steering wheel looked like it had traveled upwards, leaving a dripping trail in the wrong direction. Then I caught sight of myself in the mirror, almost threw up. Scarlet rivulets of blood ran up my hairline from the corner of my eyes, mouth, and nose, apparently so eager to get out that they left clear impressions on my skin, now quickly giving way to light purplish bruises. I brought a hand up to touch my cheek and found myself looking at a limb that seemed like it belonged to a high school science class. My skin shone with an unearthly, almost iridescent glow. Almost translucent in the artificial light, I could see the arteries pumping double time in an attempt to please an unseen master, with my heart furiously sped to keep up. I grabbed the hem of my shirt and lifted it, revealing an ocean of rippling flesh frozen in time. My stomach and chest looked like a desiccated tree trunk, deprived of a single drop of moisture, vines begging to burst through the shallow depths of the bark. Tears I didn't even know I could shed at this point were dripping down my face, kissed with a hint of red from the blood. It seemed as though they didn't desire the same elevated path as their crimson kin. A buzzing noise, thick with robotic artificiality, was humming through the air, deep and monotonous. I was starting to feel tight, extremely tight and claustrophobic. My phone rang. This time I didn't jump. It was almost as though I was expecting the call. The ringtone cut through the still air, calling to me like a digital siren. I answered. Hello? The voice coming through my lips sounded nothing like my own. It was gravelly and far away. The silence. Silence I was used to by now. And the chattering, almost a whisper, something lost, looking for its mother. Mother sound begs for the higher world to echo, needs the blood to cleanse the clouds. Then, a faint noise in the background, a gentle sound. A child's voice, singing a sweet lullaby. It blended in the foreground, still chanting its mantra for blood and echoes and mother sound, and they became an imperfect duet. After a moment, I recognized the tune. It was the same one Steffi's mother, Alicia, used to sing to her every night before bed. A beautiful song of her own origin, crafted with tender love and care. When Steffi would wake in the middle of the night with terrors dancing in her head, Alicia would rush in and change the pitch just the slightest, letting the wordless melody wash over her in a cocoon of comfort. When Alicia lay dying, her body infested with tumors feeding cancer to every conceivable inch, she would sit with Steffi's head laying against her gaunt, hollow chest, still singing her song. Now, Steffi's voice, pouring those tones through my phone, lulled me, called to me, comforting my writhing form. Without thinking of what I was doing, my hands turned the key of the ignition and gripped the steering wheel. 10 and 2. I gently depressed the gas pedal and continued down the road to Alex's house, watching the space where the God hand had been, out in the corner of my eye. When I arrived, parking in the driveway next to my brother's dark green minivan, I could feel autopilot driving me forward. I could feel the house and the sky above me singing to me, calling my name, using the sheet of my niece's innocence to drive the want home. I could feel the air around me pulsating, pressing into my skin with little prickling fingers, kneading out knots and soothing tired joints. I could feel loose rocks in the driveway as I stepped out on unsteady legs, the lingering heat seeping from my exhaust pipe and still purring engine. In the empty house before me, I could feel everything. I could still hear the song reverberating all around me. Making my way through the dark halls with a head that felt underwater, I found the source of the song in the heart of the house. In Steffi's bedroom, at the foot of her bed, Alex was lying, curled around a bedpost, the gnarled claws of his hands clutching loosely at one of the dozens of ragged holes perforating his stomach and chest. His organs, half lying outside of his wasted body, were now little more than gelatinous soup sitting in a kiln of muscle and bone. The look on his face, however, betrayed the torment of his flesh. It was one of pure elation. His eyes, sitting slightly popped out on the puffed edges of his cheeks, shone with the same simple ecstasy. The siren song, now tapering off, was coming from within his body. I walked over to the bed, each step a renewed autonomous effort, as the sound grew more and more muted. In a bundle of sheets soaked through with blood, there was a pile of clothing, a small pair of glasses, and a golden locket. I knew the photo that laid within. I'd taken it of Steffi, Alicia, and Alex at a family picnic just 5 months prior to Alicia's death. I fell to my knees, landing against the edge of the bed and dragging the sheets with me, and gently touched the locket as my skin came in contact with the cool metal. A shockwave rocked the entire house, and the song picked up again, bouncing off the walls, and again, the confines of my aching skull. I cried out, joining the swell, and watched as the blood coating the surfaces of the room leapt up from both cloth and skin alike, twirling through the air in a liquid aberration, and passed through the ceiling into the waiting night sky. Bree, don't delete this. I know you hate me, but we were best friends once, and I need you to read this. I think I'm in serious trouble, and there's nothing you can do, but I need you to read this so you understand. I know we haven't talked since sectionals. It's been forever, but what happened to you wasn't my fault. At least, it wasn't entirely my fault. I know everyone thinks it was, but I would never do anything to hurt you. This is going to sound crazy, but I need to tell you this, so that someone knows. It started when we were in 8th grade. It was the last night before the Crystal Classic competition. I was at home. I couldn't sleep because I was so nervous about competing. Well, I got on the computer and just sort of surfing the web and stuff, but I couldn't concentrate on anything. I was just sitting there. So I Googled myself. I never should have done that, Brie, but at first, it was just the usual stuff you find when you Google yourself. Then I found a link to a Wikipedia page about me. I thought our club or my dad made it or something. And there wasn't much there, just some basic facts about skating, what city I lived in. But the thing that got me was that it said I won that year's Crystal Classic. I laughed. I thought for sure someone did that to encourage me. I confronted my dad about it, but he denied it. When I won the competition the next day, I was so happy. That was the first competition I won, and I felt so good. Remember how hard I worked after that? Then my parents hired Sergey to coach me. You know how much that must have cost. After that, I would check my page before every competition, and it would always tell the result of how I placed. It said I would win in the regionals at 15, and it all became true. After that, Sergey convinced my mom and dad that I had a real shot at the Olympics. And that's when they pulled me from school. I skated every day, but it wasn't progressing the way Sergey said I needed to if I wanted a shot at the championship. I was working so hard, and I was skating well, but still Sergey said it wasn't good enough. When the sectionals came, all I could think about was winning, so I did something I shouldn't have. Everyone was saying that you were the favorite, and I felt like I had already lost the competition. So I made a Wikipedia account and tried to update my page so that it said I was the winner. The thing is, after I tried to update the page, I checked it and all it said was, Enora Petrova is a selfish little bitch who is going to get what she deserves. I broke down. That's why I looked so awful the next day. I was in a daze. I remember watching your routine and seeing your blade snap, and the next thing I know, I was on the ground and my face was covered in blood from where the tip flew off and sliced my forehead. And then they told me it was my fault because I had your skates in my possession earlier. Brie, I honestly didn't do anything to your skates. I wanted to win, but I wouldn't do anything to hurt you. When they told me I was banned from any further competitions, everyone said I got what I deserved. Nobody even asked me for my side of the story. I guess you heard that Sergey dropped me after that. He said I ruined him. No one would talk to me. Do you know what it's like to be ostracized by everyone? I couldn't even get ice time. And then the page got worse. Every time I checked it, it would say all these horrible things about me. I couldn't even tell you half of them. The language was so vile. I'd cry every time I read it. But I couldn't stop checking it. I knew I had to do something, so I made a complaint to Wikipedia. I even tried calling them, but no one there claimed to know anything about the page. I was home alone that Friday, and I decided to check to see if it had been taken down. The page was still there, only this time it said, Enora Petrova is a pathetic little orphan. I freaked. I kept calling my parents to warn them, but every time I'd call, all I would hear was this horrible laughter on the other end. I must have called them 100 times until I couldn't take the sound of the laughing anymore. After the incident, the police gave me their phones, and there wasn't any record of my calls that night. I was so devastated. Before that, I was so busy training all day and doing homeschool, I never realized just how alone I'd been that whole time. I know you tried to reach out, but I was so depressed and angry, I just shut everything out. Once I turned 18 and got the settlement money from the court, I came to Switzerland. I got to reinvent myself. My skating really took off. It hasn't been a year, and I feel like everything that happened was so long ago. That's why I shouldn't have done it, Brie. I'm writing you now from an old hotel outside of Prague. I'm auditioning for the ice circus tomorrow. I know it's the kind of thing we used to make fun of, but I really want this.
I was feeling really nervous, and out of an old habit, I checked my page. It's so hard to say this, but when I checked the page to see if I'd get the job tomorrow, all it said was Anora Petrova died friendless and alone, and it has today's date listed as the date of my death. I'm sobbing so hard I can barely type this, but I want you to know the truth. Please, believe me, Bree. I attached a screenshot of the page so you'll believe me. It's all there, just as I told you. I don't know what to do. I don't know anyone here, and no one speaks English. I keep refreshing the page. God, it's been forever. I keep refreshing it, but it still hasn't changed. I'm waiting for midnight. I don't know what to do, so I locked myself in my room. There's only a few minutes to midnight now. All I can do is refresh the page. I'm exhausted, but I can't stop. I'm afraid to leave the computer until I know what happens next.
I used to look out of the rusted iron bars of my window and dream about being a bird. The chain that shackled me to my bed was just long enough to reach the windowsill, and so every night after my father would visit my room, I would lie awake and wait for the first rays of light to creep over the horizon, then walk over to my window and listen to the morning's first few notes of birdsong. Their melodies were so beautiful, I knew that they must have been singing about places far away and wonderful, about sailing on the wind through the endless blue skies and looking down at the treetops that dotted the land below. Then one morning, as I lay in bed, something impossible happened. I'd fallen asleep the night before and would have missed my morning birdsong but for the tapping on my window. I rubbed the sleep out of my eyes and sat up to see a crow sitting outside on the sill, tapping my window with its beak. I crept over to the window and smiled at the bird. "Hello, Mr. Crow," I said. "Hello, little girl," said the crow. I stood there dumbfounded for a moment, not knowing what to say. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, I forced myself to speak. "You know how to talk?" I said. "All birds know how to talk," he replied. "It's just that not all humans know how to listen." I pushed my window open a crack until it hit against the bars. The bird cocked its head curiously. "Why are you in a cage?" it asked. "I think it's my destiny," I said. "It's always been this way." "You look rather thin," replied the crow. "Would you like something to eat?" My stomach gave a weak growl. "Yes," I said. "That'd be wonderful." Without another word, the crow took flight. A few minutes later, he returned with a small branch of figs. The crow watched me as I greedily devoured the fruit. After I had finished, he stared at me for a moment before speaking again. "I didn't know they put people in cages," he said. "Do you think they mistook you for a bird?" "I don't think so, Mr. Crow," I said. We whirled away the rest of the day talking. The crow told me about what it was like to fly, how there was no better feeling in the world. He told me about the faraway lands he had visited when he was a young bird, and he could still make the journey north with the changing of the seasons. Finally, evening came, and the crow said that he had to go. The next morning he was back, however, with 2 more branches of figs. I thanked him for his generosity, and we talked another day away. That day he even sang me a song. He didn't have a voice for singing, but I thought his song was beautiful anyway. We passed the entire fall that way, and the bird's visits became the only bright spot in my life. He brought me not only figs, but cherries and walnuts too, anything small enough for him to carry. Soon, however, winter came, and with it, the frost that destroyed the figs and cherries that the crow had used to bring me. His gifts became fewer and fewer, and I could tell from his tired voice that he was flying farther and farther away to get them. One morning, when the first snow of winter had fallen, the crow asked me a question. "What would you do to leave this place?" he asked, cocking his head to the side. I thought for a moment, but I wasn't sure how to answer. Finally, I told the truth. "I would do anything to leave this place," I said. "Anything at all." The crow solemnly nodded and said, "The frost isn't the only thing that winter brings." He flapped his wings once and jumped from the windowsill, and I didn't see him for 3 days. I began to fall into a deep depression. Every morning I would still listen to the bird song, but it sounded forlorn and empty without my friend there to listen with me. The morning after the 3rd day, my crow friend returned. It was a beautiful day that day. The sun had come out from behind the clouds to melt the snow, one of the last green days before winter came in earnest. As the shadow passed over the valley in which we lived, I first mistook it for a storm cloud, but then I heard the sound. It was loud enough to crack the sky, but it wasn't thunder. It was birds. Thousands upon thousands of them descended on our home, a whirling storm of beating wings and shrieking claws. They crashed into the walls and windows, pecking at them with wild ferocity. The house shook under their assault, and their calls were so loud that I didn't even hear the windows breaking. They were not so loud, however, that I couldn't hear my father screaming. It was all over in a matter of minutes, and the key to the shackles slipped under the door. I rushed over and picked it up with trembling hands, slipping it into the metal cuff around my ankle and turning it. The cuff came loose with a heavy clink, and for the first time, I was free. The key to the door slipped under the jamb as well. I opened the door to the rest of the house. The place had been all but destroyed. There were splintered wood and broken glass everywhere, and in the center of the living room was what remained of my father, a pile of blood-stained feathers. The birds had flown off, but Mr. Crow sat on the living room sofa, regarding me with a curious look. "Now you can fly free, little girl," he said. "No more cages for you." "Thank you, Mr. Crow," I said. "Will you come with me?" Mr. Crow shook his head. "I am an old bird," he said, "and my journey is coming to a close, but yours is just beginning." Mr. Crow flapped his wings and took flight, and I never saw him again. As I stepped out of the front door, my bare feet touched the grass for the very first time, and I could smell the flowers and the breeze as it drifted over me. At that moment, though my feet were firmly on the ground, my heart was soaring through an endless blue sky, far above the world that I had left behind. I still wake up every morning to hear the birds sing, and when the first few notes break the silence of the early dawn, I think of Mr. Crow and smile. And so the rain continues to fall. Early in the morning of October 22nd, 2006, it began to rain in the town of Kings Point, New York. A little drizzle, nothing unusual, merely an annoyance. It wasn't even heavy enough to merit umbrellas. The people went about their regular routines. The rain continued to fall. By the afternoon, it was still raining. A little more than sprinkling, but not quite a full-fledged rainstorm. Umbrellas went up, people cursed their wet clothes in the sky, life went on, and the rain continued to fall. As everyone in Kings Point was winding down and going to sleep,
The rain was still falling, quicker now, larger drops, but still nothing concerning. Some people might have even considered the rain pleasant. An ever-present rhythmic plit, 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 plit. No thunder, no lightning, just rain. The next day the sun didn't rise. The sky was gray and dull. The rain was falling in its rhythmic pattern. Plit, 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 plit. Local meteorologists made wild predictions about when the rain ought to clear up. Some said within a day, some within a week, a few even said within the hour. Undaunted, the rain continued to fall. Nobody seemed to notice it had grown heavier in the night. Under their umbrellas, everyone in Kings Point went about their business. The gray, oppressive sky above, the hard gray asphalt below, the people mucking about between. Of course, 2 days of rain wasn't anything to get worried about. It's normal for this time of year. We could use the rain. The grass has been pretty dry. I'm sure it'll be gone soon, the people said to one another, optimistic of what they thought would come. Nobody paid the rain much mind. The rain continued to fall. A day later, nothing changed. A week later, nothing changed. The rain kept falling, ignorant of the meteorologist's predictions that it ought to have moved south by now. The clouds never moved, never dissipated. Kings Point was isolated by a blanket of gray clouds, a personal little crown of gloom. The people went about their lives, annoyed and aggravated that the rain still had yet to go away. Nothing flew above the city. Not a bird, not a plane, nothing. But if something had, it would have watched the intricate dance of umbrellas scurrying to and fro, keeping their masters dry. The rain had grown stronger yet. What started as a light drizzle had become a veritable storm now, and it showed no sign of stopping. Yet nobody quite knew when the rain got stronger. It simply happened. For the people of Kings Point, it was a fact of life. Grass grows, birds fly, the rain slowly gets stronger over time. They still didn't mind much, though. The clouds, gray and depressing as they might have been, brought no thunder. The wind, when it came, was cold and clear. The children went about their Halloween festivals under umbrellas. Parents saw no reason to cancel a holiday on account of a little rain, and umbrellas had become so ubiquitous in town, everyone was expected to have one anyway. The rain claimed its first victim that night. A boy, Thomas Shelley, slipped and fell into the local river. Little Thomas wasn't a very strong swimmer, and he was encumbered by his costume. He drowned on a Halloween night, still wrapped in his little ghost sheet. His body was never found. The authorities expected he drifted downriver, and he would show up later. He didn't. The tragedy of Thomas Shelley rocked the small town. The people began to treat the rain as a menace, a threat to their children. The rain, however, remained as impassive as ever. It continued to fall. Hard, but familiar. The next day, Kings Point closed schools. Nobody wanted another Thomas Shelley incident, and everyone figured it was better safe than sorry in the circumstances. Children stayed at home, playing their games and reading their books, safe from the rain. Adults went about their lives on edge, but undeterred. The day after that, a strange thing happened. The gray clouds seemed to fall into the town below. Well, not as much fall as vaguely saunter downwards. When people woke up and left for work, the clouds were in the sky where they'd been. As everyone left work, they found the town enveloped in a cold, gray fog. Grasping, clutching fingers of fog tore at eyes and noses, freezing people to their core, blinding their eyes. The mist oppressed, controlled, condemned.
In a span of 2 hours, the mist claimed 5 lives, 4 from traffic accidents, which left even more injured, but alive, and one who couldn't see where she was going and ended up walking right into the river. Her name was Mary Lee, just like poor Thomas Shelley. She drowned that night. Her body, like Thomas's, was never found. The rain continued to fall amidst this fresh hell, cold and strong as ever. Had the people been able to see past the mist, they would have seen the sky, black as death above them. Instead, all they saw was the endless gray around them. The first warning was missed, lost to the fog. The next morning, people still went into their offices and life continued. Despite the tragedies of the night before, everyone was careful and quiet, hoping to avoid similar grisly fates. The meteorologists tried to alleviate the growing concern of the townfolk, but all hope was fading fast. The rain showed no sign of stopping. A few tried to leave town, afraid of what might happen if they stayed. They feared the rain as much as they would fear a man who had killed 6 people, for after all, that's what the rain had done. 5 cars left town, to family or friends or anyone who would take them in. The first car was found an hour later, in the river. Just like Mary and Thomas, everyone inside had drowned. Their bodies were pulled out of the wreckage, dredged to the bank. 3 victims, Mr. and Mrs. Abernathy, and their daughter Lizzie. The second and third cars were found 3 hours later, having collided with one another head-on. The crash had killed all passengers on impact. 7 mangled bodies were pulled from the hellish scene. Authorities were baffled. Did one of the cars turn around? They must have, because it was a head-on collision, but why? The dead offered no answers. Authorities told everyone to remain calm and inside until the storm had passed, but people had long since abandoned calm. The rain now held an impressive list of victims. 16 people had already lost their lives. The 4th car was never found. Everyone assumed the passengers had died, though some foolishly hoped they had made it out of Kings Point alive. Regardless, the rain continued to fall. The morning after the attempted escape, the 5th car turned up. Mr. H.S. Allen was found, asleep behind the wheel, but very much alive, in the middle of town. The police took him away for questioning, and life continued. The people went about their business, quickly and quietly, venturing outside only when it was immediately necessary. The rain by now had grown to be a great roaring deluge, a flood of biblical proportions. The townfolk had never feared anything quite as much as they feared the rain. It showed no sign of stopping. The mist laid thick and heavy over the town. The blood of Kings Point was freezing and dying. They appeared the next day. Nobody saw them at first because nobody went outside, but they were there regardless. In the rain, slick black figures with long, stringy hair wandered from place to place. Nobody knew what they were. Nobody dared ask. They roamed the town, and the townfolk stayed inside. The rain continued to fall, but it didn't bother them. In fact, they seemed to enjoy it. Perhaps they even caused it. Though nobody dared to ask them. They never said anything about it. People watched in horror as they stalked up and down the town, though they didn't seem dangerous at all. H.S. Allen woke in the middle of the day. The police asked the young man about his trip, about his return, about them. Allen said nothing. No matter what the police did to coerce an answer out of him, Allen would simply smile and shake his head. The police were baffled. The rain continued to fall. They continued to roam. All signs of life gone. The first encounter with them occurred on November 5th, 2006. A policeman,
Walter Sampson saw one of them in a station window, and thinking it was in danger, ran outside to let it in. What followed was a scream, a gunshot, a sound unlike anything ever heard on this earth, and then silence. The rain continued to fall. The policeman stumbled back into the station, paralyzed with fear, his ears ringing. One of them had died. The rest of them were not pleased. Sampson immediately called his encounter with them to his superiors. Of course, nobody believed him at first. It was hard to believe stories about a thin, gaunt creature with long, stringy black hair, a completely smooth face except for a sucking mouth that unfolded rather than opening. As difficult as it was to believe, it was close to the truth. The higher-ups sent a team in to investigate them, but they never made it to Kings Point. Rather, Kings Point suffered a critical existence failure when they arrived. What they found was a large lake where the town ought to have been. Experts were baffled. It seemed utterly impossible for a town to simply disappear without serious fanfare, but it happened all the same. There was one survivor of the disappearance of Kings Point. H.S. Allen was found, cold and damp, but very much alive, adrift in the center of the lake. The authorities dragged the poor, freezing Allen out of the water, sick with hypothermia, but still clinging to life. It took him months to recover, but recover he did. The following is a transcript of an interview between Dr. Edgar Morse and Howard Stephen Allen, taken on December 18th, 2006.
Mr. Allen, could you kindly tell me what happened the night of November 5th, 2006?
Drowned.
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite catch that.
Drowned. They drowned. They drowned us.
Who drowned who?
They. Them. They drowned us. They drowned us. Now we're like them. Only we'll never be like them. Because they don't want us to be. They came. The sorrows came. And they swallowed the world. The blood of the king was frozen and dead.
I'm sorry. I don't follow.
Don't you see? Don't you see? They brought it. They drowned us with it. They drowned us with it because we hurt them.
What's it? Who's they?
They drowned the world because we hurt them. We hurt one of them. And so they took their revenge. The deluge washed away the sinful son of Sam because they knew the son was dead, and the king of the blood ran ice in his veins, and they came, and they...
Mr. Allen, please. Do you know where the rest of the town is?
With them. Drowned. Like them. They took them all away.
Why are you still here?
They told me to deliver a message. As I traveled the Mobius loop that surrounded the Point of Kings, they gave me the message which I must deliver.
Which would be?
The rain continues to fall. The rain continues to fall. The rain continues to fall. The rain continues. To this day, the fate of Kings Point is unknown. Allen was put into a mental institution outside of Albany, where he's doing quite well. Except when it rains. He suffers terrible breakdowns during the rain, though he's quite lucid in all his other day-to-day activities. The town of Bakersfield, just a few miles south of the asylum, recently called the Cornell Meteorology Labs in Ithaca to report an aberrant weather pattern. The residents were concerned because a light drizzle started a week ago and has yet to cease or move on. The meteorologists have assured the locals everything is normal, but they can't help but shake the feeling that something is deeply wrong. And so, the rain continues to fall. There were many stories my family used to talk about which happened in my grandparents' house. Here are a few of them. Some background about this property. This place is very old, around 200 years old. The house first started as a small cottage located within a farm in the middle of nowhere in a small village. By the middle of nowhere, I mean that they had a water well because that was their only means of water. The most distinctive thing I remember about this place was the water well. One of the stories my family would tell is that a long time ago a little girl was playing around this water well when her ball fell down the well. In her efforts of reaching for it, the little girl ended up falling in and died. Before my grandparents owned this property, the previous owner used to keep his guns on the top corner of the door. One day, he brought his guns down to clean them when one of them went off and he shot himself. He died there. My grandparents took over the property a little bit after. Before my grandparents got together, they used to be married to other people. My grandma had about 5 children with her previous husband, and my grandpa had about 7 children with his previous wife. Both of my grandparents' spouses ended up passing away, leaving them alone to look after their families by themselves. Eventually, they met and decided to remarry. My grandparents had another 5 children together. My mom was part of this group of kids. When my grandparents took over the property, they remodeled and built more rooms around the cottage to accommodate their big family. At some point, my great-aunt moved in with them. My mom remembers her aunt wasn't all mentally there and was very mean to people. At this time, the cottage had been rebuilt to a big house, which they added a second floor to. My great-aunt lived in the second floor. One day, my great-aunt fell down the stairs and died. I had the fortune to grow up in that house, and it was a very spooky place. There were stories about a white and black shadow people used to see. In Spanish, they call these shadows bultos. One day, when my mom and her sister were young and dating, my aunt's boyfriend, now my uncle, claimed he saw a bulto. He said he was waiting for her in the living room when he saw my aunt come out of the kitchen. They both sat in the living room and started a conversation with her. He said my aunt wasn't verbally responding to his questions. She would just nod her head. He was a bit concerned about her. He thought maybe she wasn't feeling well, so he decided to say goodbye and leave. This house only has one main door, and that's the only way people can enter or exit. As he was walking out of the door, he sees my aunt outside of the house with her sister. My aunt's boyfriend was so confused because he'd just left my aunt in the living room, and there was no way she could now be outside the house. My aunt explained to him that she was outside waiting for him, and that she hadn't been inside the house for a while. My aunt's boyfriend was pale, as if he'd just seen a ghost. My family believes that he had witnessed this bulto shapeshift into my aunt. My mom and her sister didn't like to be in the house alone. They claimed that different people would witness these bultos, especially at night. One day, when I was around 6 years old, I was sleeping in the room where the water well used to be located. At that time, the water well had been remodeled and a metal green door had been placed over it to cover the opening. This door had so many locks, as if they tried to keep something in there from escaping. I remember I woke up frightened. I quickly sat up with my heart pounding. My legs were hurting so bad, and I felt one of the most excruciating pains ever. Somehow, I was pulled by my legs while I was sleeping. I woke up almost falling off of the bed. I quickly moved back towards where my pillow was, and I remember lying in bed, unable to go back to sleep. I was so confused and in so much pain. A couple of weeks later, my baby cousin was sleeping in that room. My older cousin and I were playing outside that room when we heard my baby cousin crying hysterically out of nowhere. My older cousin ran into the room to check up on her little brother, but as soon as she stepped inside the room, she started to scream uncontrollably. My aunt rushed to see what was the problem. My older cousin kept yelling, "El bulto, el bulto." When my aunt was able to finally calm her down, she said that she saw a black figure hovering over her little brother. My cousin used to say that she believed one of the shadow figures used to live inside the water well. We used to place our ears over the green locked door and we would hear voices. We couldn't exactly tell what they were saying since it sounded like whispers. Another time we were sleeping in a different room with my grandma. My grandma woke up because she heard noises coming from a corner of the room. When she went to check, she noticed that her old school sewing machine was spinning on its own. The only way to operate the sewing machine was with a foot pedal. The only person close by was me at the time, and I was sleeping. There's no way I could reach it. This actually happened a couple of times, and during those times, I was the only one lying in bed next to that sewing machine. The foot pedal was located on the floor next to my bed. There would have had to have been something under or near the bed to be able to reach and operate the sewing machine. This house was a creepy old place where no one liked being alone, and it felt like it was definitely haunted. I've always wondered if the spirits of the people who passed away in the property were the Boltos, known as the Shadow People, or if it was something else. Whatever it was able to shapeshift and physically move things. Eventually, my grandparents passed away in this house as well. The small village where the house is located is notorious for ghost hauntings. This village is close by where La Llorona had been spotted. My dad had a personal encounter with this spirit. This village is also known to have a headless horseman roaming the streets at night. My mom also had a personal encounter with that spirit, but those are stories for another time. We're currently moving, so everyone is super stressed. I've also been home a lot since my mom is working. And 2 days ago, I had 2 encounters in one day. I walked past my little brother's room and saw a shadow figure sitting on his bed. I didn't freak out and just moved along, not realizing what I saw until I sat at my computer. Later that day, I also saw someone in our small wardrobe room. The door was ajar and the person was standing in the opening. From the height of this person, I'd say it was probably a woman. I also asked my mom about this, and she says that she's seen the same thing. Someone sitting in my brother's bed. I've also heard weird noises and someone banging on my window at night. I've lived here for about 5 years, and I've never experienced this much stuff at once before. I have a theory that the thing can sense that we're very, very stressed and moving, and that is why it's showing itself more than usual. I'm not afraid of this thing, and I will continue to not give it my attention. However, I was skeptical of my mom saying that our house was haunted before, but now I believe her. Date and time: Christmas night 2007, approximately 8:30 p.m. Place: rural back road in upstate New York. The day was pleasant and festive. Opening presents early in the morning with my sisters, hearty breakfast made by my dad, delicious smells from the kitchen as mom and dad prepared a feast, visits from extended family bringing pies and cakes for dessert. Around 2, we all sat down to eat and then lazed about for the rest of the afternoon into the evening. At about 8, after everyone had left and the food was all put away for round 2 the following day, I decided to head over to visit my friend in the next village. The drive was about 10 minutes if I took the back roads to get there, so I did. First, a little on where my friend lived. It was a housing development, surrounded by a private lake. You might call it a gated community. You could still drive through it freely after hours by entering one of 4 private entry points. Since the community was built around a lake, the road surrounding it went in a spiral sort of shape. The houses were sparsely positioned in the outermost part of the spiral road, closest to the 4 private entry points. As you drive in further, there are a lot more houses positioned closer together near the lake. My friend lived on the other edge of this development, so once I reached the entry point, it would only take me another few minutes until I reached his house. His house, along with all the others, were far enough apart that you couldn't see them from the road as you drove by. There were either woods all around with long drives or open fields with long drives. You could see porch lights on in the distance, but that was about it. As I entered into the development, the speed limit dropped from 30 miles per hour down to 20. There were no street lights in the development, and for some reason, I never put my high beams on. And I couldn't go any faster than the speed limit because there were speed bumps in place every 30 feet or so. It was a mild night. I remember having my driver's side window open slightly, taking in some fresh air. I remember driving in silence, which is unusual for me. I normally listen to music when driving. I must have been enjoying the quietness after the commotion of the day. I reached a section of road that had barren fields on either side and woods set back. Houses were probably nestled back into the trees. As I drove, I noticed what looked like someone walking up ahead on the opposite side of the road, coming in my direction. Mind you, I was still going about 20 miles per hour the whole time, so it was probably less than a minute by the time the walker came into view. I got a quick scan of it from my windshield before my car and it were exactly parallel, and this is what I saw. It wasn't a person. It stood on two long legs with long arms hanging down from its shoulders. It was strong-looking, lean, muscular, but not beefy in stature. It looked thin at the same time. It stood at least 7 feet tall. It was light-colored, not sure whether it was white, tan, yellow, or grayish. It didn't appear to have fur, but there was some texture to the skin. It wasn't smooth. There appeared to be something coming down off its back. I don't know what it was. All I can recall about its face is the small features it had, but the mouth and the jaw were notably large. It had pointed things atop its head, two things going straight upward, with something mingled between the two things. That's what I got from a quick scan and my observation of it as it neared my car and my car neared it. As my car became parallel with it for a split second, I went from looking at my windshield to looking at it from the driver's side window. In that moment, its face quickly peered down at me. All I remember was the mouth opened wide. Out came a remarkable scream that I'll never forget. It gives me chills just thinking about it. It consisted of a high-pitched shriek, enveloped by a deep guttural growl, both sounds happening simultaneously in that scream. I kept on driving for a while, and this was all happening so fast that I didn't even have a chance to be scared or shocked or anything. I continued driving and went past my friend's house and drove home. I called him to tell him what happened and that I just needed to get back. I was probably running on adrenaline to get back home. Later on, I was in total shock after it sunk in. Had my driver's side window been opened fully, it might have touched me or worse. I'm certain of it. To this day, I still haven't worked out what this was. A few weeks ago, my sister and I went to Disney World. After riding It's a Small World 3 times, she loves it, and waiting 2 hours in line for the Seven Dwarfs Mine Train, we head up the Haunted Mansion. Since it was 10 minutes till close, it was only us and some teenage couple on the ride. They're probably making out back there, Megan complained. I can hear them. Ugh. Did you see their matching skull tattoos? Oh, so edgy. The doom buggy rolled into the hall of doors. The knockers twitched. The doors creaked and buckled, as if holding something within. And then, the doom buggy stopped. We are experiencing technical difficulties, the automated voice said through the speakers. This is the most boring part of the ride. I know, I said, crossing my arms over my chest. Such chintzy special effects, too. I mean, doors and knocking sounds, wow. They really broke the budget. Blair! I turned. That door, she said excitedly, pointing behind us. It's open! I leaned out of the doom buggy. In the darkness behind us, one of the doors was hanging open, spilling green light into the hallway. Okay, well, that's cool. Is that new? Must be. Too bad we already passed it, I said, turning back around. They probably have some really cool animatronic in there or something. The ride jolted forward. We rolled into the seance room. Madame Leotis's face glowed from the crystal ball, looking out at all of us. Blair? Megan said, her voice quivering. I followed her gaze. She was looking across the crystal ball at the other doom buggies. In the ghastly white light, I could see them, and they were all empty. The teenagers, I said, my voice hoarse. They're gone. Before I could take a second look, we swung out of the seance room. The buggy climbed through the darkness, up into the hallway overlooking the ballroom. Are you sure they were sitting behind us? Megan whispered. Weren't they sitting in front of us?
Or maybe they got out of the buggy. Why would they do that? To have sex? Ew, that's... We jolted to a stop.
We are experiencing technical difficulties.
The same automated voice rang through the speakers. At least we got a good view this time, I said, watching the ghosts twirl and dance below. Megan jumped. What was that? She said, her voice quivering. It was probably just their machinery, I said. But I was scared too. I took a deep breath and tried to focus on the ballroom below. It was really the best scene in the ride. 6 couples waltzed to a creepy tune played by an organist. My heart stopped. There weren't 6. There were 7. When I saw it, one of the couples was twirling slightly offbeat, sticking out from the rest, and on each one's arms was a skull tattoo. It's them, the ghosts, Megan started. They aren't ghosts, I said, the terror of realization kicking in. You know how this is done, right? The Pepper's ghost illustration, the ghosts are reflections in the glass of animatronics in a hidden room. This is not the time for Disney trivia, Blair. We're not seeing ghosts, I said. We're seeing reflections of them or... My voice caught in my throat. Or their bodies. The sound echoed off the dark walls, louder this time. Megan grabbed my arm. I peered out of the side of the doom buggy. All I could see was the hallway and the train of the empty buggies snaking back into the darkness. And then the buggy lurched forward. We rolled through the attic, then into the graveyard. Fake stairs dotted the purple sky. Beyond the iron gates, a haunting melody wafted towards us. Animatronics of ghosts, glowing eerie greens and purples from the blacklights, twitched and lurched among the tombstones. The doom buggy rolled past the iron gates, and then it halted to a stop. We have to get out of here, I said, standing up. What? Are you insane? We can't just wait for it to get us, I yelled. I looped one leg over the safety bar.
Please remain in the doom buggy at all times.
The speaker boomed. Megan looked at me with wide eyes. We have to go, Megan. Come on. It was louder now, from the edge of the graveyard. She nodded and leapt out of the buggy. We ran as fast as we could, carefully winding between the tombstones, past the band of ghosts playing music, past the 2 ghosts on the seesaw, past a ghostly tea party. Blair! What? Why'd they stop? I looked up. The band of ghosts had suddenly stopped trumpeting, drumming. The seesaw had stopped teetering. The tea party ghosts had set down their cups. They were all still, and every eye was on us. Run! I screamed. It was all a blur of purple and blue, eerie glows and still eyes. We ran as fast as we could as the clunks got louder and louder. We didn't stop until we were out of the ride, huffing and puffing in the damp Florida air. I grabbed the nearest cast member I could find. There's something wrong, I huffed. Something wrong with the ride. We were just on it and... She looked back at me. Sweetie, don't worry, everything's fine. What did you say it was? The Haunted Mansion. That's impossible, she replied, in the same sickeningly sweet tone of voice. What? Well, we had to close it down early because of a malfunction, she said. You mean, nobody's been allowed on the ride since 9 o'clock. Dear parents, first off, I want to thank you for taking the time to read my letter. I know as full-time workers, your schedule is undoubtedly always full. And the reason I'm writing you is because I want to tell you the reason for why I've done all of this. My son, Lucas. Lucas was a bright, energetic little boy who was having his 5th birthday party just this last March. My wife and I set up his party to be based entirely on his favorite hit TV kids show. He constantly carried around an action figure everywhere he goes and sang every single jingle that the show had come up with. We bought him a cake, and sent out invitations to the party as early as possible because we wanted it to be the most extravagant birthday bash that he has ever had. Lucas never got a chance to celebrate his birthday. On February 23rd, his life changed forever, and I picked him up from kindergarten class around 3:15 in the afternoon like I always do. After getting him strapped into his booster seat and turning on the radio, I reached into his bag and checked his weekly progress report. We had made an agreement that if he received gold stars at least 3 times in a week, that I would reward him with ice cream, and like any other little kid, he tried his hardest to achieve it. So, we took an alternative route for our favorite Baskin-Robbins. All the while, Lucas was excitedly singing a Bruno Mars song word for word as it played. I like to think that the last thing he remembered is that song, but I can't say for sure. I tried to merge with oncoming traffic to cross and reach the ice cream shop when we were struck by a car in the driver's side. When I regained my senses, I was listening to the sound of a heart monitor in the back of an ambulance. I could tell that I had broken my collarbone and several smaller bones in my leg. My arm was being wrapped up carefully to prevent further breaks, and blood covered my lower torso. My first thought went immediately to Lucas, and the paramedics quickly reassured me that he was in another ambulance being taken to the same hospital as me. I probably had 1,000 other questions in my mind, but none of them really seemed to matter as they finished setting up my IV in the shaking ambulance. When I got to the ER, I quickly discovered that Lucas's injuries were far more severe than mine. The collision had been directly against his side of the vehicle, and if it had not been for the padding on his car seat, he would have died immediately upon impact. As soon as the doctors brought him in, they put him on life support and rushed him to the pediatric intensive care unit. For the next 6 hours, I waited as a team of professional surgeons worked tirelessly to extract over 30 shards of glass and metal from my son's abdomen and lungs. Later that evening, they told me that Lucas would need to be on life support for quite some time, that he would likely need to have a new kidney due to all the scarring on the organ. It was also highly likely that he would not be able to walk properly without support again. A few family friends of ours suggested creating a GoFundMe webpage to help get Lucas the funds he needed for all of his medical procedures, and the state did everything in their power to search for a match in the organ donor database. On March 5th, around 11:15, the doctors told us that Lucas probably wouldn't last through the night. I went into the room and climbed into bed with him, stroking his long brown hair as I watched my baby struggle to breathe. I knew that even though he was in a medically induced coma to help with the pain, he could still hear my voice, so I read him 2 of his favorite Dr. Seuss books. Just as I finished Green Eggs and Ham, I saw his heart monitor flatline. At exactly 1:08 p.m. that day, our son was pronounced dead. It was 4 days before his birthday party. A lot of people told us to search for God, that he could help us through this hard time, but it seems only a waste of time. If God wanted to help us, why would he have taken Lucas in the first place? My wife and I had difficulty talking to each other as well. We tried all sorts of routes, from therapy to counseling, but ultimately it seemed that Lucas was what had kept us together for so long, and with him gone, the gap only grew. We divorced last month. She told me she couldn't move on, but I've seen her with a new man. I've seen the way she smiles at him. It has made me think about Lucas a lot lately, and how much I miss him. You only get one chance to have a kid as perfect as Lucas, and I definitely squandered mine. When I saw your child sitting alone in the front yard playing with his toys, it made me think of Lucas right away. The way he zipped around the yard and spun and leapt. It made me smile more than I have smiled in a long time. I want you to know that no harm will come to your child, because as any good parent will tell you, children are a gift from God. It seems clear that any parent who would simply ignore their child while they were outside is not fit for the role yet. Much as the same way I wasn't when Lucas came into this world. There won't be any reason for you to come searching for them. By the time you read this note, we'll both be long gone. But again, I just want to reassure you that everything will be fine.
I don't know your child's favorite ice cream or song, but I'm sure we will make time to get to know each other very soon. Thank you again for allowing me to have this opportunity to meet your child. I couldn't have done it without your help. Maybe they can't be like my Lucas was, but I will love them just the same. I hope you enjoyed this story and the music that I composed for it. If you did, make sure to like the video and leave a comment letting me know what you'd like to see in future videos. And if you didn't, let me know what you think I can do to improve my narrations or videos. And make sure to look in the description for the author information so you can see more of their work if you'd like. With that said, have a good night.
For obvious reasons, I can't give too many specifics, and I've changed some minor details so patients can't be identified. But I need to get some of this off my chest. Medical school doesn't prepare you for the things you'll see in real life. Case 1. Miranda was a 5-year, 4-month-old Caucasian female with no prior psychiatric history. I was working hospital consults at the time. She was admitted to the pediatrics floor earlier in the week for seizure-like activity, and I was consulted by her primary team for evaluation of odd behavior. You never know what you'll be walking into with a vague consult like that, and usually I'll try to get more details, but the resident requesting the consult at the time had a tone in his voice of restrained terror and urgency, so I decided to just come see for myself. Miranda was small for her age, thin and waif-like, with pale milky white skin and long dark hair. When I entered the room, she was lying in bed watching cartoons, a blank expression on her face. Mom was in the corner in a chair, knees pulled up to her chest, a vacant stare on her face. When she noticed me, she jumped up and swiftly walked over. "Please, don't make any loud sounds, doctor. She doesn't like that," she said in a small voice. I introduced myself and started to take a history. Miranda had reportedly been a normal, chatty little girl until 2 weeks ago, after she came home from visiting her father in another state. Mom noticed right away that she was acting differently. She was quiet, talked very little, and never smiled. When she called the father to ask if anything happened, he said nothing out of the normal. The night before hospital admission, Mom said she walked into the kitchen to get a glass of water around 2 a.m., flipped on the light, and Miranda was standing there, facing the refrigerator. Mom screamed because she wasn't expecting to see anyone there, and Miranda turned her head sharply toward her and said in a deep voice, "Be quiet." She then went back to staring at the fridge. Mom was speechless. After a moment, she walked up to Miranda and gently guided her back to her room. She thought maybe she was sleepwalking. I've never heard that voice come from her before. It didn't sound anything like my daughter. It was deep, almost like a grown man trying to sound like a little girl. The next night, Mom couldn't sleep. She kept hearing the voice echoing in her room. She decided to get up and check to see if Miranda was in bed. Her door was open. By the sliver of light from the hall, she could see a body on the floor. Alarmed, she flipped on the light and shrieked, and she saw Miranda on the floor, her back completely arched, her face upside down, contorted and frozen as if she were caught mid-scream. Though she was silent, then the voice came again, deep and masculine. "Be quiet, you whore." Mom was fearful and shaking as she recounted the story. She had no idea where Miranda could have heard that language. She had never said anything like it before. She was usually a polite and happy child. Mom had gathered her up and taken her directly to the emergency room after this incident. They admitted her for long-term EEG monitoring to assess for seizures. But so far, everything was normal. If you've never experienced EEG monitoring, it's basically where they attach a bunch of electrodes to your head, monitor you on 24-hour video feed, and try to capture a seizure. Apparently, this process had not been going well. The resident showed me a few clips from the week. Usually happened around 2 or 3 a.m. Miranda would get up from bed, lie on the floor and arch her back. The nurse would come in and try to get her back into bed, If anything loud happened, the child would scream in an unearthly deep voice, curse, and call the nurse unpleasant names, including whore, beast, and cunt. It was unnerving to hear this adorable little child say such vile things, in the voice. The testing showed that she was not having a seizure during the episodes. Her vital signs were all stable, and so far all the lab work was normal. I spoke to Miranda for a while. She was soft-spoken and answered my questions in a flat, unemotional tone. Her eyes were vacant, like looking into the eyes of a veteran in the middle of a PTSD flashback. The eyes looked at you, but seemed to be seeing beyond you, through you, to somewhere else. I decided to try an experiment. As we talked, I slowly dialed up the volume on the TV. Once it started getting louder than normal speaking volume, Miranda stopped mid-sentence and stared me right in the eyes. I froze. I've seen a lot of shit in my line of work. I've seen people in violent, psychotic episodes, people smearing their feces on the walls, people cutting themselves, spitting, screaming, punching, you name it. But something about the way she looked at me scared the shit out of me. I turned the volume back down. She looked away and finished answering the question. I felt bad for the mom. It was like one day she had a sweet, normal daughter, and the next. It was very unusual. I didn't know what was wrong or how to help. I recommended therapy. I never saw them again, but I think about her often. I have more stories, but I don't know if anyone cares to hear them. If this gets a good response, I'll write some more. Edit. Just to clarify, abuse and/or trauma was high on the differential in this case, but there was nothing we could find while she was inpatient. CPS was involved, but I don't know if they ever found anything either. Hopefully if something did happen, it came out in the course of therapy. I'm still friends with the psychologist I referred her to. I'll email her and see if I can get an update.
Hello there. This is the Dark Somnium. I've recently gotten a new microphone and I decided to record some nice ASMR. I thought that'd be nice for you. In this video, to do a quick test of the new microphone, I'm going to read some Russian fan fiction. First, I'd like to take a moment to rub my face on the microphone. Yes, wasn't that lovely? This Russian fanfiction story is called Enemy. The summary of this story is: life has changed, each in its own way. Man will testify, one will regret. Will does not care about the others, does not care for one another, and viewer of the people's rules. They do not even care about themselves. It sounds interesting. Let's read chapter 1. But first, I'd like to take a moment to let you hear the inside of my mouth. There. Wasn't that nice? On to the story. Chapter 1. Dim. Do you hear me at all? Rita turned to Angry and Kanukawaka, my head, though I feel the same world Ligmaloma him. So, Sis Giovanna acknowledged that the pastor of snow, you can imagine, who is his maiden. Tell me, please. Why? I ask, pretending to be on a talk show. Why is this? Ritka, she looked like a sick person. Anna, chest bigger than his head. And there will be children. I'd like to take a moment to pause the story and make some more enjoyable ASMR-y sounds. Do you hear that? Yes, I'm right in your ear. Buzz, 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 buzz. Now then, back to the story. The first class, by the way. Well, I cannot understand why he has boobs and children. He cannot be naked, but in this role of the Snow Maiden. Here I am, fully mad. Sonia would be better if he was betrayed. He won his brain. Literally, they could save the suit. Sonia is not able, too shy. Extension of his orientation, remaining notebooks at the desk of Samba and close the zipper. Are you for synsex? Ritka, even raised voice from betrayal on my part. I am for myself, Rit.
and cannot even have a boy, why it is important to me as it is and will be the Snow Maiden. I thought that later, after you, spend time with me at home. Makes a face. Do you want me to come for you at the end? I look at the window, where there's snow behind the large glass flakes. Right? Honestly, he will give us a box on my shoulder. And these depend? Breakfast was not happy. I took a roller coaster to the Sunday and rubber gloves in my nipples. I am with you too, Costa says loudly. He got up for a minute, under the hat and a black jacket. There, that was chapter 1 of this weird story. Wasn't it interesting? I'm going to take a moment to rub my face on the microphone again. Yes, wasn't that lovely? I don't know what ASMR is.
I was just a kid. I didn't know any better. Even if I could go back, what could I have done differently? Could I have changed what happened? Could I have done anything at all? Probably not. Even so, I can't seem to help but dwell on the details. Some nights, it keeps me from sleeping. I can only hope that sharing my tale will help ease the burden. I don't remember much of my childhood before my mother passed away. I was told she was struck by a car on her way to work. I was only 4 years old. Still, I know I loved her. Part of me still does. It's a strange, lingering feeling that doesn't go away. As much as I loved her, I feel that my father loved her even more. I say this because my mother's death took an immense toll on him. Up until I was about 10 years old, he would have a nervous breakdown, tears and all, at least once a month. He never told me why, but I know it was because of her. Things changed a bit, my 10th year. We moved out of that house, the one that reminded us of her. My dad pulled me out of the school system and we just moved into a cabin out in the middle of nowhere. It may seem a bit drastic, but it was clear that my father needed a change. He wasn't doing so well. And because of this, I didn't question his actions. From that point on, we lived a simple life. My dad took odd jobs here and there, and seeing as we lived up north, selling firewood was sufficient enough to supplement the rest of our income. And that was my job. I would go out each morning with my dad's old axe and chop up some logs for our eager customers. It wasn't much of a life, but it was good enough. Comfortable with our new living situation, I was taken completely off guard one night when I heard the sound of crying coming from my father's room. We had been doing so well, so why was he still in such dire straits? Before I could analyze the situation any further, I heard my dad get up and slam the door shut on his way out of the cabin. I was compelled to follow him. Peeking out of the cabin's entrance, I saw my dad storm off into the woods. I'd seen the guitar before, and I knew my dad used to play, but I'd never seen him handle the thing. I figured those years were behind him. Curious as to what he was up to, I followed him into the forest. I tiptoed, making sure to hide behind trees and avoid stepping on leaves as I went. Eventually, we came to a small clearing where I noticed a creek. Near the creek was a stump where my dad sat and adjusted himself until he was comfortable. He looked down at the guitar, closed his eyes, and began playing. I stood in awe at what I was hearing. A haunting, melodic mixture of my dad's voice and the rustling of trees and wind filled the forest. I knew he played, but I never knew he could sing. It was amazing, for lack of a better word. This went on as often as my dad had breakdowns in our previous house. Each night it happened. I would follow my dad out to the woods and listen to the beautiful song he'd seemingly written. I didn't really know what it all meant, but I could tell, even at age 10, that it stemmed from a place of great pain. I could tell that the somber, heartfelt tune was about losing a loved one. Whenever I tried to picture my mother, the image is always blurry and out of focus, almost as if what little memory I had of her was slipping away. Whenever my dad played this song, I could picture her, clear as day. It was the oddest thing. This brought me comfort and ultimately helped me come to terms with her death. I had hoped that at the time this was doing the same for him, Being 10 years old, though, it was hard to tell what was going through an adult's mind. Many months passed. The routine was nice for a while, but one night, everything changed. I heard the usual swing of the cabin door, followed by a swift crack against the doorframe. It was very loud, signaling to me that my father was more distressed than usual. I hastily made my way to the door in an effort to follow him, but I stopped for a moment when passing his bedroom. The door was open just enough for me to see the guitar leaning up against his bed. How peculiar. I wondered why he left it. In truth, there was only one way to find it. My dad was already at the creek when I arrived. He sat on the stump, motionless and quiet. He was in a sulking position, and his eyes were closed. Without the guitar or his voice, the forest around him was void of sound. The only thing I could hear was the water in the creek as it trickled by us. Soon enough, my father began singing. I could tell it was the same song he'd always sung, but it sounded off. Without his guitar, his voice was muddy and out of tune. There was some awkward highs and lows that actually made my stomach turn. Although his eyes were still shut, I saw tears force their way out and watched as they swam down his cheeks. Eventually, he stopped singing and broke down crying. What happened in the following minutes will stay with me forever. As my father wept, something strange happened. A milky white fog danced across the water. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, but eventually the white smoke gathered above the creek and took shape before my very eyes. It was a spirit. No ordinary spirit, mind you. It was my mother. My father stopped crying and instead began shivering. He opened his eyes and looked up to see the specter. He almost fell backwards in fear. The ghost of my mother reached out and began choking my father. His face went from red to blue before my mom stopped. He fell to the ground and vigorously gasped for air. I couldn't bring myself to lend a helping hand. I was stuck in a petrified state. My father tried to crawl away, but it was no use. My mother began clawing away at him. She tore through his clothes and eventually his skin. I watched in horror as she reached into his body and ripped out vital organs. His bones snapped like branches, his blood tainted the water, his voice once again filled the forest, only now it was screams of agony. I couldn't bear to watch any longer, so I shut my eyes. With my eyes closed, I remembered the song my dad sang. I started humming it to myself, and just like that, I calmed down. The world around me became quiet. All I could think about was the song. Memories of my parents came through the floodgates as I hummed, tears rolling down my cheeks. I couldn't help but fall apart. What had my childhood become? Where was I to go from here? Eventually, I stopped humming and opened my eyes. The apparition of my mother was gone. My dad's open corpse lay on the stump where he used to sing. As the scene before me sank in, so did my heart. It crawled into the pit of my stomach and made a nest. It would stay there for many years to come. I don't really remember running back to the cabin, nor do I remember calling the local authorities. What I do remember is the look on their faces when they took me back out there and saw what I had seen. The sight of my father's body was a grisly one, that's for sure. It was unlike anything the town had ever seen. Still, it was taken care of in a swift and respectable fashion. In the coming months, the investigation came to an end. The cause of death was never determined, but that doesn't mean there were no answers found. My mother's body was discovered buried beneath the creek. My father's axe was determined to be the murder weapon. One of the theories floating around town is that my dad was the jealous type. They think he convinced himself that my mom was having an affair and then lost his marbles. Feeling guilty, he moved us out near the dump site so we could be closer to her. I guess we'll never know the full story. But one thing is certain. My mom had her revenge. I found this note nailed on a tree in my front lawn. I really don't know how to describe it. I'll just let you read it yourself. I saw you today. It was your birthday. You didn't see me. You hardly ever do these days. Your skin looks so nice and healthy. Your eyes, they were the most beautiful that I'd ever seen them. You've grown so much. I remember how different you used to look when you were younger. I remember the day I first met you. It was 4 years ago. I was sitting on my desk, head down, listening to the teacher rattling off names for attendance. The teacher called out a name I didn't recognize, and a stranger's voice answered behind me. Was there a new student? The teacher didn't pause for a second and just continued calling out name after name. I turned my head to where the voice had come from, and I saw you. A pale thing, so thin. Your eyes were so red, at a seat that should have been empty. I saw the fireflies flying around you, flickering. Dozens of them, never straying far from you. I saw them going through you and coming out through your skin like you were a mist to them. Can you believe I thought you were a ghost? No one else seemed to acknowledge the new stranger sitting at the back of the class. Class after class, hour after hour passed as I waited for something to happen, for someone to notice you, for you to leave, for you to let out a ghoulish scream and claw at me like the horror story I was certain I was in, but nothing happened. Teachers came and went, and my classmates laughed and slept, and you just sat there. The bell rung for recess. The other kids ran to their mundanities for the day, leaving me and you together in the empty classroom. You stood up and pulled a chair from the desk next to you, making it face your desk. You turned your head to me and spoke. Well, you're slow today. Come on, ask me your questions. I don't know why I didn't run away screaming at that moment. Probably would have turned out better for me in the long run, but let's not speculate. I guess at that point in my life, I was pretty bloody lonely. I figured out there was only a 50-50 chance you'd eat me, and the other 50 was that someone wanted to talk to me. Kids' priorities don't make sense to me either these days, so I went along with the flow. I walked over to your desk and sat down on the chair you pulled for me, and asked my questions. What were you? You told me you didn't know. You said that once you were a child just like me, with parents and friends. You used to go to the same school as me. Then, one day, one ordinary day, when you were 10, you woke up and you were like this, covered with fireflies, and no one could remember you the moment they concentrated on anything else. No one, not even your parents. You told me how I'd notice you every day, how I'd think of you until recess every day, how I'd come to you every day, how we would talk every day, how we would meet for the first time every day, for the last 3 years, about how I'd forget the instant I walked out of the room, how everyone would forget you, how the fireflies would make them, how for the last 3 years you'd been alone. Your story was very hard to believe, so I didn't. I asked what reality prank show I was on. You looked, well, unimpressed, and asked me to continue telling my story. I was caught off guard by the non sequitur. You said last time I was here, I was telling you a story, a horror story about a haunted house. As you detailed the story, goosebumps prickled my skin. It was a story I'd been making up in my head, a story that I hadn't told anyone yet. At that moment, a million reactions were open to me, all simultaneously adequate and inadequate, but the only thing that seemed proper was to finish telling you the story. So I did. Halfway through, you interrupted me to ask if my mother had recovered from her sickness yet. I shake my head, a bit ashamed at the fact that I shared this private matter to a stranger. The story ended a few minutes before recess. My next class was in another room. You told me to go. Your steadiness took me back. You seemed so accepting of your fate, like you'd already gotten used to the idea of being forgotten forever. I was a kid back then. I wasn't a particularly smart kid, and I was probably on the onset of a crush, so you can excuse what I did next as an example of my childhood stupidity. I grabbed the scissors and pressed it against my arm's skin and dug in. As it drew blood, I pushed it forwards till the cut forms the shape I wanted. Letter by letter, I carved your name into my arm. Just so you know, I don't regret that. Don't get me wrong, kid power might have made me do it, but
It sure as hell didn't make the pain go away. It was one of the most painful experiences of my life. But even then, as a kid, I thought what was happening to you was unfair. I remember how your eyes looked when you saw that. The confusion, how strange it was for you, that anyone would want to remember. I remember that look so clearly. When I woke up the next day and saw your name on my arm, I remembered you. I didn't forget. That day, for the first time, we had a conversation that wasn't so one-sided. You said that no one had ever done anything like that before and suggested that I might have a mental illness. I won't deny it. That drew a little blood. As we talked, a creeping thought came into my head. Did you prefer it when I didn't remember? That night, I was sitting up on my bed, staring at your name on my arm, wondering if I should cover it so I couldn't see it and give you back your privacy when I heard a crash. I looked up to see my bedroom window shattered and a dirty rock on my floor. I looked out the cracked window to see a dark figure on my lawn. You were outside yelling about how we should hang out. It took me a while to get used to how bad you were at talking to people. Years without practice made you quite a bit rusty, but that was all right. We had a lot of time. For the next 2 years, we spent the most of our free time together. Most of the time, we talked. You'd tell me an aspect of your life, how you lived. You still played in your old house. Your parents never noticed the food gone missing, never noticed the extra room. You'd stolen the extra keys. One night, I confided in you that I was beginning to think you were part of my imagination, Fight Club style. After all, what could you do to me that I couldn't do to myself? You spent the next month or so trying to leave bite marks on my ear or neck to prove a point. I still have some on my ears, so I guess you did. Looking back, I could see the warning signs even then. Your skin seemed to get worse and worse, paler and paler, and you'd rub your eyes raw. It was in winter that we had our wake-up call. The morning began like any other. I woke up and brushed my teeth and started searching for clothes to wear. It was a winter morning, and my room was dark, so I didn't see your name on my arm. The cold sent shivers through my body, and I pulled out the long-sleeve jacket. A small bell rang in my head. Don't you usually roll your sleeves up? Yeah, and why did I? I finished tidying up and headed to school. On the school bus, I felt oddly content, like something I'd been worrying about had just disappeared. I walked up the school stairs and down the hall, through my class door, and sat down at my desk. The same feeling of a burden forgotten hounded my mind. What was I forgetting? When recess came, I just sat at my desk while my classmates ran out. It felt like a ritual, but I didn't know what for. I was contemplating just walking out to join them when I heard it. It was something small in the wind, like a whisper, but it came over and over, incessant. Sounded like my name. I knew this was strange, that this was worth my attention, but I felt oddly calm. Everything would be all right. Everything would be fine, just ignore it. I sat there on my desk, my mind a war zone between two conflicting, contradictory voices when I felt a force tugging on my sleeve. The moment I noticed it, my sleeve jacket tore up. I saw your name on my arm, and then your hand that had ripped my jacket open. You'd been yelling at me for over 20 minutes. I think that was the moment we realized how on edge our friendship really was. One accident away from complete erasure. We spent the most of the next year in the town library together, trying to find out what the fireflies were. It wasn't really a problem for me because of my mother's treatment. My family couldn't afford to go on any trips, and our house didn't have any heating anymore, so I was happy to spend my time with you. Trying to find information was a puzzle in and of itself. After all, how would I read about people I couldn't remember, and how would you find out who was special when no one could even remember enough about them to record them? We found out old family trees and records. Individually, we'd write down the name of everyone in the book and the two lists, and then we would compare them. The names I hadn't remembered to write down, but you had, would become the focus. They were the names who were under the curse of the fireflies. We compiled a list of suspicious books we thought could help us because they were written by or were about the people we were searching for. I'd read the books with the list of names side by side, reading it again for every page of the book. You'd scour the internet on the library computer for articles about the people. Our search would lead us to the first glimpse we got of what was really happening to you. It was late at night when you found the picture. I was a bit drowsy at that time,
and almost about to nod off when I heard a sharp intake of breath. I turned to see you standing, pointing at the screen. I didn't see anything, well, anything noteworthy. On the screen was a picture of a clearing somewhere in the woods. He held up a piece of paper where you'd marked out 2 names. Susie Appleby Reagan, 13. Terry Appleby Reagan, 12. Siblings. For a moment, I saw the paper and the screen side by side, and then I saw them. 2 figures emerging from the woods towards the camera. They were almost humanoid, but all 5 limbs stretched to nightmarish proportions. Blank white skin, pure alvin that looked more like tree bark than anything on a mammal. A cloud of fireflies surrounded the duo. The shorter one looked emaciated. I could see the rib cage around which their eyes are so small, so red. The longer one, with their white hair, didn't look alive anymore. They were just skin wrapped around skeletons. Their empty eye sockets had fireflies swarming out of them, both reaching for the cameraman. I looked at the article surrounding the picture. It was a blog post by a hiker, 20 years after the 2 kids had been written about last. The picture was a mystery to the cameraman as well. He'd been wanting to go to the woods pictured for a while now, but he never actually remembered going there. The picture had just appeared in his camera one day, out of the blue. For a moment, I looked at your face. Your thin, pale face with those red, veined eyes. Would that be you when my scar faded? Just a walking horror I'd glimpse, then forget. We worked through reading our list at a much faster pace starting from that moment. Maybe we should have gone slower. At least, every book, every website we'd left untouched promised hope. The books we'd finished and tossed aside promised nothing but the clearings in the woods as your future, and we tossed aside a lot of books. I believe I tore through 3/4 of my reading list before I stumbled across the journal. Oh God, that horrible, horrible journal. The journal used to belong to a mental patient named Joey, who claimed to be a serial killer. He was locked up in an asylum when the police discovered his supposed victims never existed. He was diagnosed with the need for attention and shoved away. They should have electrocuted him. They should have fried him until his flesh melted and his hair burned. In the journal, he talked about how he carried out his killings. He knew things, bizarre and disturbing things no one else knew. He knew of strange creatures that lived in the woods. Of them, his favorite were the fireflies. I'm not going to tell you how he summoned these things. I trust you. I trust you more than anyone, but a thing like this belongs to the ground more than it ever will to a human mind. It's sufficient enough to know that these things were not fireflies. Joey would start his ritual by taking a kid, anyone he liked. He could take them at any time, the dead of the night in their own homes or in broad daylight in their front yards. It didn't matter if he was seen, he'd take them to his house and drag them to a room. Usually, an Amber Alert came up around now. He didn't care. Like I said, it wouldn't matter soon. He'd drag them to a special room in the house. Here the fireflies would come and latch onto them. Now, nobody was searching for the kids. Not the police, not the parents, nobody. From then on, he could do whatever he wanted to the kid. He got bored of them after a day or two, after the kids had broken. Then the kid would go too. Hacksaw, the kitchen knife, anything would work. He detailed a large pit of bodies he kept in the woods, swarming with the bugs. I guess he'd got bored of that too one day, so one day he went right to the police station and turned himself in. Not of guilt, no. He just wanted someone to know about the stuff he was doing. Sick fuck. Oh, don't get the wrong idea, he never stopped killing kids. The asylum doors didn't stop him from doing what he liked, it just made him improvise. He made a new way. He modified the flies so that they could survive without a host, just in a dormant state. When a kid, he specified the age, would approach the swarm, it would latch on and begin its effect. Over the years, the child would warp horribly into the things we saw in the woods. I wish I could hate him in peace. I wish I could say the world owed him nothing, but that wouldn't be true. He detailed a way out. On the final page was an exact explanation on how to get rid of the fireflies. You must have seen something in my face. At that moment, you asked if I found anything. I said no and closed the book. A few minutes later, you shut down the computer. You picked up the last book and went through it yourself. When you reached the end cover, you tossed it aside. I asked what we should do now. You said it was all right.
I could go home, and we'd talk about it in the morning. I stood up and walked past the shelves of books. I headed for the library entrance, but stopped right outside the door and waited. I waited until I heard the sniffling sounds. I snuck back to our table, where you were quietly sobbing. You had your head in your hands. I sat back down as you raised your eyes to me. You said you wished you'd never met me, how happy you were when you had nothing to lose, how I ruined your life. You'd never really gotten any better at talking to people. That was the worst love confession I'd ever heard. I remember how we kissed that night. I remembered your hands gripping my hair. I remember that kiss. I wish it could have been just a kiss. I'm sorry I ruined that moment. When my arms were around you, I was close enough to steal a firefly without you noticing. I remember holding the fireflies in my hand. I remember how it struggled until it didn't, until it was part of me. The fireflies shifted. They came over you and left you. I remember the familiar look in your eyes, the confusion. I never wanted to see that confusion in your eyes again. You deserved to be loved, and you deserved to know that. It wasn't really living anyway. You reached for me. I pulled away as the last lights of recognition faded from your eyes, and then you were just staring at a stranger, walking away into a crowd of strangers. That was a year ago. You've gotten so much better since then. You have so many friends now, so many people at your birthday party, and you also look so much healthier. I haven't been as fortunate. My skin's gotten a lot paler, my eyes hurt all the time now. I couldn't go to school like you did all those years ago. I haven't wasted my time, though. I found Joey's pit, the bodies. There were so many bodies. There are graves for those children now. Without me, my mom could afford her surgery. She looked so happy. Just yesterday, I saw her playing with my baby brother. I saw you crying yesterday. You were with your friends, laughing for a brief moment. Your eyes met mine, and then they were so wet. I think I'm going away. For good, I think. You're not going to be happy if I stick around. I'm so happy I met you, even if you don't remember me. No end. Sometimes I go through depressive episodes. I feel so lonely with my friends. I don't know what's going through my head during these times, and sometimes I'd end up in a bathtub, a knife in my hands and my wrists bleeding. Until now, I thought I was cutting my wrist. I wasn't. The cuts, they're letters. I've been carving a name onto my arm. This has taken me the better part of a month to work up the courage to tell the tales I've experienced. I've bounced around some, lurked here, and shared other stories from my past, but these, well, they were always off limits. It wasn't that I didn't want to tell them, but rather a fear that men in white coats will suddenly take me away to a nice padded cell. The thing is, from what I know, well, I'm not the only one that's had strange happenings in their time with the service. So first things first, you're probably wondering what a Sidewinder is. Officially, we're members of a rather elite group of search and rescue officers who specialize in desert rescues. Note that I said searches, and not rescue. Each and every one of us, collectively called Sidewinders from our ability to survive in the most hostile desert conditions, are trained in everything from tracking to first aid, to survival and recovery. Typically, they only call us out in the worst cases. Someone goes missing in one of the many desert areas in the West, and after a massive search fails, we go in to recover the body, or bodies. Truth be known, we don't usually find bodies, just bones or a few identifying items. We're also rather unique among SNR since we tend to work alone, There's always a lot of desert to cover, and it's just more cost effective to send in 1, maybe 2 sidewinders in to track most missing people. In my time, I've recovered something around 50 people, and only rescued 1. The desert is a rather harsh place, but that kind of goes without saying. In training, they teach us that after 3 days in the desert, the chances of a person surviving drops exponentially. After 5 days, there's no hope, and it becomes a recovery. Granted, that's when you're not talking about a missing sidewinder. I remember during training, a training officer relayed a story about one sidewinder who had gone missing during a recovery. Almost a month later, the guy wandered into a park service office. He was skin and bones, but alive. The service had long given up on him and his family and largely moved on, yet here this guy was, a walking bag of bones coming out of a hell that you can't imagine. All told, the guy had walked around 300 miles from where he'd started to where he'd ended. Dude's still with the service too, in case you wondered. I won't go into detail about the training, but suffice it to say that it's the hardest training you'll ever experience. 200 S&R guys sign up for training each and every year. And typically, only 2 or 3 actually survive the process. Most simply decide that they can't do it. Though, there are other reasons they drop out. The doors almost always seem to claim 1 every training rotation. Doors. If you told me 3 years ago that a simple door would be the object of terror, I would have laughed in your face. They're probably the strangest thing you'll ever see in the high desert. Middle of nowhere, no roads or trails for miles, and there will be this door, standing there upright. It's never the same kind of door either. I've seen house doors, a couple metal ones, and at least 1 cheap trailer door. These doors, they're creepy to say the least, but it's the fact that they'll move that really gets you. I remember one recovery in particular that I was followed by one of these doors. That one started with a simple hiking incident. A couple had decided to hike out into the desert, camp overnight, and then hike back. When they didn't show up at work the next Monday, family called park services. The S&R guys searched a good 50-mile square area of the desert for them, but didn't turn up anything, so rather reluctantly they called me in. Calling in a sidewinder was seen as admitting defeat. Even the police give us a wide berth. I packed up, took enough food for a 2-week trip. MREs are handy in that regard, and enough water to pack in and out. With that, I hiked into the desert to follow their steps and try to retrace where they may have gone, and hopefully find the pair. The trail was pretty easy to follow for the first few hours, before it turned off the established path and cut across the sand pan. Their tracks showed that they were walking side by side then, and continued on for upwards of 5 miles like that before I found something that sent chills up my spine. The tracks suddenly turned to the left and seemed to circle around up a point on one of the dunes. There was no reason for them to do that, though. At least, nothing visible. From then on, the path continued back down and headed almost directly away from that spot. The tracks continued on, before coming to a stop in a lee of dune. They had simply evaporated. However, I knew that they couldn't have gone too far. If they made the same time I had, then they likely would have reached that point at the same time I did. Thinking like the hikers, I decided that I'd be looking for a shelter. A short distance away, as I picked my way through scrub and some rocks, I came to a good camping site, located in the shade of a large rock wall with a nice overhang. I spread out my bedroll and set to getting something to eat. I think it was then that I first noticed the door. Now, you need to keep in mind that by that point, I'd stumbled over several of those before. This one seemed different, though. It was located a short distance away, just down from where I sat. I knew well enough to steer clear of them, as they were bad news, but I have to admit I was curious. I suppose that's what prompted me to become a sidewinder in the first place. Looking at things in retrospect, curiosity, going where no living man or woman has gone, and exploring what lay out there. The door was this large house front door, painted a bright red, so bright that it seemed to shine in the waning light. It stood there like the house it once occupied had long since fallen down, and this chunk of wood had somehow managed to stay standing. Lifting my glass of water to it, I gave a light nod, as if saying to it, "Yes, I know you're there." I then ate and went to sleep. I rose with the dawn,
packed up and kicked out my fire before heading on further. The door was gone. There's no surprise there. They tended to do that. I picked up the trail shortly after, found the remnants of a camp. From the looks of things, the couple had camped there for a day before leaving. Suddenly, everything was torn. There were signs of a struggle, or more likely a fight. 2 sets of tracks headed into the desert from there, each going a different direction. I surmised that they must have had an argument over something and had wandered off to cool their heads. Problem was, I couldn't see any indication that they had returned, so that meant they'd split up, which is a bad thing to do in the first place. Then something had happened. Most common killing cause out here is someone slipping into a crack in the ground and never getting out. Kinda like that guy in Moab, but with no survival. I decided that I'd check the leftmost pass first, as that one seemed to head down into the sand. The other went up over some rocks and headed out into the valley area, but tracking that would be a royal pain in the ass, and honestly, I was here to tag and recover bodies. Whatever makes that job easier is what wins. I followed that sandy trail a good 300 feet before it simply stopped. Not puttered out, as often happens, not turned back on itself, no, it just stopped. Mid-step, no less. Turning around and checking my maps, I made note of this for an aerial search before turning back around to walk back. Behind me, not 3 feet from the trail and maybe 20 feet from where I stood, was that same red door. I stopped in my tracks there, pausing for a long time. Chills ran up my spine and I broke out into a cold sweat. I probably stood there for a good 10 minutes before I mustered up the courage to walk back the way I'd came. I didn't even shoot a glance to the door then, opting to ignore it from that point forward. Leaving it in my wake, I continued on to follow the second track. That one continued deeper into the desert and seemed to be heading in a particular direction, as if the person leaving it had known where they were going. Sadly, nothing lay in that direction. At least, not for a good 100 miles of hard scrub. Well, let me rephrase that. Nothing worth finding. There was that damn door. I'd see it every now and then, usually off the trail a short distance, sometimes even hidden up on the top of a bluff, that there was no way it'd be put up there in the first place. Always following me, always beckoning me closer. In the end, after a good week out on the search, I called it quits. I hiked back out, providing the SNR guys with the evidence I'd found and suggesting that they just write it off. The desert had claimed 2 more, or maybe the doors had. It would be a good 1.5 years further on before there would be some closure to that story. While on a fire patrol outside Vegas, a park ranger saw smoke rising off in the distance. Driving that way, he eventually came to the source of the smoke. It was the remnants of a small brush fire that was quickly burning itself out. He was, reportedly, about ready to chalk it up to lightning when he tripped over the bodies. The strange thing, he would later tell the authorities, is that the 2 looked like they'd just appeared out of nowhere. Trails leading to where they lay were quickly found, but those trails just appeared out of thin air. An autopsy was performed, and it was discovered that they had died from exposure. They were identified by family as being the pair who I had been sent out to find, though mysteries remained. For example, how had they, with no food or water, crossed a full 500 miles of open desert? Why were their clothes untouched by the weather? And the strangest of all, how had they managed to keep their cellular phones at full charge, with nothing to charge them with? I have many other stories to tell, such as a town you won't find on any map, or the many ghosts that wander the sands, or the sheer number of planes that simply vanish in the area. When I have some time, I'll post those. My husband and I have a tradition of going camping every spring since we are together. 6 years dating, 3 years married, and 9 years total. I wasn't going to let the fact that I was pregnant ruin that streak. I was in my 5th month, so almost there. I didn't have the weirdest of cravings like most people warned me, and my baby was pretty calm. It would bump me every once in a while, but other than that, Little one was a sleepy baby. Graham had asked me 1,000,002 times if I was sure I wanted to go, that it wouldn't hurt just to miss 1 year, then we could go twice next year. I just laughed every time he worried, letting him know that I was pregnant, not dying. We got the truck all packed up, food for the weekend, toiletries for the outhouses, more water than necessary. I couldn't help but shake my head as the memory popped back up. It was our senior year of college, and our 4th time going camping. The difference this time was that it was just us two. The 3 other times we had friends come along. It was our 4th year of dating, and we decided we wanted a romantic camping getaway. Well, it wasn't very romantic. We ended up staying 1 night only because we ran out of water by sundown. Ever since then, we've always packed more than we thought we needed. Graham's red pickup was jammed to the brim, looking like a Tetris Pro's fantasy. He wouldn't even let me lift up my sleeping bag. I stood on the sidelines, hands on my puffy, pregnant hips, as I watched my husband do all the work. "Babe," I quirked. "I'm not going to break, honey." "You can never be too careful," Graham grunted, bumping the hatch closed with his hip. "Now, are you sure you want to go? We can go right back inside. Snuggle up on the couch and throw in some pizza rolls and turn on Netflix." He smiled, wrapping his arms around me as best he could. "Oh," I melted into his arms. "As tantalizing as that sounds, I want to go camping." I patted his butt before getting in the passenger side. "Pizza rolls and Netflix, huh?" I called, laughing. "Sounds like our honeymoon." The all-too-familiar drive to the campground seemed like it passed in a blink. We had driven this road so many times that it seemed as natural as my heartbeat. I instinctively rubbed my stomach, watching the trees whiz by. I didn't look away until I felt Graham's hand on mine. He trapped my fingers in his and brought them to his lips, planting a kiss on the palm of my hand. "I can't wait until the little one can go camping with us." He smiled. "I know," I squealed. "And we'll pack squirt guns and teach little ones how to play bags, how to throw a football," I fantasized. "And what if it's a girl?" I turned my head and furrowed my brow. "What do you mean? Our kid's going to know how to throw a football regardless, if it's a boy or girl. It's just one of those basic things you need to learn to survive," I explained, counting off my fingers. "Tie your shoe, wipe your ass, throw a football." Graham erupted in laughter, his deep voice vibrating the air around us. "Gosh, I love you." "I'm just playing," I giggled, rubbing my stomach again. Little one can do whatever they want. For the longest time, I had taken spring in Texas for granted. Never knew anything else. It wasn't until I spent a year in Chicago that I realized how great Texas springs were. High 70s during the day, mid 50s at night, warm when you're awake, and nice and cool for bedtime. That day was a particularly perfect spring day, 79 and sunny, not a dang cloud in the sky. I remember a warm breeze blowing through our car and carrying Graham with it. He had on his red flannel shirt, my favorite thing he owned. The cotton scent drifted to my nose and made me smile even more. It was perfect. The closer we got to the campgrounds, the more it smelled like musty earth and budding leaves. My leg bounced in excitement as we crossed the entrance gate. By then, we were on a first-name basis with the gateman, Greg. We said we would pay at the front like we normally did, but he refused. Told qualified for a free camp. A pregnant lady discount, he called it. He'd saved our favorite site, Site D. It was a smack in the middle of the woods, far enough from the highway that we couldn't hear the cars, but close enough that in case anything happened, we could get help. It was in front of a little lake pond, a secret oasis hidden amongst the trees. It was too small to be called a lake, but too big to be called a pond. At night, the moon shone off the water and illuminated every rock on the shore. Crickets and toads sang together, gently lulling you to sleep. We always requested Site D. Graham pulled up to our site and we carefully hopped out, clapping my hands at the surprise waiting for us. On the picnic table, baby balloons were tied all around with pastel-colored streamers, getting gently swept up in the wind. Wrapped presents sat waiting for us to open, with cards saying congrats and welcome new baby. But it was the plate of cookies and other goodies that called to me. "Well, look at that, little one," I said, talking to my stomach. "You have friends already." We got our coolers out and the eating station set up, and by we, I mean Graham. He still wouldn't let me do a thing. And I felt horrible and wonderful at the same time. I felt guilty because he had broken a sweat 30 minutes into getting our camp, and was doing all the work. And I felt great because I didn't have to do a damn thing. I sat at the picnic table and ate. Opened presents and read cards. And I ate some more. I couldn't believe that I was still hungry by the time dinner rolled around. Hot dogs over an open fire. Now make sure you cook yours all the way through, Graham said. Huh? I grumbled, bouncing the stick around the fire. Your hot dog. Make sure it's fully cooked. You don't want to poison the baby or anything. I felt my shoulders slump and my mouth flop in annoyance. Graham, if you don't shut up, this isn't the only weenie I'm going to be roasting tonight. His half-amused expression glowed in the orange fire. Is that a threat? I don't make threats. I pointed at him with a smile. He waited a beat before dropping his voice, staring at the dirt under his boots. Summer, I'm serious. I looked over at him and saw his worried face. He always looked so much older when he wasn't smiling. He was going to be a great dad. I leaned over and kissed his shoulder. I'm fine, I promise. Smiling, I scooted back over to my side. Plus, if you're so worried about what I'm eating, the last thing I should put in my mouth is a hot dog, I joked, holding the charred meat in front of me. She's correct. Another voice joined us. I jumped a bit, almost letting out a little pee in the process. I blamed my baby. We both turned around and saw a man in khaki shorts and a wilderness hat standing at the edge of the road. We didn't even hear his trailer pull up behind us. Fatty tissue, animal feed, skin slaughter, byproducts, the man spoke, shuffling his feet. Depending on what brand you buy. Yummy, I groaned, still taking a bite out of the thing. I was too hungry. Oh, we're sorry, you scared us a bit. We didn't hear you pull up. That's all right, the man smiled. I was just going to ask for directions. Well, come sit, I invited, beckoning him over. You're welcome to a hot dog, despite the whole, by-product thing. Graham wiped his mouth and stood up, holding his hand open and approaching the man. Graham Steele, he introduced. Professor John Toole, the man greeted, briefly shaking my husband's hand. I'm Summer, I smiled, taking another bite out of my hot dog. The man sat down tentatively next to me, flicking a smile before gasping. You're pregnant? I mirrored his surprised look and stared down at my larger stomach. What? I looked over toward Graham and slapped his arm. What? Why didn't you tell me? I thought I was just getting fat. We laughed and looked over at the quizzical professor. I'm kidding, I smiled, embarrassed at my failed joke. May I? I didn't even have to look at him to understand what he was asking. I nodded my head and outstretched my hand, gently placing his palm against my belly. His eyes widened in wonder. Despite the fact the little one wasn't very active, I felt a genuine smile grow over my face at the man's wonderment. It's crazy, huh? I can't tell you how long it took me to get used to the idea that I'm growing a human. Remarkable, Professor Jonathan mumbled. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. He sat back and looked up at the two of us. Do you know? He pointed to my stomach, asking if we knew if it was a boy or girl. Well, I'm hoping for a human, I joked, rubbing my stomach. No, we don't know. We want it to be a surprise. Lovely, Professor Jonathan smiled. I never had any kids myself. It's never too late, Graham offered. Oh, no, the professor shook his head, waving the thought away. I've given up on that idea. I have different kinds of kids. He pointed behind him towards his trailer. I'm an entomologist. It was our turn to not understand what he was talking about. I looked over at Graham for clarification, but he shrugged his shoulders. Bugs, the professor explained. I study bugs. Oh, I nodded. And they're in there? I pointed towards his trailer. Yeah, would you like to meet them? Without waiting for us to answer, he stood up and started walking towards his RV. I stood up, feeling Graham grab my arm next to me. Wait, he whispered. You think it's all right? Come on, Graham, I teased. Scared of meeting some buggies? He shook his head and grabbed my hand, walking with me toward the open RV door. The moment I was helped up the stairs, a smell assaulted my nose. A strange, metallic, sour yet sweet smell that I could only describe as the scent of bugs. You could hear all sorts of fluttering and flittering through the glass cases lining the walls. Flying bugs, stink bugs, moths, maggots. It It seemed like every sort of bug in the world was in the little RV. These are my kids, Professor Jonathan smiled. People misunderstand bugs, but they can really be our friends if others would just give them time. Really? Graham asked, most politely. How was that? I watched the professor's eyes light up from behind his glasses. Take this beauty, for example, he added, leading us toward a terrarium with blue beetles. I'm studying the mutation these bugs have and how they could become a natural pesticide for farmers. He smiled as he looked back and forth between us and the beetles. They eat already dead plants, so they wouldn't harm the growth, and their scent is a natural deterrent to other plant-destroying bugs. He walked over to another glass case and pointed at the wiggling maggots inside. These ones, I'm studying how they could help the medical industry by eating dead flesh. What? I asked, a grimace unceremoniously crawling across my face. No, he worried. It's not a danger. You see, they can only eat rotten things, not fresh. Say someone comes in with gangrene or frostbite. These guys could help clear away the dead cells in order for new cells to regrow, or be put in its place. And how would they do that? Graham asked, still holding on to my hand. Well, that's what I'm studying, the effect they have on humans. So far, everything seems to be going in the right direction. Professor Jonathan smiled. That's wonderful, I nodded. You can make some great progress. My eyes wandered over to the cases that were eye level with me. I thought they were empty, until the stick in the corner started moving. The carefully disguised bug gently crawled over the foliage, not even noticing that I was there. The noise to my right caught my ear. It was a faint, weird buzzing noise, like someone spinning a coin in an empty can of soda, tiny and hollow. I stepped up toward the glass and saw a gray cone hive in the corner of the terrarium. The hole in front was tiny, so I couldn't see inside, but I was sure I could hear it. Oh, that's a beauty. The professor's voice was right in my ear. Megharisa Rexitar. I wish she would come out. That's fine, I assured. Not quite sure myself that I actually wanted to see the thing that was making that noise. She's pregnant, he added. Cheers, I nodded to the humming hive. Mama needs her sleep. Just to find a place to lay her larva, his brow furrowed, searching her terrarium. It looks like she's got a decent-sized home right there. I pointed toward the gray cone. Could be bigger, but if it's just her and the baby, seems like it'd be roomy. I guess, the professor shrugged. Yes, it'll do. She's expecting any minute. I've been looking for days, he said, standing up, looking down at me. Hopefully she'll find her perfect spot. When are you due, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, that's fine, I smiled. I'm in my 5th month, almost there. Lovely, he smiled. Cravings? A baby moving around? Somewhat, I shrugged. But so far, so good. Graham said over my shoulder. We should head back. Don't want to leave our fire unattended for too long. Of course, Professor Jonathan said, shooing us away. Have a nice night. Get some rest. Stay healthy. He smiled, grabbing my hand and looking me in the eye. You've been a great host. I stood there for a moment, looking at my own confused reflection in his glasses. I didn't really understand what he meant, but I figured that he was just being nice. I smiled and said, You're welcome, before leaving the trailer with Graham. Giving me the creeps. I heard Graham grumble, pulling me to our campsite. Why did we go in there again? I don't know, I shrugged, grabbing another hot dog to roast. He seemed nice. He didn't seem weird to you? Off? Not all there? Graham, I scolded. What? He whispered. I'm just saying, the man's driving through the forest with a bugmobile, inviting people in to see his kids. I held the hot dog over the fire and watched it sizzle. To each his own. The rest of the night was peaceful. Professor Jonathan drove off and parked a couple sites down from us. I assumed he made camp there. I relished in the late-night moonlight for a bit, dipping my toes into the sparkling water. Come on, Graham stretched, yawning as he stood up. It's almost 1 a.m. Water's cold, and we don't want to become a mosquito buffet. A few more minutes? I pretended to whine, crossing my arms in a mock pout. Suit yourself, he shrugged, heading to his truck bed. But don't blame me for hogging the blankets when you try crawling in. I watched him pull down the hatch and unzip the bug net, shimmying into our makeshift nest. Ah, crap, I grumbled, rushing over toward him, slapping a mosquito off my arm. Did you get bit? He asked, voice a bit panicked. I don't know, I shrugged, trying to unzip the net. Let me in. Graham had to help me into the truck bed before I could complain about getting in by myself. He tightly zipped the net shut, gently grabbing hold of my arm, looking at the red slap mark I had made. I don't see any bump, he said more to himself than to me. Does it itch? No, babe, for the 80 millionth time, I am okay, I sighed, grabbing onto his face. You're going to croak before this baby is born if you keep worrying like this. I know, he nodded, kissing my cheek. I'm sorry. Good night. Love you. I smiled, snuggling into his grasp. With the crickets and the toads singing in the distance, I fell asleep like a charm. It wasn't until I had a strange dream that my sleep was disturbed. I dreamt I was in a room, from what I remember. I could only describe it as cold. Cold hues, cold metal, cold air. My breath puffed out around my head as I walked, looking for that noise. It buzzed, vibrating the hairs in my ears. The more I walked, the louder it got, but the colder it got too. The walls seeped a wet goo that shined in the gray light. My feet squelched against the ground, slipping and threatening to make me fall. I held my hands out, trying to get my balance, but all I felt was thick air. My palms went thick as I flailed them through the atmosphere, like I was walking through clouds. I seemed to blink once, and it was in front of me. A furnace. Its muddy body slick, same goo that covered the walls. It hummed, begging me to come closer for its warmth. Dream me crept forward. The buzzing became part of my body, and I felt it reverberate against my bones, setting deep in the pit of my stomach. Its heat finally cut through the thick chill, wafting over my body in humid waves. The cold mitts streaming off, hissing as it sizzled against my hot skin. I was face to face with the furnace, but my eyes were out of focus. I blinked and blinked, concentrating on the buzzing oven. Bugs. Millions of them crawling over each other. It was no furnace. It was a hive. Tiny wings flitted, spitting up bits of dust, spiny legs sticking to everything they came in contact with. I looked down and saw the very first one reach up toward my stomach, sticking its spiky legs into my skin. Soon my entire stomach was littered with wasps, and the radiating heat turning into a burning sting, searing through my body. I doubled over and opened my mouth, letting out a retching scream. As I did, the wasp took flight, covering the air in stinging clouds. I woke up in the same stinging pain, just condensed to one area. I hissed and sat up at my elbows, rubbing my stomach. Graham was instantly awake too, leaning over me. What is it? What time is it? What is the baby coming? He slurred, still half asleep. I couldn't help but laugh through my grimaced face. No, dork. Ugh. I think something bit me. Let me see. I sat up as much as I could and lifted my shirt. A little red dot lay below my belly button, a tiny bump directly underneath. Nothing else was around it. No cut, no oozing wound, no spidering lines. Just a dot and a bump. Do you think it was a spider? Graham asked. It feels like a bee sting, I hissed, the stinging coming back in waves. I can feel my pulse in my stomach. We're going home, Graham said, not waiting for me to agree. This time I didn't argue with him. I was in pain and a little worried, if I must admit. But I would never have told Graham that. He would have had a fit right then and there. We quickly packed and were up and out in a matter of 30 minutes. My stomach still stung, but it was getting less and less. I put some Neosporin on it and a Kohl's rag. Our truck kept getting stuck in the grooves of the road. Something had driven through there that was obviously too heavy to be on wet dirt trails. It led up to a campsite a couple spaces ahead of us, where Professor Johnson's RV used to be. Wonder where he went off to so early, I thought aloud. Looks like he took a shortcut, Graham said, pointing out his window. The deep groove tracks lead from the campsite, across the dirt path, and disappeared into the woods. Wouldn't that go right to the highway? I asked, looking through the back window as we drove by. If he made it through the maze of trees, I guess it would, Graham shrugged, pulling up towards Greg's gate office. The old man walked out with a big smile on his face. Hi, leaving so soon, kids? Yeah, Graham breathed. running a hand through his bedhead. Summer got stung by something. I'm just gonna take her home. Oh, is she all right? Greg's voice mirrored my husband's. I'm fine, I called from the passenger side, poking my head over Graham's shoulder. Could I use your phone, though? Of course. Greg nodded, running to my door to help me out. I'm going to call the doctor, I said, just to make sure I don't need some special help baby defend against bee sting medicine or something. I told Greg thank you as he showed me to his office, and I plopped down on the chair by the phone. I dug around in my bag until a little laminated card slipped between my fingers and hastily dialed the doctor's number. I wouldn't have been so nervous if little one wasn't flopping around so much. Maybe he didn't like something. I knew bee stings, or bug bites in general for that matter, wouldn't reach all the way to where the baby was. But what if some poison got in my blood? What if it was going directly to the little one, or could he just feel that I was stressed out, making him stressed out, making me more stressed out? I'm not sure, but I do know that after one reassuring talk with the doctor, I was fine. No more jitters, no more flips. My sting still stung, but that was normal. Doc said to take care of the bite and the little one would be fine. Just drink some fluids, and I should be all good. And I was, until later that night. We were on the couch when I heard it, buzzing from my dream. It was in my left ear, tingling my brain and making my scalp itch. I jumped up and tried sticking my finger in my ear. What? Graham asked, fumbling next to me. I think a bug's in my ear, I groaned, bending over and pounding on my forehead, trying to make it fall out. What? A bug! I growled in annoyance. I stood up and went over to the kitchen sink, turning on the water and sticking my head under the faucet, hoping to flush out whatever was in there. I had gotten up way too fast and my vision started to blur a bit. I sputtered under the water, hands too frantic to correspond with my brain. The rushing water battered against my eardrum, overpowering the buzzing noise. I finally shut off the faucet and breathed. That's all I heard. Me breathing. No more buzz. I sighed and stretched my neck, wiping the wet bangs off my forehead. I felt like throwing up when I looked out the window. There was Professor Jonathan. He was in our yard under our oak tree, just staring at me. The light from the kitchen sink gently glinted off his glasses, making him look like he had glowing eyes. Hun. Graham's voice was right behind me, his voice on my shoulder making me flinch. Whoa, it's okay. Did you see him? I asked, turning towards Graham, dragging him to the window. Who? Professor Jonathan? My voice was cut off in my throat. We were both looking into our empty yard, filled with nothing but strobing fireflies and gently rustling bushes. He was there. I know he was there. I pressed my palms against the counter and leaned forward, getting as close to the glass window as I could before touching it with the tip of my nose. He had to be out there. Somewhere. I flew backwards into my husband's arms. This time my bladder wasn't as strong as I'd hoped. Again, I blamed the little one. Something had flown into the window and crashed against the glass, making a dull ting sound. Is that a pebble? Rock? I didn't see what it was when it happened, but when I looked back up, I saw it was still stuck in the glass. Splattered in a pile of its own goo was a beetle. Its iridescent purple shell was shattered to pieces, and its unforgettable bug stink slowly seeped its way into our house. Graham rubbed my shaking shoulders as I caught my breath. It's just a bug, he soothed, resting his chin on the top of my head. You're okay. Oh God, I sighed, burying my head into Graham's chest. I'm losing my mind. My muffled laugh vibrated against his shirt. Let's just go to bed, he smiled, turning off the TV and guiding me upstairs. When I finally got to bed, I couldn't help but lift the blankets and sheets just to make sure that there were no bugs waiting for me. I hoped a good night's sleep would help unfog my brain.
Before we begin, I want to give a content warning on this series. It contains graphic, sexual, and disturbing content, and may not be appropriate for everyone.
With that said, enjoy the video. For the last 3 decades, small groups of mycologists have been visiting a village deep in the Brazilian Amazon. It is suspected, based on some evidence, the village is atop a colossal fungal colony similar to the Armillaria solidipes in Mallard National Forest, Oregon, only dramatically larger. If that's the case, the fungus would be the largest living creature on Earth. The 100 or so expeditions before ours yielded inconclusive results. Genetic tests have shown that there is a type of fungus unique to the general area, but attempts to grow it in any environment outside of a 40-mile radius of the village have been futile. My trip down last March was with the intent of seeing if the fungus could grow artificially under specific chemically induced conditions. A biotechnology firm had recently developed an interest in that particular mushroom, believing it might have anti-carcinogenic properties. As a result, the 2 members of my team and I were given far better equipment to take with us than we normally had. We were happy to oblige. When we arrived, the native people were as friendly and inquisitive as always. They'd taken a liking to all the scientists who'd visited them. While the lab was set up 100 yards from the nearest structure in the village, it was common for the scientists and villagers to interact when the workday was over. A few of us even figured out a few words in their local dialect, although no one was anywhere near conversational level. It didn't matter, though. Food, drink, and wrestling were common languages we spoke. And for 32 years, everything had gone well. Everything, that is, except our research. We'd been stuck for the better part of a decade, with no ability to grow the fungus aside from that small, incredibly isolated locale. The likelihood of fully determining its properties was low. Further, without massively invasive and destructive digging, we'd never be able to find out the true size of the fungal colony below us. Things became complicated, though, and they changed for the worst. I'm not going to give an explanation as to what went on or why I'm the only person in our group to survive the last trip, but I will share my journal recordings from that period. I have to warn you, though. The things I saw were unlike anything I could have imagined. They're things I hope no one will ever have to see again.
March 9th, 2015, 9 a.m. It's been absolutely pissing rain for 6 days now. Jared estimates the rainfall is exceptionally high. Even for that time of year, he thinks at least 20 inches have fallen. I believe him, too. I can see why the village folk have their huts elevated off the forest floor. Otherwise, they'd be knee-deep in water. You know, sort of like our fucking lab. Okay, so it's not that bad in the lab. Maybe only ankle-deep, but I swear I'm going to knock Frank's teeth out when we get back home because it was his responsibility to make sure this place was sealed tight before his crew left. The fucking idiot. Anyway, Annie said fuck it and hiked through the water to see if the trail had been flooded. They were. Big time. None of us are getting out of here for a while, so I hope no one gets hurt or sick. The place where the helicopter usually lands might as well be a lake, and when it drains away, it'll be 4 feet of mud. The sat phones work fine though, but when I called Rakesh, he just told us to suck it up and get some work done. The rain should be tapering off tomorrow. Well, as much as it tapers off in a rainforest, I guess. March 10th, 2015, 8:15 a.m. Well, the sun's out. God damn, there's a lot of water around. Thankfully, it's draining into the ground pretty quickly. I guess that's one of the benefits of being on top of, maybe, the largest mushroom on Earth. Mushrooms love their water. I can't even imagine how much that thing can hold. Yesterday, we laughed at Annie while she picked the leeches off her legs after her little hike. Well, we laughed until she started throwing the nasty bastards at us. Then we just hid and giggled. Only in a rainforest are there so many leeches that you'll get them even in the water that's moving. We didn't do any work today. I think tomorrow's going to be a good day, though. At the rate the water's draining, we should be clear to start getting new samples. Whenever it rains a lot, that big bastard underground sends up thousands of little mushroom caps that grow in less than 4 hours.
we'll have more than enough samples to play around with. Side note, though, I think I'm getting a cold. March 11th, 2015, 12 p.m. I have a cold. You know how summer colds are the worst because the humidity makes the sinus pressure so much worse? Yeah, well, a cold in a rainforest is about 1,000 times worse. I'm sniffling, blowing snot all over the place while Jared and Annie are out doing field work and hanging out with the villagers. Being stuck in here gave me the time to do stupid Frank's job and make sure the place was airtight. And after that was done, I had the opportunity to play with the cool toys from Gene Medica. That said, I don't even know what half this shit is. We're mycologists, guys, not geneticists. Update. 3:15 p.m. Something started happening a little while ago, and it's definitely relevant to our work, so I'm going to do my best to detail everything. I called Rakesh, and he agreed I should document it all. I was sitting at the computer looking out the window when I saw what looked like dark orange smoke started pouring from the ground. And I mean pouring. Visibility went to practically nothing. The tree that's about 10 feet from our lab was nearly visible. Outside, I can hear the villagers yelling to one another. They seem pretty frightened. I'm unnerved, to say the least. Unnerved, but also excited. Is this a spore bloom? I'm assuming it might be, even though I'm in a lab, which I know is finally sealed properly. I'm putting on my hazmat suit. I'm probably being overcautious, and I know Annie and Jared are out in this stuff without any protection. But something about the ferocity of the way it's coming out of the ground worries me. Jared came back. Well, he's still outside, but he's at least back where I can see him. He's acting like he's high out of his mind. He's walking around and laughing to himself. Like, a lot. It doesn't look like he's having any problem breathing, but the amount of orange powder in the air, stuck to the surface of nearly everything, is disconcerting. I can't imagine having that stuff in his lungs. I yelled out to him about Annie and the folk in the village. He just yelled back how awesome they were. There's no way I'm getting through to him until his buzz wears off. It doesn't appear that he wants to come into the lab, and I'm glad about that. I don't think it'd be a smart move if the only mostly clean area gets contaminated. Update, 7:15 p.m. Annie came back and is in the same state as Jared. They played around outside like two kids and wouldn't listen to a word I yelled from the lab. They've since fallen asleep outside on the picnic table. I'm going to bed. March 12th, 2015, 6:30 a.m. The spores, I'm calling them that from now on because there's no other conceivable explanation, stopped coming out of the ground overnight, and after it rained early this morning, they blended in with the mud. I'm not taking off the hazmat suit, but I've disconnected the breathing apparatus and just using the filters in the mask. I strongly doubt there will be any particulate matter small enough to penetrate the filters. Jared and Annie seem to be no worse for the wear. Aside from exhaustion, after cleaning themselves in the river, I agreed they were probably fine to come back inside the lab and sleep. As for me, even though I'm miserable with this cold, I'm too excited to stay in here. I'm going out, first into the village and then to the forests around us. I want to see if that spore explosion could confirm the presence of that enormous mushroom. Update, 10:20 a.m. I spent a little over an hour in the village, and none of the people seemed injured, just a bit confused. I'm concerned, however, about the skin irritation a few of them developed overnight. Annie, too, has red blotches on her back and stomach. She insists they don't hurt, but they look painful. They remind me of eczema. Jared, so far, isn't having any skin problems. He's been coughing up disgusting orange crap from breathing in all the spores yesterday, but that's the worst of his problems. I'm heading out into the forest for a few hours. Update, 2 p.m. My trip to the forest was unsettling. There were many, many injured animals. They appeared to be suffering from a skin condition similar to that of the people affected by the spore eruption. I'm going into the village once more to see how their symptoms have progressed. Update, 3:50 p.m. I returned to the lab and found Annie and Jared having sex with one another in the middle of the main room. When I entered the lab, they didn't even try to hide themselves. They just continued doing what they were doing. That is entirely uncharacteristic of Annie, first of all, who was happily married, and Jared, who, as far as I know, is gay. Neither of them ever appeared to have any romantic interest in one another, and their interactions have always been professional. I approached them, and they greeted me happily, but not even pausing their action. The blotches on Annie's back looked much worse. As they went about their business, they talked to me about how much better they were feeling after getting some rest. Annie, who was riding Jared chest to chest, leaned back and exposed her chest and stomach. The flesh was terribly damaged. Jared, too. He started to show signs of skin deterioration. His own chest and belly were riddled with ugly, red, eczematous patches. When I asked if they would be okay with stopping for a few minutes so I could take a look at their skin, they didn't argue. Annie hopped off Jared and they stood in front of me, naked and beaming. I have no medical training, but I thought it was important to get samples of their damaged tissue. While I'd never done a biopsy before, they didn't look hard, and Jared and Annie consented. I made the first cut on Annie. As the knife went in, when I expected to hear a gasp from pain, she groaned with what I could only identify as pleasure. I glanced up at her and saw her with her head back, smiling. I took the sample, bagged it, and put it in the refrigerator. Jared, too, expressed delight at the feeling of the scalpel sliding into him, his pleasure manifesting itself more obviously as he regained the erection he'd lost following his interrupted sex with Annie. I did my best to stay professional, but I was very, very disturbed. I put his sample in the fridge next to Annie's. When I turned back around, I was horrified by what I saw. Annie and Jared were kissing again, and rather than resuming their intercourse, she had investigated his navel with her index and middle fingers. She slid them in and out of his abdomen, blood trickling through his pubic hair to the base of his erection and dripping onto the white floor. All the while, as they kissed, both their faces shone with ecstatic glee. Feeling sick to my stomach, I backed away and walked outside. From the village, I heard screams of rapturous joy. Many of the villagers had congregated in the center of the main huts. They were all nude, writhing against one another. Men, women, children, and bright red glinted off their dark skin. March 12th, 2015, 5:15 p.m. As much as I thought I had to, I wasn't ready to go into the village just yet. There were things I needed to do back at the lab. Annie and Jared obviously aren't healthy, and I'm worried about how safe they are around one another. I remembered Gene Medica had supplied us with 3 bottles of Laferrate 30 to use in celebration if we had any breakthroughs. So I did what any self-respecting scientist would do. Got my fellow researchers blackout drunk and locked them in their respective rooms with a fresh bottle to call their own. Then I called Rakesh. He seemed more freaked out than I was. He'd known Jared for 20 years. Apparently, he's in a 25-year monogamous relationship with his partner, and to directly quote Rakesh, gayer than gay. Rakesh agreed with me that stranger things have happened than 2 people pairing off when stuck in a bad situation. But with everything else going on, the spore eruption, the skin lesions, the pain, pleasure, rewiring, and whatever the hell was happening to the villagers, it was impossible to say it was just a situational fling. He commended me for figuring out how to keep Jared and Annie safe. And then he told me to get my ass into the village and take notes. I have a sinking feeling it's going to be really, really ugly. Update. 8 p.m. It's hard to form a coherent narrative when you've been traumatized. At the same time, it's easy to recall the details of that which traumatized you. The first thing I noticed upon leaving the lab and starting the 100 or so yard walk to the village were the bird feathers. They were raining from the trees and blowing in the weak wind. I couldn't make out much through the thick canopy, but I could see one bird very clearly. It was perched on a branch nearest the trunk and vigorously rubbing its body against the bark. Once one side was denuded of feathers, it started on the other until the same result was achieved. Then it leapt from the branch and flew in a bizarre, insect-like trajectory that didn't seem to be going anywhere in particular. It went out of sight before I could learn what was happening to it. A dog ran out from the general direction of the village and stopped in front of me. Its fur was mangy, and the visible flesh was punctured and rotted away. Its tail wagged furiously, and its ears were up, making it look incredibly happy, despite the painful-looking condition of its skin. I reached out to pat its head, and obliged, pushing its snout and head against my palm very hard, almost as if it had never felt the touch of a person before. It ground its skull against my hand, and I felt something slide. I recoiled and pulled back. The skin stuck to my gloved hand as I pulled, tearing the fur and flesh from its head. The dog, with blood trickling down its face and its tail still wagging, stared at me and began to eat itself off the glove. I didn't shoo it away. I didn't know what to do at all, aside from continuing my walk to the circle of huts. With each step, the details of the natives who still swarmed in the center of their village became apparent. I can only describe their activity as an orgy. Every conceivable pairing was demonstrated, all the way up to groups as large as 6. Most sickening to me, aside from the atrocities and the seemingly indiscriminate disparities in ages and participants, were the injuries. Every person had terrible damage to their skin. It appeared to be the same as what Annie and Jared are dealing with, but most of the villagers were much worse off, likely due to their constant and frenetic activity with one another. They paid me no attention as I walked through their midst. Every so often I'd come across a corpse. Each had profoundly disfiguring damage to them. While I know some of it was the result of the fungal spore's effect, a good portion of it was clearly from the actions of another person. This was verified when I saw a young man in the crowd. A rictus pleasure etched across his face, having his entire back flayed open by his partner. The man gasped with clear delight, his nudity making obvious the arousal he felt despite the terrible injury. His partner pressed his face into the wound and planted tender kisses on the exposed ribs. There were more acts like that, but they're all blurred together. I'm exhausted and overwhelmed. I called Rakesh once I got back, and while he expressed empathy for what I saw, he insisted on the importance of documenting the behavior and the progress of those affected by the spore cloud. I promised him I'd do a better job tomorrow, if I was able to get any sleep tonight. I checked on Annie and Jared. Both were snoring. Their skin looked worse, though. I'm not sure what to do. Rakesh assured me that by tomorrow evening they'd be able to get a helicopter to us. When I asked where it'd land, he told me not to worry about it, so I'll do my best. I'm going to get drunk and try to fall asleep. March 13th, 2015, 6:15 a.m. Before I went to sleep last night, I bound Jared and Annie to their beds. It was something Rakesh suggested, and I eventually decided it would be for the best. I could deal with them being pissed at me as long as they didn't hurt themselves while we waited for the helicopter. Apparently, ours would be the first of the few. There's a medical helicopter scheduled to come in minutes after we're taken out. While I'm really happy the villagers will get medical attention, it absolutely sucks so many of them will either be dead or terribly disfigured. If we'd been able to figure out the workings of that massive underground fungus, we might have been able to prevent this from happening. I'm heading down to the village again. I'm bringing my voice recorder so I can document enough detail to make Rakesh happy. Update. 12 p.m. What I saw yesterday was paradise when compared to the devastation and depravity I was forced to observe today. Rakesh, I wish you hadn't asked me to do this. I understand why you needed me to, but I'm not the same person I was a few days ago as a result. There's just nothing I can express other than sadness and terror. Well, maybe one thing. There's a tiny bit of solace in the fact that those affected by the spores don't appear to be in pain. But the other side of that is how they gleefully destroy their fellow villagers. People who were entirely innocent. People who, even as I record this, continue to scream with impossible ecstasy as they're torn apart. So Rakesh, you asked for details? So here, choke on them. Woman, man grouping. Severe skin deterioration along all 3. severe mutilation of the man's genitals. All that appears to remain is approximately 5 inches of his urethra, which is being stretched and pulled by both women. Each woman takes turns performing oral sex on the remains of the man's genitals. The smaller woman, when not occupied with the man, had created holes in the larger woman's thighs, into which she thrusts her fingers and tongue. All participants in these acts express joy. Man-boy grouping. The dead man is on his back in the dirt, while the boy sits in the gashed crater of the man's belly. The boy is laughing and pulling out loops of the man's intestines. Every so often, the boy will duck his head into the man's stomach cavity and move around, as if trying to swim. He then erupts upward, reminding me of a dolphin leaping out of the water before settling back down in the belly of the man to repeat the process. Large bite marks are visible on the boy's arms. Man grouping. 4 men are having intercourse with the gaping wounds in the torso of the 5th man. The 5th man is on his back on a small table, chewing on what appears to be the dismembered hand of a child. The child from whom he got the hand is not in sight. Woman grouping. The women are engaged in mutual oral sex. Each woman's belly has been torn out and is dangling her viscera either onto the dirt or onto her partner's body. The woman closest to me is bleeding very badly and will not live much longer. Side note. As these observations were made, I noticed a change in the surface of the spore's victim's skin. Aside from the growing blight sores, the skin appears to be growing sticky. It also appears to be weakening. I watched a boy whose back was relatively free from deterioration get pushed back against the hut. When the boy moved forward, the skin stuck to the hut and tore from his body with each step. This is similar to what I experienced yesterday with the dog's head. Man-woman grouping. The older woman is flaying all the skin from the other 2 group participants. Both the flayed man and the younger woman are sitting, apparently chatting happily, while the older woman removes their skin with a small knife. The scraps of flesh are being thrown back at the other group of villagers and into the forest. This flesh is particularly tacky and it is sticking like glue to whatever it strikes. Woman, man, woman, infant grouping. The woman on the ground appears to be in the process of giving birth to what may have been a healthy, unaffected infant. The man and the other 2 women are pushing the infant in and out of the mother with a great deal of force. I have no doubt the infant is no longer alive. All four living participants are either laughing or yelling with excitement or pleasure. It was that sight which forced me back to the lab. I'd reached my limit. When I walked in, Annie and Jared had escaped their rooms. Once their flesh deteriorated, it was not difficult for them to slip out of their bindings. I hadn't bothered to lock their bedroom doors after tying them up. They had resumed their intercourse from the day before. Jared was atop Annie, chest to chest. When I entered the lab, Jared, surprised and delighted to see me, lifted himself off Annie. Their skin clung together and the force of his motion tore the flesh from the muscles. Amused by this, Annie pulled back from Jared and attempted to disengage their genitals. Her vaginal walls clung to Jared's penis as she moved, sloughing off and separating from her anatomy. They stood in front of me like they did yesterday, happy to talk about how much fun they were having. I couldn't stand to look at them. I asked if they'd kindly go back into their rooms and wait for a little while. Even though they looked confused, they listened to me. I locked them in. That's when I began to record this entry. As I record this, I can hear them moaning as they pleasure themselves. I don't know what I'm going to do between now and the 8 hours before the helicopter is supposed to arrive, but I'm compelled to go into the forest and see if I can salvage anything useful from this horror show, even if I don't see anything. Maybe I can clear my head. Update 6 p.m. The first important thing I noticed was how the chunks of flesh thrown by the woman who flayed her 2 partners had sprouted mushrooms, small, stringy mushrooms. Everywhere I found chunks of flesh, I found mushrooms. Also, a note. The orgy of hideousness in the village had abruptly stopped. I hurried back to see what happened. I thought at first they all might be dead, but they were there. smiling and wandering around aimlessly. Their injuries were horrific, some catastrophic. Those too hurt to move lay on the ground. The sticky flesh that had touched the dirt began to grow the same mushrooms. Gradually, those capable of walking started to spread out in all directions. They moved slowly, picking their skin and throwing it on the ground as they walked. Over time, they increased their speed. I ran behind a group of boys, and they pulled small strips of skin from their body and flung it to the dirt with each step. They bit off their own lips and tongues and spit them on the ground or at the trees. They ran and ran, leaving a trail of gore behind them. I looked from side to side and saw the other villagers running and tearing themselves to shreds as they went. I must have gone a few miles before I couldn't continue. The hazmat suit was too heavy and I was overheated and exhausted. I turned around and trudged back. The closer I got to town, the first few scrapes of flesh that had been torn off had already started sprouting the same stringy mushrooms. I was overwhelmed with visceral disgust and scientific intrigue. Back in the village, no one was left alive. Whoever was capable of running away had done so, and all the corpses remained there where they'd fallen or been dropped. Each of the carcasses were spouting bouquets of fungus. Out of nowhere, I remembered Annie and Jared. I ran back to the lab, threw open the doors, and saw the consequences of being too late to help them. Both were dead. They'd torn themselves to shreds and blanketed the bedrooms with their flesh and blood. With no dirt or plant life for the mushrooms to grow on, the flesh just sat there, useless. I don't know why I did what I did next, but at the time, it felt like the only way to honor them. I scooped up what I could of their remains and threw it on the ground by the lab. I sat and watched as the mushrooms grew. Now I'm waiting for the helicopter. That's the end of the journal. The helicopter picked me up at around 10 p.m. The other teams came in later to do whatever investigations needed to be done. Physically, I was fine, aside from stewing in a sweaty hazmat suit for 2 days with a terrible cold and too few fluids. My body was no worse for wear. The bodies of the villagers were found over the course of the next few weeks. Some of them had made it almost 45 miles before their bodies gave out and they dropped. All that could be recovered were bones. It's almost a year later, and I'm back in the area with a new team. Having to wear a hazmat suit at all times we're not in the lab sucks, but no one wants to go through what happened to our colleagues. The research difficulties we'd faced for the last 10 years still plagued us, but at least a few questions about the fungus have been answered. Still, when it's quiet, or I'm working alone, I think about the villagers blindly running as far as their bodies would go, all while tearing themselves apart just so they'd fertilize the ground with the spores of which had possessed them. And I can't stop thinking about how, because of it, a full 5 miles have been added to the radius of where that particular mushroom grows. Welcome to Bad Translations. In this video, we will be studying the intricacies and the unique writing style found in Russian fanfiction. While it is a niche subject, the authors that frequent the Russian fanfiction pages are dedicated. You won't find their stories on NOSLEEP or any well-known website for that matter. To get to these websites, you'd have to just do everything short of going through the deep web downloading Tor. These websites are hard as shit to find. I think this story's fanfiction of a cartoon called Gumball, but it's called Lost Tapes. So I assume it's like, those Lost Tape creepypastas. Oh, yeah. All right, well, let's get into it. Let's see what they got for. My name is TDS. I have little time. They want to catch up with me. Do not watch Lost Episodes, Part 1. The action takes place in Poland, exactly in Zambro. It is July 3rd, 2018. It's 2 a.m. I watched Lost Episodes on my phone. I was just finishing the lost episode of The Awesome World of Gumball, Morning. Then I heard strange noises coming from the kitchen. I jumped to my feet and decided to check out what was going on in the kitchen because the sounds were unbearable. When I entered the kitchen, nobody was there. I found that I predicted. Because scratched my head and went to the sleep. However, an hour later, the kitchen sounds woke me from a heavy sleep. It's 3:30 a.m. at night, and I realized that I'd forgotten to close YouTube. The episode Dead Bart had started. Then I heard strange noises and steps coming from the corridor. I decided not to sleep and check the corridor and the rest of the apartment. When I checked the whole apartment, I decided to arm myself with a kitchen knife, and again, I checked the corridor. I heard footsteps behind me, but when I turned around, I didn't see anyone. So I turned around again, and then someone caught me from behind. When I looked, I saw that the character has no head. I stabbed the creature and fled from the apartment. It was warm outside, and it was raining and thundering. There was no traffic on the street, and it was unusually quiet. I decided to go to the night shop and bought things to eat. When I returned home, I found as if a tornado had passed through it. However, there was no sign of the creature after the painting. I decided to go back to bed, but I could not sleep. Then, once again, I wanted to leave the house, but it was impossible to open the door.
Hey, yo, Gary, why won't this door open?
I found the old axe and smashed the door. Then the phone rang, which he said that I have 6 days left and disconnected. Then I saw the letter S on the pavement. I did not pay any attention to that and went shadow straight to the park. On the phone, it showed to me that it was already 5 in the morning. When I was at the tree park, I saw a corpse that had a sword in one hand and a card with the letter M in the other. Then I was reminded of the letter S, and the letters are arranged in WM. I decided to take my sword and escape so that no one would suspect me of the murder. 4 July 2018. I have 6 days left. I decided to go to Lomza to visit my family and say goodbye. Then I called for a life policy. When I said goodbye and arranged a policy, I decided to go to a nearby Kebawonia. I decided to go to a nearby Kebawonia because I was hungry like a wolf. When I was near Zambro, I noticed that half of the city was deserted. There are only 4 stores, including Grozak at Bialystocka, Tesco at Mazuikia, what the shit? I'm gonna skip this part because I don't think that part got translated. And one restaurant under the name Millard. You got all these random ass names. Son of a bitch, Molly. The dog. 1 sec, the dog wants out. Then another letter I appeared on the block walls. I have already met the 3 letters, smile. After finding this letter, the phone rang and he told me that I had 5 days left and someone tomorrow will suffer from your family for unknown reasons. 5 July 2018. I decided to go around the city, but I did not notice anyone. The city itself was in ruin. So, I went to one of the 4 stores to buy food, drink, and vodka. I saw that one of the sewers was pouring out a black puddle, which is laying in hands begging for rescue. Inventing probably atheists? Next to it was a card with the letter E, and these letters were arranged in SMY. After this incident, the phone rang for a 3rd time and announced that something happened to his niece and mother-in-law. Then he added that I had 4 days left, and he hung up. 6 July 2018. After walking around the ruins in search of a weapon or something to defend, I saw graffiti with the letter R, and it all formed death. And next to it, I found a pistol, a military knife. I thought that it was equipment of a soldier whose corpse was lying nearby. When I was about to get back to myself, the phone rang again, and I asked him,
"Who are you?"
But he did not deign to answer me? What? But he did not deign to answer me. However, he added in sad and broken voice.
You have 3 days left. Oh my god.
I decided to go to the library to look a little bit about what has happened to me lately, but I have not found the answer. July 7, 2018.
I went to Lidl and took the things I needed to live. When I wanted to leave the moving door, they did not react to me, and I had to knock out the door that was made of glass. The phone rang. Wow, my phone literally just vibrated. Fucking creepy. Oh wow, now my screen is glitching out. What the hell? Oh, is it fucking the hash slinging slasher? Oh god, no. The stash ringing, the stash bringing, the ass singing. The phone rang again, and this time it was different. Not the one that I had heard the voice before and told me that I had in 2 days left, and at the end he started to moan so loudly that the phone burned? But what?
Oh, God.
July 8, 2018. I decided to sit in makeshift bunkers and wait for events to unfold. By the way, I found the Nokia 3310, which lasted the last days, and I calmly waited for a phone call from a mysterious person. In the end, he called and announced that I was 1 day, and tomorrow he will meet in real. Be ready, watch more and more Lost episodes. And on my Nokia, which surprised me, the letter C appeared. Then everything was clear about death. Then on my back, I felt a cold breeze of souls that continued without purposeful wandering around the world. 9 July 2018. From the beginning of the day, I had shivers on my back caused by the fear of meeting a mysterious person who threatened me on the phone. I did not know her motives or her intentions. Finally, the hour 0 broke. A voice in my head told me to follow his instructions. I joined a deserted clearing where there were several gravestones, but the bodies were before them. A few dead bodies hung on the trees, which changed their color to blue due to time. Then, the shadows of the night, a figure came out that haunted me for the last days. At that time, this figure revealed his hood under which a black face with no eyes and with a lot of scars and a face. At that time, this figure revealed its hood under which a black-faced face with no eyes with a lot of scars and the face lurked. I pulled out my gun and started shooting at it, but every shot ended in a miss. So I pulled out my knife and went to him in a full swing.
Oh, you gonna get cut, bitch.
But when I was about to stab him, he hit me in the face and smashed my nose.
My nose.
However, I did not give up, and after further attempts with the knife, I sprained my arm and broke my eyebrow through falling.
My eyebrow.
Suddenly,
My bones.
the field on which we're located stood in the fire and a figure moved on me, but I escaped and fell into my fire. But her last words before burning were, "Never watch Lost episodes, because otherwise the next will come for me. When they do not know what pity," and burned down. Suddenly the fire that was on the quiet. A few hours after this event, I found my former phone, but it was a lost episode on it. When I saw it, I ran away, but the phone rang through the telephone receiver. I heard it. I have 6 days. I decided to ignore it. I found a first aid kit and dressed all of the wounds, but next on the first aid kit, there was a card with the letter K. However, I did not give up, and further attempts with the knife What the shit? Okay, I guess it's repeating the part with the knife. What, is he stabbing the med kit? However, I did not give up, and after further attempts with the knife, I sprained my arm and broke my eyebrow through falling.
My eyebrow.
I decided to ignore it. I found a first aid kit and dressed all of the wounds, but next to the first aid kit, there was a card with the letter K. I was going to bed. I was tired, just like you're supposed to be. I laid down, turned the light off, and closed my eyes. Then I waited, just like I was supposed to. Falling asleep is a little like standing on the shores of a beach. The waves lapping at your feet until suddenly you're sinking beneath the surface. Well, I was sinking. No, I mean, I was literally sinking. I didn't notice it until it was too late. I opened my eyes and felt panic. The walls of my comforter stretched high overhead. I was in a pit, a hole, an abyss made of my own bed. I tried to sit up. I couldn't. I tried to grab the walls of fabric. I couldn't. I tried to scream. That worked. After my cry slithered from my lips, I realized I was still sinking deeper, 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 and I was unable to stop or slow my descent. The cloth walls continued to elongate, and soon the circle of darkness overhead was swallowed from sight. I was far, far down now. It was then I began to feel something press against the walls of my sinking vessel. It felt like hands, groping, grabbing, reaching, poking. I battered them away, horrified and confused, another shriek finding my lips. I descended past the hands. They vanished like they had never been. I tried to roll over, and I couldn't. I could only lay on my back and listen to the rustle of covers as they dipped and stretched, taking me down into whatever place this was. My heart was racing, so fast, alarmingly fast. Next came the whispers. It sounded like there were people just on the other side of the fabric. They were conversing with one another in hushed tones, like they didn't want me to hear what they were saying. I'm not 100% certain on this, but I could have sworn I heard one of them say my name. Then they were gone as well. Down, 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 my compressed hammock of madness and impossibility continuing to elongate like a piece of warm taffy. I called for help. What the fuck else was I supposed to do? Of course, no one heard me because wherever I wasn't anywhere. I remember thinking at that exact moment that I was trapped in a nightmare. I tried to wake myself up. My arms were working, which was good. I pinched, slapped, and even punched myself. I didn't wake up because I already was. I began to feel claustrophobic. The hot cotton walls pressed in all around me, and I felt myself break out in a sweat. The air was hot and heavy with darkness. I think I started to cry. And that's when I heard something above me. Like something was crawling down towards me. Whatever it was, it scuttled, like it had a dozen legs all moving in quick unison. It was getting closer. I could hear it getting closer, shoving itself down after me, for me. I could hear it breathing. The ragged breaths came just as quickly as the other sounds.
Elias.
Something definitely said my name then. It was loud, clear, and directed at me. Except the voice came from below me, where the hole hadn't reached yet. "Stop it!" I shrieked suddenly. The thing above me hurried faster, pressing itself through a small throat of fabric. I waited for the inevitable hand at my throat, or perhaps claw, maybe a sudden sliver of glistening teeth lunging for my throat. The voice below me spoke again.
Elias.
The scuttling ceased, and my hole, my prison, continued to plummet. "Let me out!" I howled, thrashing about. I was panicking. I knew I was panicking, but Jesus Christ, wouldn't you? Exhausted and trapped, and now sweating profusely, I stilled. I sucked in thick lungfuls of hot air. I was crying. I felt like I was dying. I jerked my head to the left and then to the right. I needed something, anything. I needed hope. Something I was sorely lacking in that terrified moment. There. What was that? It was a hole. It was just the tiniest of things. It was located where my left ear had been pressed against. Adjusting myself, a pitiful cry escaping, I pressed my eye to it, out of the patch of itchy walls of my comforter, and then I saw it. What I saw led me to write this. There were millions of us. The world was gone. There were no houses, no roads, no hills, no mountains. There were no cars, no cities, no trees, and no fucking taxes. An expanse of endless stars littered the vast eternity, but they didn't twinkle with that slightly off blue hue you're used to seeing. No, the stars were purple, and they moved. They zigzagged and crossed one another. They rose and then fell and raced and then slowed down. I felt my bladder release, an uncomfortable accident considering the circumstances. On second thought, when is a good time to piss your pants? Regardless, I observed the purple stars with overwhelming shock. I noticed that whenever they changed directions, they did so at a sharp 90-degree angle. That probably meant something, if any of this meant anything. I pulled my eyes away from the stars and focused on the other occupants of the sky. The millions like me, millions of blankets, descending the forever space, dripping down, down, down through the cosmos like strands of multicolored drool from the mouth of the universe. All of us cocooned in our own blankets of choice, our vessels in this strange alien world. I cocked my eyes down below, down to where we were all headed. If I had any more piss to offer, my blankets would have to drink it down once more. Sitting cross-legged at the depths of the eternal was an absolutely enormous entity. It was a humanoid in shape. Its colossal torso, a pulsing mass of purple stardust. It glowed with an almost blinding radiance, an ever-shifting conglomeration of light, pieced together by fragments reaching the trillions in numbers. Rising from its back was a titanic construct that I can only describe as a tree. Its trunk emerged from the alien figure and soared high over its head, its branches reaching and spreading to the very corners of existence. It appeared to be composed of the same strange purple stardust and endless blinking buzz like neon fireflies. Hanging from the branches like ornaments were countless solar systems, pink, green, blue, black, gold, crimson, every color ever seen. They swirled and spun and breathed and existed entirely in place, a buffet of spectacle like you've never seen before. I attracted my eye back to the entity, back to the head. It was wrapped in a black cloth, layers and layers and fucking layers of the stuff. Sliced along the mountains of fabric was a mouth that exhaled great gales of purple smog that lazily drifted out from teeth the size of the sun. If the sun had been diced up, the pieces gathered and then had been slammed inside the mouth of the most terrifying creature ever imagined. The mouth was moving, and that was because the entity's two arms were moving, followed the miles of stardust that composed the limbs all the way to the end, all the way to the hands, the fingers, and what the fingers were holding. Spoons. On each hand, enormous, shining, dazzling spoons, each one capable of hosting all the stars discovered by mankind. I watched in absolute horror as the entity extended its arms and began to catch the dripping, hanging, descending blankets in the sky. It gathered them with caution, making sure each one landed in one of the great caverns of its utensils. I was still very far away from this cosmic nightmare, which gives testament to its size, and another scream rattled my throat. I was having a bad night, okay? Christ. Unable to look away, I watched as the stardust being filled its spoons and then slowly brought them to its mouth, toward that quarter-moon hole that had been cut in the midnight fabric that encased its head. The entity emptied the spoons into its mouth, and immediately its body pulsed with staggering light. I blinked and squinted, not wanting to look away. When the creature swallowed, the stardust around its body surged and then drifted off. It was like shedding some kind of dead skin. The millions of lights that flowed away hung in the air for a fraction of a second before suddenly blinking purple once more, then zipping off into space, jerking and moving at sharp right angles. Before I could utter some obvious statement of disbelief, or shock, or confusion, I was suddenly jerked violently up. I screamed in surprise, the sudden movement interrupting my long, steady descent. I gripped the sides of my blanket and another pull gave me whiplash. Something was bringing me back up. Something was taking me out of here. I spun around and cast one last look at the entity below. It was smiling at me, its sun-sharp teeth like eyes in the ebony emptiness beyond. When I woke up, a hot girl was making out with me. Well, okay, that's not entirely true. She was giving me CPR. What do you want from me, okay? I'm a pig. Fuck off. Coughing, lunging upright, I breathed for the first time in what felt like years. I blinked, wiped my eyes, and the hot girl was saying my name. I looked around. I was in my apartment. I was in bed. The lights were on. I looked at the girl. Oh, it was my girlfriend. She had come over, a surprise sleepover, and found me already in bed and asleep. Well, not quite. She had found me choking on something. She found me seconds before I died. You see, as I drifted off to sleep, a massive spider had crawled up onto my bed and down my throat. My loving girlfriend, performing an act of utmost bravery, had reached down past my lips and tongue and teeth and retrieved the murderer, and then she'd killed it, making her the murderer. Realizing I wasn't breathing anymore, something needed for living, my princess in shining armor had given me CPR and managed to pull me back out of my slow plunge toward death. Because, at the end of the day,
That's what I think I saw. I think I saw millions of people dying in their sleep from one cause or another. So do yourself a favor. When you die violently. Then a knock sounded from the roof of the car. What the hell? A bow? What the hell is that? A bow? I don't know what that word is. B-O-H. Ooh, there's a bug on me. B-O-U-G-H. What is that word? A bow? A bow? A bog? What the fuck? A bug? A buff? Oh my freaking hell. That is a bow had fallen from one of the trees? That makes no damn sense. At one point, I tilted my head up. Is my grandpa listening to dubstep? What the hell? What is this bass? I don't know if you guys can hear this, but I straight up think he's listening to like dubstep or something. What the hell? If you need to make a call, you can leave and go up the hill a ways, preferably back toward town, because the other way takes you into the— What the hell is that? What the hell was that? Sounded like some sort of weird banjo music started playing for a second. Yeah, you like my accent? Come on, man. Come on with it. Come on, man. It's like a mix between gangster and southern. Anyway, what the hell was that sound? Oh, shit. Sorry, I forgot I was in here. It's a vocal exercise to force blood flow to your lips. My lips are starting to do that smacky thing, like... So, to avoid that, you kind of just make that sound, and it forces blood flow to your lips. So... Okay, and we're good. Yes, I am. Can you not hear me? I didn't have time to ask. He quickly found the locks on the doors, used them, and covered the short distance to my register, gun extended and aimed at my face. Oh shit, that was the guy on the phone? God damn it, now I'm gonna have to re-record those lines. Ah, shit. Frack. 1 sec. Oh, my freaking knee. Ow. Ow. Okay, ow. That's what I get for sitting on my leg in some sort of half-Indian position for 20 fucking minutes. He took a second to find the words, but all he came up with was Molly yawning on the other side of the room. How are you gonna yawn so much? You're awake. What are you yawning for? Damn it. There it is again! I'm so freaking cold. Oh my god. Ow. Ow. Shit. Fuck me. Oh, what is this? He waved one of his 6 arms in a jerk-off motion before continuing. I don't want to be... my god, doing his voice is fucking with my throat. Ugh. 1 sec, guys. I just want to interject. This child, is straight pissing me off. Stories don't usually scare me. If anything, they just make me mad when there's characters like this that I would like to backhand.
Like, it's like that same thing with the left-right game, that one bitch, Blue Jay. The entire time I was reading that, I just wanted to backhand the shit out of her titties. Oh, I was so mad. These people. All right, anyway.
Hello, is this Mr. Henderson? There was no real reason for me to pick up the phone. The spam app on my cell called out the mystery number right away. But hell, I thought, fuck it. There was no one else left in life for me to talk to. Even a debt collector sounded good at the moment. My wife was murdered in 2015. There isn't really an easy way to say that other than getting it out of the way early. It was a random robbery gone wrong. One rainy night, some sick, tweaking fuck snuck into our house and shot her. The suspect was caught 2 days later and sentenced to life in prison. He still sits there today. I've worked in web development ever since. The job is remote, and the field caters to my hermit-like behavior out here in the woods of northern Jersey. The lack of drug testing is really just an added benefit. I was perfectly free to fuck up the remainder of my own life. I don't have any friends anymore. Not really. Sometimes, I guess it's easy to look for companionship in all the wrong places. A senior or junior?
Said the pretty, calm voice on the other line. She sounded familiar, but I blamed the notion on the half-empty bottle of wine. Apologies, ma'am, but Senior died 6 years ago, I said, a little annoyed at the lack of record-keeping at this place. She paused.
Gosh, that's not what we have here. I'm so sorry, sir. We were not aware. Please forgive the intrusion and assumption. Would you mind pausing while I check my records?
A filing cabinet clinked steadily in the background as static crinkled. My guess is that the woman held the receiver to her shoulder. I chuckled a bit at the lack of audio quality. No, that's okay. It's no problem at all. No worries. Why don't you start by telling me your name? I asked, cursing myself for the hint of shameful flirting at the end. She giggled. Something about the laugh was very familiar.
My name is Emily. I work with this credit card company,
she said in a rehearsed tone.
Unfortunately, I cannot divulge which firm over the phone if you're not on the account, which, you just admitted yourself, of course. Okay. I'm guessing that you're Mr. Henderson's son?
She mumbled while audibly fumbling through papers. Yes, ma'am. That's right, but it's been years. I could not possibly be stuck with this old man's debt, right? I asked hopefully.
Well, let's check, shall we?
There was a panicked shuffling and opening of books in the background. I'm so sorry, sir, she replied with a regretful tone.
The rules are in one of those 3-ring binders. They're very difficult to find. Please hold on for a moment.
That's okay. I didn't know anybody still kept records that way. Do I get an email confirmation of this charge as well? I asked.
Excuse me?
Email, like electronic mail? A confirmation of the charge? I asked again, allowing my confusion to turn to frustration. What was this lady's problem?
We don't do that here. Still a few years away from all those fancy features.
She continued.
But as you know, late payments are a pretty serious issue. They can even affect the credit score of an individual when a large amount has not been paid.
Okay, of course, I said, genuinely starting to grow worried and a bit flustered. What can I do?
Is there a Mrs. Henderson in the household?
She asked quietly. Mrs. Henderson died in 2006.
What year did you say? Oh my gosh, that's so horrible. I really am batting 1,000 today.
I gasped. That was it. That phrase. I didn't know if it was the way she said it or the fact that simply not many people use that exact language, but as soon as she did, something clicked in my memory. My wife worked for a credit card company before we met. Her name was also Emily. The voice sounded like hers, but it was younger, more hopeful than I remembered. What is your last name? I asked. The line was silent. Look, I know that's a weird question, but please, I think we know each other.
I can't give that information out.
She started. Okay, did you go to Jefferson Memorial High School?
Yes?
She said, astonished.
How did you know that?
It was impossible. Emily was dead. The voice on the phone barely even sounded like her. It was younger, it was happier, more optimistic. This type of dream was actually something that had kept me up a million sleepless nights in the past, and yet I was awake. Could it be a coincidence? Is your mother's name Eva? There was a silence on the other end of the line. Her mouse-like reply confirmed my suspicions.
Who is this?
I took a deep breath. Either I understood what was happening, or I lost my mind. Might as well enjoy the ride. The next question is gonna sound strange, but what's today's date?
I'm sorry, sir. What? One moment.
She paused and shuffled around some more papers.
Today's date is July 9th, 1999.
That was impossible. Could it be the storm? The anniversary of her death? Emily, listen to me.
Okay, sir, this conversation is getting a little strange. Let's keep it to the payment plan.
Listen to me very carefully. One day you're going to meet a man. You're going to love him, Emily. And he will love you more than you will ever know. I had to give her something to remember. On your first holiday together, he will buy you one gift for all the 12 days of Christmas.
Oh, sounds dreamy.
She replied with a laugh and a sigh.
Are you one of those psychics?
I'm serious. You will marry this man, Emily. He will buy you the ring you always wanted. The ceremony will be a beautiful one in your hometown. Your entire family will be there, including Aunt Zelda and your grandmother from Tennessee.
I like this fortune cookie,
she said, with dripping sarcasm. But 2 years later, on July 9th, 2015, you will be murdered in the home you share together. She shifted the phone nervously.
So, what do I do?
First, I tried to tell her to avoid the house that day, to never date me, to stay away forever and find a better life somewhere else, but somewhere in the middle of my rant, the line disconnected to the tune of a blood-curdling scream. I called back to find a non-working number. She never answered again. I fell asleep listening to the thunder rolling across the sky. The scream from that night repeated from time to time while flashes of her body on the floor occasionally invaded my mind. I never questioned the call. I never asked why. Maybe it was God, maybe it was just time. But yesterday morning, when I woke up, Emily was by my side. Nobody knows what rock bottom truly is until they've hit it. Being abruptly fired from a job you've worked at for the past 10 years, then catching your girl cheating on you with your replacement really makes a man think. Hell, my student loans aren't even paid off yet. What a shit show this life is. After a rather boozy night that consisted of sending out about 4 dozen resumes and horrendously written cover letters, I passed out. I woke up the next morning. I decided to at least try and make some money at home while waiting for an interview. At that moment, I thought the best way to go about it was completing those internet surveys that yielded $5 Subway gift cards and other shit like that after about an hour of answering questions. I mean, I didn't have any other marketable skills that could have yielded immediate income. It was either that or wasting the day away playing computer games. At least I wouldn't have to pay for food. I did these surveys for about 5 hours before nearly passing out. It was way more excruciating than I originally anticipated. At the end of those 5 hours, I had accumulated about $45 in cash and gift cards. $9 an hour. It's not like I was making much more than that before. I was about to close my laptop up for the day and head to the bar in an attempt to drown out my melancholy when I first saw it. It shouldn't even have been noticeable, but for one reason or another, it was. At the bottom corner of the website that I was on existed a tiny, singular advertisement. Maybe it was the simplicity that got me. Plain black letters in a tacky font that read "Surveys for Cash" overlapped a completely white background. At least they were direct with the message. One more couldn't hurt, I thought. Might as well scrape together a little bit more booze money before heading out. I sat back down, clicked on the picture link, and prepared myself to grind through some painstaking inquiries. The first few questions were simple enough. I guess they weren't really questions, but more data collection. My name, age, and occupation. I thought it was kind of weird that they also asked me my height and weight, but it wasn't unheard of. The first real question was a different story, though. I must have stared at it, wide-eyed, and mouth agape for God knows how long. What the actual hell? In plain English, this is what popped up on my screen. How strong is your urge to currently look behind you? There was no feasible reason why I should have been afraid at that moment, but I was. I tightened my breathing, trying to make out any subtle noises behind me. There were none. After maybe about 5 minutes, I worked up the courage to look. There was nothing. I sighed in relief and scoffed at myself at the same time. This must have been some kind of joke. However, I decided to entertain it, answering neutral and clicking on to the next question. And this is what it read. Why would you look behind you? I smirked. Funny, before simply typing in a "I don't know" in the response box, and once again clicking next. This was the third question. You're on a plane. Apart from you, there is only one other passenger who is sitting somewhere behind you. At that point, you get up and go to the washroom. You find that the man is gone. You check to see if he is in the only bathroom on the plane, but he isn't. What do you do? Again, I must have stupidly stared at it for nearly 10 minutes. Was this some kind of obscure personality test? I mean, it must have been, right? I put the same answer in that I had used for the last question. I don't know. It was true. I didn't know. How the hell was I supposed to answer this shit? I clicked next again, now more intrigued than anything. The fourth question went like this. You wake up in woods unfamiliar to you. It's nighttime, and the moonlight provides you with only slight visibility. About 30 feet away from you, there is a small, dimly lit, illuminated cabin. The door is open, and a smiling woman is motioning for you to come in. Do you go? Explain why. This question wasn't necessarily weirder than the last one, so my conjecture that this was some kind of odd personality test was still feasible. I actually make an attempt to answer this one, something along the lines of, going into the cabin because there's simply nowhere else to go. Once again, I click next. Probably shouldn't have. The questions started getting fucked up. They weren't too gory or explicit, not anything like that. They were just stranger, weirder, more psychologically disturbing. If you're wondering why the hell I kept going, I can't really give you an explicit answer to that. I just felt like I had to. Creeping sensation that I can't quite explain away, but I could never shake it, so I just went on. Some of the questions that stood out were, suppose that you wake up one night to find an elevator in your house. During every midnight after that, it opens up for 5 minutes, revealing an exact copy of yourself that gets progressively more injured as time goes on. Do you keep living like this, or do you enter the elevator once and end it all? And you're in a hotel room, but you are awoken by a rapid knocking at your window. You peek through the blinds, seeing what appears to be a man missing both his eyes. He puts his mouth to the glass and tells you to kill the woman in the bathroom immediately. Do you listen to him? Oh, this was one of my least favorites. You are watching home movies with your mother. One of the tapes includes footage of her being murdered by a masked intruder. Your mother simply laughs at the footage without saying anything. In your opinion, is this cause for concern? In addition to this insanity-inducing shit, there were some rather disconcerting events happening in real life as well. I received a knock at the door about 30 minutes in. I looked through the peephole to find a guy standing there, frantically shaking his head and mouthing "no" while making direct eye contact with me. Obviously, I didn't open up. I received about 10 phone calls from somebody named the Auditor on my caller ID. They left a message every time, but each one was just a recording that consisted of somebody saying numbers through heavy static. Actually, it sounded more like screaming now that I think about it.
about an hour into this thing, and I was on the verge of a mental breakdown. I was petrified of looking behind me, and even though there was no indication that anything should have been there, I heard some soft scratching coming from my vent at one point, so I moved my couch over it. Eventually, I reached what appeared to be the end of the survey. However, it wasn't a question, it was simply a statement. Don't let them in. They're not to be trusted. Almost as if it were on cue, I heard more knocking at my door about 5 seconds after reading this. As slowly and silently as I could, I moved over and looked through the peephole once again. It was a different person than the one I'd seen earlier. She was a woman, looking to be in her mid-20s. She was wearing a thick blazer, despite it being around 90 degrees Fahrenheit outside. She was also wearing sunglasses, so I never really could tell where she was actually looking. She eventually took a piece of paper out of her pocket and slipped it under the door. I looked down and read it. It's lying. Leave your apartment immediately. It's been about a half an hour since. I can't bring myself to look at the computer screen nor the woman outside. She's still there. I can see the shadows of her feet from underneath my door. I heard my bedroom window open a few minutes ago, but I've since jammed the door shut with a chair. I can hear some kind of distorted muttering coming from behind it now. Maybe rock bottom wasn't so bad, but what the fuck am I supposed to do here? My name is TDS. I have little time. They want to catch up with me. Do not watch Lost Episodes, Part 1. The action takes place in Poland, exactly in Zambro. It is July 3rd, 2018. It's 2 a.m. I watched Lost Episodes on my phone. I was just finishing the lost episode of The Awesome World of Gumball, Morning. Then I heard strange noises coming from the kitchen. I jumped to my feet and decided to check out what was going on in the kitchen because the sounds were unbearable. When I entered the kitchen, nobody was there. I found that I predicted. Because scratched my head and went to sleep. However, an hour later, the kitchen sounds woke me from a heavy sleep. It's 3:30 a.m. at night, and I realized that I'd forgotten to close YouTube. The episode Dead Bart had started. Then I heard strange noises and steps coming from the corridor. I decided not to sleep and check the corridor and the rest of the apartment. When I checked the whole apartment, I decided to arm myself with a kitchen knife, and again, I checked the corridor. I heard footsteps behind me, but when I turned around, I didn't see anyone. So I turned around again, and then someone caught me from behind. When I looked, I saw that the character has no head. I stabbed the creature and fled from the apartment. It was warm outside, and it was raining and thundering. There was no traffic on the street, and it was unusually quiet. I decided to go to the night shop and bought things to eat. When I returned home, I found as if a tornado had passed through it. However, there was no sign of the creature after the painting. I decided to go back to bed, but I could not sleep. Then, once again, I wanted to leave the house, but it was impossible to open the door. I found the old axe and smashed the door. Then the phone rang, which he said that I have 6 days left and disconnected. Then I saw the letter S on the pavement. I did not pay any attention to that and went shadow straight to the park. On the phone, it showed to me that it was already 5 in the morning. When I was at the tree park, I saw a corpse that had a sword in one hand and a card with the letter M in the other. Then I was reminded of the letter S, and the letters are arranged in WM. I decided to take my sword and escape so that no one would suspect me of the murder. 4 July 2018. I have 6 days left. I decided to go to Lomza to visit my family and say goodbye. Then I called for a life policy. When I said goodbye and arranged a policy, I decided to go to a nearby Kebawonia. I decided to go to a nearby Kebawonia because I was hungry like a wolf. When I was near Zambro, I noticed that half of the city was deserted. There are only 4 stores, including Grozak at Bialystocka, Tesco at Mazuikia, what the shit?
I'm going to skip this part because I don't think that part got translated. And one restaurant under the name Millard. You got all these random ass names. Son of a bitch, Molly. The dog. 1 sec, the dog wants out. Then another letter I appeared on the block walls. I have already met the 3 letters smile. After finding this letter, the phone rang, and he told me that I had 5 days left, and someone tomorrow will suffer from your family for unknown reasons. 5 July 2018. I decided to go around the city, but I did not notice anyone. The city itself was in ruin, so I went to one of the 4 stores to buy food, drink, and vodka. I saw that one of the sewers was pouring out a black puddle, which is laying in hands begging for rescue, inventing probably atheists. Next to it was a card with the letter E, and these letters were arranged in SMY. After this incident, the phone rang for a 3rd time and announced that something happened to his niece and mother-in-law. Then he added that I had 4 days left, and he hung up. 6 July 2018. After walking around the ruins in search of a weapon or something to defend, I saw graffiti with the letter R, and it all formed death, and next to it, I found a pistol, a military knife. I thought that it was equipment of a soldier whose corpse was lying nearby. When I was about to get back to myself, the phone rang again, and I asked him, "Who are you?" But he did not deign to answer me? What? But he did not deign to answer me. However, he added in sand and a broken... No, he added in a sad and broken voice,
You have 3 days left. Oh my god.
I decided to go to the library to look a little bit about what has happened to me lately, but I have not found the answer. July 7, 2018. I went to Lidl and took the things I needed to live. When I wanted to leave the moving door, they did not react to me, and I had to knock out the door that was made of glass. The phone rang. Wow, my phone literally just vibrated. Fucking creepy. Oh, wow, now my screen is glitching out. What the hell? Oh, is it fucking the hash slinging slasher? Oh god, no. The stash ringing, the stash bringing, the ass singing. The phone rang again, and this time it was different. Not the one that I had heard the voice before and told me that I had 2 days left, and at the end he started to moan so loudly that the phone burned? But what? Alright, let me get a nice little moan sound effect in here so I can throw that in that part. Oh, God. July 8, 2018. I decided to sit in makeshift bunkers and wait for events to unfold. By the way, I found the Nokia 3310, which lasted the last days, and I calmly waited for a phone call from a mysterious person. In the end, he called and announced that I was 1 day, and tomorrow he will meet in real. Be ready. Watch more and more Lost episodes. And on my Nokia, which surprised me, the letter C appeared. Then everything was clear about death. Then on my back, I felt a cold breeze of souls that continued without purposeful wandering around the world. 9 July 2018. From the beginning of the day, I had shivers on my back, caused by the fear of meeting a mysterious person who threatened me on the phone. I did not know her motives or her intentions. Finally, the hour 0 broke. A voice in my head told me to follow his instructions. I joined a deserted clearing where there were several gravestones, but the bodies were before them. A few dead bodies hung on the trees, which changed their color to blue due to time. Then, the shadows of the night. A figure came out that haunted me for the last days. At that time, this figure revealed his hood under which a black face with no eyes and with a lot of scars and a face. I'm gonna have to redo that whole part. A figure came out that haunted me for the last days. At that time, this figure revealed its hood, under which a black-faced face with no eyes, with a lot of scars and the face, lurked. I pulled out my gun and started shooting at it, but every shot ended in a miss. So I pulled out my knife and went to him in a full swing, but when I was about to stab him, he hit me in the face and smashed my nose. However, I did not give up. And after further attempts with the knife, I sprained my arm and broke my eyebrow through falling. Suddenly, the field on which we're located stood in the fire and a figure moved on me, but I escaped and fell into my fire. But her last words before burning were, "Never watch lost episodes, because otherwise the next will come for me. When they do not know what pity," and burned down. Suddenly the fire that was on the quiet. A few hours after this event, I found my former phone, but it was a lost episode on it. When I saw it, I ran away, but the phone rang through the telephone receiver. I heard it. I have 6 days. I decided to ignore it. I found a first aid kit and dressed all of the wounds, but next on the first aid kit there was a card with the letter K. However, I did not give up, and further attempts with the knife What the shit? Okay, I guess it's repeating the part with the knife. What, is he stabbing the med kit? However, I did not give up, and after further attempts with the knife, I sprained my arm and broke my eyebrow through falling. I decided to ignore it. I found a first aid kit and dressed all of the wounds, but next to the first aid kit, there was a card with the letter K. Bree, don't delete this. I know you hate me, but we were best friends once, and I need you to read this. I think I'm in serious trouble, and there's nothing you can do, but I need you to read this so you understand. I know we haven't talked since sectionals. It's been forever, but what happened to you wasn't my fault. At least, it wasn't entirely my fault. I know everyone thinks it was, but I would never do anything to hurt you. This is going to sound crazy, but I need to tell you this, so that someone knows. It started when we were in 8th grade. It was the last night before the Crystal Classic competition. I was at home. I couldn't sleep because I was so nervous about competing. Well, I got on the computer and just sort of surfing the web and stuff, but I couldn't concentrate on anything. I was just sitting there. So I Googled myself. I never should have done that, Brie, but at first, it was just the usual stuff you find when you Google yourself. Then I found a link to a Wikipedia page about me. I thought our club or my dad made it or something, and there wasn't much there, just some basic facts about skating, what city I lived in. But the thing that got me was that it said I won that year's Crystal Classic. I laughed. I thought for sure someone did that to encourage me. I confronted my dad about it, but he denied it. When I won the competition the next day, I was so happy. That was the first competition I'd won, and I felt so good. Remember how hard I worked after that? Then my parents hired Sergey to coach me. You know how much that must have cost. After that, I would check my page before every competition, and it would always tell the result of how I placed. It said I would win in the regionals at 15, and it all became true. After that, Sergey convinced my mom and dad that I had a real shot at the Olympics. And that's when they pulled me from school. I skated every day, but it wasn't progressing the way Sergey said I needed to if I wanted a shot at the championship. I was working so hard and I was skating well, but still Sergey said it wasn't good enough. When the sectionals came, all I could think about was winning, so I did something I shouldn't have. Everyone was saying that you were the favorite, and I felt like I had already lost the competition. So I made a Wikipedia account and tried to update my page so that it said I was the winner. The thing is, after I tried to update the page, I checked it and all it said was, Enora Petrova is a selfish little bitch who is going to get what she deserves. I broke down. That's why I looked so awful the next day. I was in a daze. I remember watching your routine and seeing your blade snap, and the next thing I know, I was on the ground and my face was covered in blood from where the tip flew off and sliced my forehead. And then they told me it was my fault because I had your skates in my possession earlier. Bree, I honestly didn't do anything to your skates. I wanted to win, but I wouldn't do anything to hurt you. When they told me I was banned from any further competitions, everyone said I got what I deserved. Nobody even asked me for my side of the story. I guess you heard that Sergei dropped me after that. You said I ruined him. No one would talk to me. Do you know what it's like to be ostracized by everyone? I couldn't even get ice time. And then the page got worse. Every time I checked it, it would say all these horrible things about me. I couldn't even tell you half of them. The language was so vile. I'd cry every time I read it. But I couldn't stop checking it. I knew I had to do something, so I made a complaint to Wikipedia. I even tried calling them, but no one there claimed to know anything about the page. I was home alone that Friday, and I decided to check to see if it had been taken down. The page was still there, only this time it said, Anora Petrova is a pathetic little orphan. I freaked. I kept calling my parents to warn them, but every time I'd call, all I would hear was this horrible laughter on the other end. I must have called them 100 times until I couldn't take the sound of the laughing anymore. After the incident, the police gave me their phones, and there wasn't any record of my calls that night. I was so devastated. Before that, I was so busy training all day and doing homeschool, I never realized just how alone I'd been that whole time. I know you tried to reach out, but I was so depressed and angry, I just shut everything out. Once I turned 18 and got the settlement money from the court, I came to Switzerland. I got to reinvent myself. My skating really took off. It hasn't been a year, and I feel like everything that happened was so long ago. That's why I shouldn't have done it, Bree. I'm writing you now from an old hotel outside of Prague. I'm auditioning for the ice circus tomorrow. I know it's the kind of thing we used to make fun of, but I really want this. I was feeling really nervous and out of an old habit. I checked my page. It's so hard to say this, but when I checked the page to see if I'd get the job tomorrow, all it said was, Anora Petrova died friendless and alone, and it has today's date listed as the date of my death. I'm sobbing so hard I can barely type this, but I want you to know the truth. Please, believe me, Bree. I attached a screenshot of the page so you'll believe me. It's all there, just as I told you. I don't know what to do. I don't know anyone here, and no one speaks English. I keep refreshing the page. God, it's been forever. I keep refreshing it, but it still hasn't changed. I'm waiting for midnight. I don't know what to do, so I locked myself in my room. There's only a few minutes to midnight now. All I can do is refresh the page. I'm exhausted, but I can't stop. I'm afraid to leave the computer until I know what happens next.
The authorities found my uncle at the end of a rope. That much is certain. He hadn't shown up for work in 2 days, so his boss called my grandmother, who found my Uncle John dead in his one-bedroom apartment. A note, which was written on a small piece of yellow loose leaf and was stained with brown liquid, simply read, "Don't follow him." Everyone agreed it was my uncle's handwriting, except me. I thought it looked a little off. The letter F in particular. The top stroke looked too wavy. Not by much, but just enough to notice. And I would know. I knew my uncle best. No one in my family knew what the note meant. The popular thought was that it was a warning for those who lived a life like my uncle. Usually alone, often drunk, and ultimately hanging from a shower rod. But most people in my family didn't know my uncle the way I did. John told me things he told no one else, and I'm not exactly sure why. I suppose it doesn't matter. What matters is that I know the story behind the note. Enough to have an idea of what it truly meant, and who might have written it. But like most things with Uncle John, the truth is a bit complicated. I planned on laying it all out at John's funeral,
I composed a eulogy and shoved it into the back pocket of my black dress pants, but when the time came, I never took it out. Reading it didn't feel right. Here's what I wanted to say, but couldn't. I guess I just wanted to get it off my chest. There's two things you should know about John. The first, which all of you probably know, is that John was always looking for God. He openly questioned everything, and while this made John not a very popular guest at Thanksgiving and Christmas, he stuck to his guns. He wasn't trying to make anyone upset. He was just always searching for the truth. Even when John was alone, he was still searching. And I'll just say it, in case you didn't know. Growing up, I wanted to be like John. I looked up to him. He bought me my first bike, and he gave me advice on girls. It's not the best advice. Well, actually, it was spectacularly bad. But he tried. And as I got older, it was John's passionate search for the truth that I really admired. We disagreed on things, sure. I believe in order, in a plan for us all, in a universe built on creation. And I believe in God. And John, well, Uncle John did not. He wanted to, but he didn't. He had his reasons. John saw disorder and chaos everywhere. He saw evil things that no God would allow. And while John and I didn't see eye to eye, I respected his reasons and his fiery drive for the truth. I think it's what I admired most about him. The second thing you should know about John might come as a surprise. John was haunted. Not in the figurative sense, but in a very real, literal way. John confided in me that a young woman was appearing to him in the middle of the night. Well, actually, she was hardly a woman at all at that point. She was a corpse. She'd appear at his bedside, a fresh young corpse with a bloated body, blotchy brown skin, matted and long dark hair, no eyeballs, and sopping wet. She'd always gurgle the same thing with an utterly blank and expressionless face. Don't follow him. At first, John didn't know what to make of it. He thought she was the result of too many late nights at the local watering hole, too many trips to the gas station for another sixer. John just wished she'd go away, and even prayed for her to go away, even though he was convinced that praying was useless. But the corpse always came back, and it was always with the same message. Don't follow him. It pains me to say that I didn't believe my Uncle John. To me, his delusions were a symptom of his boozing, his isolation, his general mindset. John had a lot of demons. But I always listened to him, and eventually, I thought it didn't matter what I believed. What mattered was that John believed it. And belief was something that was lacking in his life. And this dead woman, this ghost, filled John with purpose. There was truth to be found. He was determined to find out who this young woman was. If she was dead, then she had to have once been alive, my uncle reasoned. Based on her appearance, she probably drowned in a lake or river, and then there were those words, "Don't follow him." John suspected some form of foul play. It was a gut feeling, he said. The words were too cryptic, too foreboding, and most importantly, if this spirit was coming to John, she must have had a specific reason, some form of connection to John. John sifted through obituaries going back decades. He searched for any drownings in the 20-mile radius, and when he didn't find what he wanted, he expanded that radius to 50, 100, then 200 miles. He analyzed photographs, spent days in public libraries scouring microfiche, and chatted up members of historical societies from across the state. He called police departments and combed through the records of missing persons. John even contacted parents of runaway teens from all across the country. But he found nothing, and the young woman kept coming back, water dripping onto John's linoleum floor, and empty eye sockets oozing with algae and seaweed, and always with that same message, "Don't follow him." John told me all of this, and even when he was reeking of booze, with eyes so bloodshot I thought the white would never return, I told him that I believed him. It would have broken his heart if I told him what I really thought. I think it was because I didn't want to derail his journey for truth,
But John's journey was ending. He didn't find any records of the young woman he was searching for, and slowly, the girl's message became not about her danger, but about my uncle's. She was no longer bearing the truth about her own fate, but John's. She'd gone from a cursed visage to some form of guardian angel. For a moment, there was a glimmer of God, and that's when John's life began to unravel. The liquor became harder and more frequent. He sequestered himself into his apartment for longer periods of time, convinced someone was out there trying to hurt him. John just didn't know when or where. All he knew was, "Don't follow him," was a message for his own well-being. He was driving himself mad with paranoia, always looking for him. About a week before he died, he found him. John told me the whole story. There was a horrible blizzard, and my uncle was out in the middle of it. He was driving home late at night from the bar at a backcountry road. In John's words, he was only a little worse for wear. I'll let you draw your own conclusions on what that meant. The roads got bad in a hurry. John's car trudged forward, slipping and sliding its way towards home. Bad weather never deterred John's confident, some might call aggressive, driving. There was no one else on the road, say a pair of headlights behind John that eventually vanished. John wasn't sure when or where. About 10 miles from John's apartment, the car began to sputter. He pulled off the shoulder, and then the car died. John had no phone, no blanket. His driver's side window was stuck halfway down. Had been for 6 months, and John was too lazy to get it fixed. And the snow was piling up all around him. He considered going out on foot. It might have been his only chance to make it. But then John spotted a figure in the distance. It was slowly slogging through the blinding snowstorm, walking across a vast farmer's field, approaching John's car, a dot in the distance, slowly getting larger. John froze up. His reaction was sudden and immediate. This was the man, the him, that was coming for John. My uncle knew. Deep down to his core, he felt it. Don't follow him. John was being tested. The young woman with the bloated, dead, and wet body had come for him for a reason. The man plodded closer. His hands were shoved in his pockets, and his face was obscured by the large hood of a navy Parker jacket. John tensed up as the man approached the passenger door. He rapped 3 times on the car window. John did nothing. The man rapped again, wiped snow off the window with a gloved hand, and he peered inside. The man's face was soft, but with blazing, intense eyes. His cheeks were red and cold. My uncle absent-mindedly nodded. The man pulled open the car door, plodded down inside, and he slammed the door shut.
"You okay?"
The man asked my uncle. John told me, and I'll never forget this, but the man's voice was deep, like it had come from some unseen, cavernous depth. John only nodded. His internal voice was telling him, don't follow him.
"There's a gas station about a mile up the road,"
the man said.
"I have an extra pair of gloves. We should get there before it gets impassable."
John rubbed his hands together, made a fist with his right hand, and blew into it. Snow whirled into the car from the half-open window. Again, John heard the voice inside his head. Don't follow him. The stranger grimaced. He stared at John fiercely. The man leaned in closer, and John knew he wasn't to be trusted. The stranger slipped his hand into his pocket and held it there. John's breath vanished for a moment. He waited for the man to pull out a knife or a metal hook, but all he removed was an extra pair of gloves. He handed them to my uncle.
"Suit yourself," the stranger told John. "I'll tell them you're here. Hopefully someone can make it through and find you."
The man left the car, pushed the door shut, and trudged ahead up the road. The snow rushed down faster and thicker. In less than 10 feet, the man was out of sight. Don't follow him. 20 minutes later, John's car miraculously started up. The snow on the road was at least 5 inches high and falling faster and heavier. John inched ahead, careful not to spin out on the rarely traveled back road. He drove a few miles when he realized he hadn't passed a gas station. The stranger had lied. The dead woman was right. John had found his truth. A ditched car appeared on the side of the road. John slowed. The driver's side door was swung open, and there was no one inside. 2 sets of barely visible footprints on the snow traveled from the car up the road. John forged ahead, and half a mile past the car he saw somebody. And half a mile past the car, it was lying face down on the shoulder of the road, half covered with snow. 5 minutes later, and the body would have been totally obscured. John stopped and rushed to the figure. He flipped it over. He didn't even have to check the pulse. The man was dead. The second set of footprints led away from the corpse into the snow-covered cornfields. John pulled the man's body into the back seat, and he eventually made it back into town. He went straight to the hospital, and as the medical staff rushed the body inside on a gurney, my Uncle John could not get over how peaceful the dead man looked. He was content. He was smiling, almost. Curiosity bubbled inside my uncle again. John attended the frozen man's funeral. The message from the man's family was clear. He had finally found God, and the man had gotten to a better place. The frozen man's sister gave a tear-filled eulogy, and in it, she told a story. How she'd been dreaming about her brother's death when it happened. Only in her dream, her brother had been called home by the Lord, that an angelic figure had been with him in the snowstorm when he died. He had walked beside him before easing her brother's soul into the great beyond. There was a sadness for loss, but she was overjoyed that he'd finally found God, because he had always been searching. When John told me this part of the story, his eyes dropped. A sense of absolute sadness and dread permeated his tiny apartment. He looked at me, and he said, "That dead woman tricked me. It was supposed to be me." That was the last time I saw Uncle John. He emailed me the next day, telling me that the corpse made another visit. She was still bloated, still soaked to the bone. There was still a hollowed hole where her eyes should be. But she didn't say anything this time. She only smiled mischievously, and she didn't look so much like a lifeless corpse anymore, my uncle wrote, but fiendish and full of deception. I was out of town when I read the email. I wrote my uncle that I would see him when I returned in a few days. By the time I got home, he was dead. You're probably wondering why I told you all of this. Why here? Why now? I guess I just wanted all of you to know what Uncle John was really going through. Because he was a tormented soul. But I really think a blessed soul. Who among us is so concerned with the truth of God that we consume ourselves trying to find it? I know Uncle John's last message was, don't follow him. And I pray that none of us here today take our own lives like John did, but searching for the truth, reflecting on the nature of our existence while we're still here, I think it's okay if we follow John's lead. Just a little bit. I didn't read any of that, not a word. Instead, I mumbled a few generic sentiments about how John left us before his time. It was impersonal, and it could have been about anyone, really. Uncle John's funeral was 4 months ago. Had I written that eulogy this morning, it would have read a little differently. A few weeks ago, I had a late-night visitor, the bloated dead woman. I woke to the sound of water dripping onto the floor. When I opened my eyes, she was standing next to my bed. She was exactly as John described, except he failed to mention the smell. I might have vomited if I weren't stricken with absolute fear. Her expression was blank. No mischief, no deception. I would have read her eyes, but there was nothing there. Only the empty, black eye sockets my uncle had stared through on too many nights to count, turning her head to and fro, very slow and methodical, like she wanted to get a good look at me. She leaned closer, my sweaty fist clenched the bedside tighter. I awaited the woman's message, waiting for her to say words, the words that drove my uncle to the end of a noose. I pondered a future, always on the lookout for the him that would enter my life one day, and the deception that would define my fate, but the corpse said nothing. All I heard was the plop, plop, plop of the water trickling onto the floor. I pulled the covers over my head, and I stayed that way until first light. In the morning, she was gone. At least, the bloated and very dead version of the woman was gone, but she appeared to me in another form. Her picture was splashed across the front page of my local newspaper, which I found staring up at me on the end of my driveway. "Missing woman's body found," the headline read. In the photo, she was young and pretty, smiling and full of life. She was photographed wearing a red baseball cap and a light plaid shirt, leaning on a boulder of some outdoor expedition. You can usually tell who someone is by their eyes, and while I don't see the corpse's eyes in a way, that's what clinched it for me. They looked like the eyes the dead woman would have. It's hard to explain. It's just, I knew. The woman's body had been dredged up the day before. She had been missing for weeks, and after attending her funeral, I learned exactly why. 4 months ago, the woman, Helen, had been driving late at night with her friend on the same stretch of road my uncle had been on. In the blizzard, Helen had been closely following the car ahead of her, driving faster and faster to stay on the fresh tire tracks in the quickly falling snow. Without a doubt, the other car was driven by my uncle. Helen's best friend was in the passenger seat. She begged for Helen to slow down, to pull off, to do anything else than follow this car. In the words of Helen's best friend,
"Don't follow him."
But she did. Helen lost control. The car spun out and hit a tree, and the passenger flew through the windshield. Helen's best friend died that night, and Helen blamed herself, sinking deeper and deeper into depression over the next few months. She eventually threw herself off a bridge. Helen's mother laid bare all of these details, quoting direct passages of Helen's diary at the funeral. The truth was difficult to share, her mother said, but it was worth sharing. Maybe it could help others avoid the same fate and to properly seek the help they need. The distraught mother ended by holding up a page of Helen's diary. "Don't follow him" was written in every which way in a variety of styles and colors all over the page. Helen's best friend's horrified and panicked words had haunted Helen to her death. I spoke with the grief-stricken mother after the service. I told her I was a friend of Helen's, and I expressed my sincerest condolences. I asked to see the diary, and the mother obliged. I took a look at that one page, the one littered with Helen's best friend's final warning. It was what I suspected. I'd seen that letter F before, on my uncle's suicide note. The top stroke was a little wavy. Not by much, but just enough to notice. I've awaited Helen's return every night since she first appeared to me. Maybe she'd gargle out her dying friend's words this time, but Helen hasn't come back. Maybe she'd gargle out her dying friend's words this time, but Helen hasn't come back. I don't think she will. I read that once a ghost's unfinished business is settled, they're able to fade away into the afterlife, or something like that. I'm not sure what I believe anymore. What I do know is that Helen had been following a drunk man through a snowstorm that night, and she shouldn't have. Now people are dead. I'm the one left holding the truth. But truth doesn't mean a whole lot to me anymore. I used to think I knew truth, that I knew of God and his plans for this universe and all of us, but now all I see is evil, disorder, and chaos, the things my uncle saw. I see a world where a woman can die, and somehow 4 months before that happens, her spirit can haunt the person she deemed responsible. This world that made so much sense is now in disarray. Right is wrong, real is fake, and the things that were true are now an absolute farce. If I gave my uncle's eulogy today, it would read very differently. I'd no longer say I wanted to be like him. I am him. I'm driving recklessly on a snowy road, with knowledge of time-hopping ghosts and pre-hauntings leaching deeper into my brain. I wish I didn't know these things. It's so much rosier on the other side. I dream of finally having a family one day, if not, maybe a niece or nephew. And I don't want them to know these truths, to not know what I know. If anyone looked up to me and inspired to follow my path, hopefully someone would warn them. Don't follow him. I hope you enjoyed this video and the music that I composed for it. If you did, make sure to like and subscribe, and let me know what you thought of this video in the comments. And if you didn't like this video, let me know what you think I can do to improve my narrations and my videos. I make sure to read all comments and take story suggestions into consideration, so if you'd like to hear a certain type of story, make sure to comment it so I know what you want. With that said, have a good night. If you enjoy my narrations, or the music that I compose for them, make sure to like and subscribe, and leave a comment letting me know what types of videos you'd like to see in the future. With that said, enjoy the video. Happy New Year's. 25 minutes and I have to go. An odd amount of time, I know, but it's honestly all I have before I have to head out and get away as far as I can. I fucked up. No, that's an understatement. Not only have I ruined my own life, but the lives of 5,000 other people as well. It started at work this morning. I work for a company that develops app games. They started recently. About 3 months ago, a buddy of mine, Jimmy, was recruited by one of the owners, and he heard about an easy job that would allow me to make double what I make in sales. I'm not one of the developers, designers, or even interns. I'm the janitor, but they paid me well. My wife, Danny, was a little disappointed when she heard I would clean for a living, but her mood changed for the better as soon as I told her I'd be making a little over $4,500 a month. The job was easy. I would come into work around 8 in the morning, and by 2 in the afternoon I'd be done. It's amazing how much closer I've gotten with my family because of this job. When I worked in sales, I would work 13-hour shifts, and I pretty much missed the first 2 years of my son's life. Now, with my lighter work schedule, I've been able to get closer to Danny, and my son, Ryan, has become attached to me wherever I went. Hell, my boss even lets me bring Ryan to work on some days. He had fun hanging out with Jimmy and playing a couple of games Jimmy was working on. Life was good, up until today. It started out like any other day. I woke up, took a shower, ate a light breakfast, and got to work at 7:45. Around 2:30, I was finishing up when I saw Jimmy standing behind me. He was swaying a bit, like he had a little too much to drink before coming into work. With a chuckle, I asked him if he was feeling all right. He shook his head slowly and asked,
"Where's Ryan? I haven't seen him in a long time, and I have a new game I thought he would like to play."
Thrown off a bit, I nervously replied, "Shit, Jimmy, he was with me the other day. You sure you're all right, man? Didn't get enough sleep last night?" He just stared at me for a couple of seconds before getting on his knees. He stretched his arms out dramatically before latching onto my legs and pleading,
"Don't fucking go home. Don't leave work, please. Promise me, dude. Don't fucking leave."
I shook him off and quietly muttered, I gotta finish cleaning these floors. We'll talk later." Around 3:20, I managed to avoid Jimmy while I was leaving. I did manage to get a quick look at him without him noticing. He was softly banging his head against the desk. His lips were moving, but I couldn't hear what he was saying. I started to walk out the door when I heard a blood-curdling scream. By the time I managed to turn back around towards Jimmy, I saw him lying on the ground. He was stabbing himself repeatedly in the midsection. Bits of intestines started to leak out of the bigger gashes. A couple of guys tried to run up to him, but before anyone could stop him, he let out a loud sob and started to rip the insides out of his body. I don't know why, but I ran out to my car as quickly as I could and drove back home. I should have listened to his warning, but I refused to believe that my family was in any type of danger. I ran into the house to find no one was home. I called out Danny's name, but I was only met with silence. My phone started to vibrate. Without looking at who was calling, my finger accepted the call, and I heard a muffled voice in the background. I knew it was Danny. Before I could say anything, a gruff voice on the other end asked,
"Why didn't you listen to Jimmy? If you had just stayed at work, I wouldn't have had to do any of this. Since you were the first to leave, you will be our second experiment. It's for a new game. We want to make it as immersive as possible, so we figured, hell, using real people in real situations will probably give us the best insight. Are you at all—"
I cut him off and begged him to let me have my family back. I told him to take me instead, but he just laughed before saying,
"No, you already know that's not going to happen. Get ready. Go into your closet, you'll see a backpack with plenty of resources. Of course, the more accomplishments you achieve, the better the prizes get. Don't fail, or all 3 of you will die. You have 3 hours to get ready. Once the 3 hours is up, we will send you another call. Get in your car and drive as far away from home as you can. That way, the chances of you getting caught are less."
I tried asking him why I would need to be concerned about getting caught, but he hung up. The last thing I heard before he hung up was Ryan asking where I was. That's why I only have 25 minutes.
I spent an hour running through my house trying to find everything that could help me with whatever the fuck I needed to do. The next hour was spent going to the bank, taking out all the money in my account. $324. I suck at saving money, okay? 35 minutes was getting the bag out of the closet and getting everything in the car. The bag was pretty much shit. There was $8, 2 granola bars with the word health written on it, and 3 bottles of water. All right. I just got the warning call. It's time for me to go. It's a new year. I guess I don't really have a choice. Time for a new me.
I'm a retired professor. One student in particular freaked me out. I'm a retired professor of psychology from Willington University. The following is my story regarding my time there. In particular, my time with Calvin Dowler. I taught a psychology class of more than 75 students who ranged from freshmen to seniors. The classroom itself was one of those theater-like rooms that you see in the movies. The chairs and their built-in boards ascended to the top of the room. Naturally, my more inattentive students sat in the very back, which is to say they sat at the very top, in the darkness. You see, I like my classroom's lighting a certain way. It was dimly lit. Any deviation from that interfered with my lecture. I couldn't, and still can't, concentrate with bright lights. My first assignment was to have the students write an essay on the topic of psychology, of course. The prompt was, "What do you think psychology is?" Some of the essays turned in were great, others were expectedly half-assed, and some were never turned in at all. But Calvin Dowler's essay, my, it was as if he'd written it before he knew what was expected of him. Needless to say, I gave him full credit. He was the only one who got a perfect score. Mr. Dowler was an excellent student. Superb. Although I informed the class that I don't take attendance, he always showed up on time. Never missed a day. Never. He always walked in class with a wide grin on his face, giving the same greeting. "Morning, Professor Coyle." He was of average height, physically fit, with dark brown hair and a baby face. In the beginning of the semester, he seemed to be able to make friends with the other students easily, but then time progressed, and with that comes change. Sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worse. As a professor of psychology, I'm quite good, and in fact certified for evaluating individuals. Sometimes that's my job. Mr. Dowler was an intelligent young man with an above-average IQ. I know this because he had told me he watched Rick and Morty. Isn't that something the kids say these days? All jokes aside, let's get back to my story. I began to notice odd behavior in the classroom. Not from Calvin. He remained his same happy self. I noticed the other students gradually moving farther away from him. At a time, Calvin sat at the front of the class, listening intently to every word I professed, along with several other students. This day, however, he sat at the same spot, alone. The other students sat together somewhere else. Why were they neglecting him? I thought to myself. One night, I sat in my kitchen grading papers. The assignment this time was to write an essay about a childhood experience that the students believed helped shape who they are today, whether it be in a positive or negative way. Then I read Calvin Dowler's essay. I picked it up, as I always did, with excitement and genuine anticipation. Like I said before, he was a great student who never failed to impress me. But this must have been a mistake. As my eyes raced down the paper, my heart began to beat rapidly. His essay was inundated with curse words and detailed gory descriptions of some event. One line read, "I tried to catch the bitch, but she was too fast. She hit me in the back of my head pretty good. Gotta give her that." There was blood everywhere, but I just sat there laughing like a lunatic. Whether or not these words actually transpired, I didn't know. The week before the end of the semester was what I called the opening of the floodgates. That's because students would come to my office to ask their questions before the final exam, hoping to salvage their grade in the last week. My office hours were late. They began at 6 p.m. and ended at 7:45 p.m. The students didn't like this, of course, but they also didn't like failing the classes. One student named Adeline walked in. She was one of my top performing students, so I wasn't surprised to see her show up so late to get some extra credit help. She also happened to be one of Calvin's friends, or former friend. I couldn't help myself. I asked her why she and the others were ignoring him lately. "Professor, Calvin's not what you think he is. I don't want to say too much. I don't want to get involved if you don't mind," she stuttered. She didn't look at me when she said that, implying something. I didn't know. There are several reasons why someone won't make eye contact with you in a conversation. That includes emotions of fear. So I let it go. I responded, "That's fine. I didn't mean to be a bother. I just found it strange because you all seemed to be getting along in the beginning of the semester." Adeline wasn't the last student who visited me during my office hours. One student after another came by to ask questions and get help before the exam, and then Calvin showed up. It was 7:53 p.m., and my office hours were now over. But I made an exception for Calvin. After all, he was my best student. But I also wanted to ask him some questions myself. He walked in and sat down, with his eyes on the floor the whole time. Before I could speak, he let out a quick, "Sorry." Pretending to be ignorant, I tilted my head, waiting for elaboration. "I think I sent you something in place of my actual essay assignment. That was an accident. I didn't mean to turn that in. I have no idea how it got mixed up in there. It's fine. Here you go." I handed back to him his foul, gruesome, curse-filled essay. He then unexpectedly got up and headed for the door. I asked him where he was going. "You sure you don't have any questions before the final?" "No, I'll be fine," he said. I didn't get to ask him my questions. Mainly, why did he write that in the first place? It was dark outside by the time he left, but I didn't leave just then. I just couldn't stop thinking about it. I began to connect the dots, sitting there at my desk, as if I was solving a mystery. Students have shunned him, including his best friends and his study group. He accidentally sends me this sadistic letter, which, even now, I have no idea if it's true or not. Moreover, he always had on this fake smile, this forced personality of happiness. But lately, he's been showing antisocial behavior. Adeline seemed horrified when I asked her about him. What's going on? Maybe this kid's a psychopath, but how did I miss something like that in one of my own students? Nonsense. He's just going through a phase, a very weird, unusual phase. As I sat there, thinking all of this, I noticed the time, 8:34. I grabbed my coat, switched off the lights, locked up my office, and left the building. I got in my car and started the engine. I drove off, speeding through the empty streets. I made a sharp turn, spilling my cold, forgotten coffee all over the passenger seat. When I arrived at the next stop, I took some time to clean it up a little. And that's when I noticed Calvin's letter. The same one I returned to him just a few minutes ago, sitting on the passenger seat. I was in shock and confused. As I continued driving, I adjusted my rearview mirror, only to find that a wide, male grin had filled it. I used to work at a suicide hotline. All names have been made up for confidentiality reasons. You'd be surprised at how many non-suicide calls we get. Sometimes lonely people would call because they were being bullied, depressed, or in an abusive relationship. Other times we'd get prank calls, or just really disturbing ones. As operators, even if a creep calls, we'd just be frank and tell them that no one wants to hear about their awkward fetishes. I used to work as an operator at a suicide hotline company, which I won't name for obvious reasons. But over the years of volunteering, there were many calls that deeply affected me or left me speechlessly confused. One of my most baffling incidents was with this girl named Kelly. I was quite new to operating when a girl named Kelly called. Kelly's case was quite different from the ones I was used to handling. such as prank calls, actual suicide calls, creep calls, etc. She had called asking for advice on her suicidal best friend.
Hello? My name is Kelly. Can you help me?
Of course. We're here to help.
I think my friend is suicidal.
What makes you think that?
She told me once she wasn't happy at home. She sometimes gets picked on at school, but sometimes she mentions suicide. I just want to help her, but I don't know what to do. I don't want her to commit suicide. She's my best friend.
Kelly talked hastily, her nerves showing in her voice. Okay, Kelly. I can call you Kelly, right?
Oh, sure.
Okay, Kelly. Let's not jump to any conclusions right away. Has your friend been acting strangely?
Kind of. She's avoiding me. Avoiding everyone, really. She doesn't respond to calls or texts from me or anyone. It's like she doesn't exist outside of school. She quit art club, which she loves, or used to anyway. I'm worried because she never has done anything like this. Completely shutting down.
Have you tried speaking to her about this?
No. I'm scared that she'll distance herself more or hate me.
And why would she hate you for worrying about her?
Yeah, you're right, but how would I bring up the topic, though?
Remember, hypothetically, your friend might also be afraid of being hated and avoided by you, too.
So she doesn't get hurt?
Yeah, you could say it that way. But this is just hypothetically.
Okay, I get it. I think I know how to talk to her. Thanks so much for listening. I think I just needed someone to listen to my worries.
No problem. Good luck with your friend.
Wait, can I have your name so maybe I can talk to you again?
Oh, well, we generally aren't allowed to give that out, but ask for Robbie the next time you call, and I'll try to be with you again.
Okay, thanks, miss. Have a good day.
That was Kelly's first call. I was quite proud of myself for being useful to someone, but my conversations with Kelly were soon forgotten as I carried on taking calls. About a month passed by normally, until Kelly's next call. At the time, I wasn't taking any calls, for I was on a little break. Anne, another one of the volunteer operators, rushed over to me saying there was an urgent call. The person refused to talk to anyone but me. A person named Kelly. Kelly? It's me, Robbie. Is something wrong? There was a faint muffled sound that sounded like yelling.
My friend, she's threatening to jump. I don't know what to do.
I was taken back for a moment. I took a second to fully process what was happening. I kept myself from freaking out. I couldn't. I wouldn't let Kelly lose her best friend. Kelly? Kelly? Please try to calm down. Take deep breaths. We've got to have a clear head in order to help your friend, okay?
Yeah. I called the police already. They're on their way. I'm sorry. I just needed someone. Anybody. They told me to stall her from jumping, but
That's perfectly fine. I'm here for you, okay? There was a few moments of silence and more muffled yelling.
I'm sorry.
Kelly, are you still there? There was no reply. The only sound was the loud shuffling of like the sound the video picks up as you're running.
No, breathe, please! Don't go! I'm sorry. I'm sorry for not being there. I'm begging you, don't leave me!
Kelly was yelling at the top of her lungs, the phone filled with her crying and voice breaking. I opened my mouth to say something, anything, but nothing came out. All I could do was sit there, listening, eyes tearing up.
Miss!
The line abruptly cut. The last thing I heard was what I hoped to be a policeman or passerby who was alerted of the situation. I burst into tears as soon as I regained my senses, and the throbbing numbness in my chest was replaced by a sharp stab of guilt and grief. I felt dizzy and sick, so I excused myself for the day, the other workers being very understanding of my early leave. The rest of the day I tried my best to calm myself down. I told myself I wouldn't have been able to do anything, but I tried my hardest. I did what I could. The next morning wasn't any better. It was honestly a miracle that I could even wake up in the morning. My eyes were swollen and puffy.
My pillow was stained with tears, and my hair resembled that of a bird's nest. The small hope that Kelly and her friend had still managed to make it out safe and alive gave me the strength to go back to work that exhausting morning. A few weeks passed by, but the incident was still fresh in my mind. I had managed to accept what had happened, and although it still hurt thinking about it, that traumatic experience made me work harder. It was, after all, my first death, made me want to push myself harder to not let that happen again. The wounds from that day were beginning to close, and although I had fully accepted never knowing whether or not Kelly's friend turned out to be okay, I found out anyway. No, I didn't go investigating. Kelly never once mentioned where she lived, so that was already out of the question. Instead, I bumped into Kelly at a cafe. I had just finished ordering a vanilla latte when a young girl walked up to me. She had long, wavy, light brown hair, pulled up into a high ponytail, and large, dark eyes that made her look like she was in constant shock. Freckles peppered her hopeful face. She looked to be around 15. I didn't recognize her. "Excuse me, is your name by chance Robbie?" I nodded. "Yeah, I'm Robbie. I'm sorry, but do I know you?" "It's me, Kelly," she said. "Oh my God," I blurted. "How's your friend? Did she..." She shook her head. "Bree? Oh, she's fine now. I don't really remember what happened. The policeman that helped me said I fainted, and that... She trailed off for a second, as if remembering something. But before I could ask anything, like a rubber band snapping back in place, she was back to normal. "Anyways, thank God. I thought I recognized your voice, but I was afraid I got the wrong person, or you were the wrong Robbie. Are you here with anyone?" I shook my head. "No, just getting a drink. I've got no plans for today. What about you?" She nodded to go to the back of the cafe at a small table for two. "I'm actually here with Bree. She's gotten a lot better. Her parents are taking her to therapy. I'll introduce her to you." I smiled. "Sure." She led me to a little table for two and walked up to one of the empty chairs. "Brianna, meet Robbie, the woman that helped me. Robbie, this is Brianna Rose, my best friend." I stood there shocked. She was talking to an empty chair. Brianna Rose. Where have I heard that name before? Rest in peace, Brianna Rose, 17/9/12. The image of a memorial for a girl who committed suicide flashed through my mind. I would pass it every once in a while when I went to that part of town. What horrified me more was that Brianna Rose died 2 months before Kelly's first call. The first thing to die was the class goldfish. The goldfish was the first thing to die. Goldfish die sometimes, right? That's no reason to suspect foul play. Certainly no reason to suspect the children had anything to do with it. Only then all the class potato plants died. The class project shriveled up and blackened and dead. The kids said the plants looked just like dead snakes. You know kids, they've got such vivid imaginations. Miss Robbins died next. She had a heart attack right there in class. The kids just sat there and watched. They found her dead with the phone in her hand, the line cut clean in two. Must have been some kids playing with scissors, right? The substitute broke her leg on the way to work. Slipped on a patch of ice, would you believe it? Had to have surgery to get it fixed. There was a complication. She died on the table. Too much anesthesia. The class pen pals stopped writing back. When the administration tried to contact the other school, nobody answered the phone. Maybe the secretary was let go. The town pets started to disappear. We figured the coyotes must be coming into town. People started carrying their guns with them. Never know when you might see a coyote. Darren Anderson had his throat cut. His children disappeared. Could have been those child kidnappers. Sometimes they come up from the border and take kids down to Mexico. Paula Torini vanished too. They found her intestines smeared on the ceiling. The kids were gone, and there was a trail of blood leading out to the forest. The town police started shooting coyotes on sight. The kids sang nursery rhymes about Miss Robbins, Darren Anderson, and Paula Torini. They sang about the devil's hands dragging us down to hell.
The school banned nursery rhymes. It didn't help. People barricaded themselves in their homes. The phone lines all went dead. Some people tried to leave, but their cars went off the road. People fell asleep at the wheel or blew a tire. It happens. On the night of June the 7th, the kids all disappeared. Bloody trails out to the woods. But the church was burnt to ash. They couldn't figure out the cause. The fire marshal said lightning must have hit the roof, set the dry wood off. After the kids left, all the adults drifted out of town. No sense sticking around. It's the strangest thing. I can't remember the place's name. People forget things, I guess. The plants in my garden died last night. Went all black and shriveled up. And looked like dead snakes. Sometimes at night I can hear the voices of the children singing nursery rhymes. They sing about Miss Robbins, Darren Anderson, and Paula Torini. And then they sing about me. My grandpa unfriended me on Facebook. Hey everyone, I'm a little weirded out by something and I could use a little advice. My grandpa's been dead for about 10 years, but before he died, he made a Facebook account. I never unfriended him because it felt like I still had a connection with him as long as I could go back and read our old conversations. Well, a few weeks ago, I noticed my friend count had gone down by 2. I never had many Facebook friends, so I knew it had to be 2 of my close friends or relatives who unfriended me. Eventually, I realized it had to be Grandma or Grandpa. I thought maybe Facebook had closed Grandpa's account because he had been dead for so long, but that didn't explain Grandma. Also, I could still find both of them by searching their names. I don't know why, but I tried adding them both again. Almost immediately, the option to add Grandpa returned, so I knew my request was ignored. The request to add Grandma remained pending for a few hours, but eventually that one was ignored too. All this is a little beside the point, and more detailed than you probably care about, but I need to tell someone because it's all really strange to me. I wanted to tell the whole story. My grandmother is still alive. I don't visit her as often as I should, maybe a few times a year. She is not very tech-savvy, but she's on Facebook once or twice a month. And after a few hours of painstakingly guiding her through online banking, she even managed to start paying her bills online. But other than that, Facebook is about the most complicated computer thing she can handle. I asked my mother, and she checked her own account. She had been unfriended as well. She about had a small meltdown when she called Grandma and she didn't pick up. I live pretty close to my mother, so she came and picked me up, and we drove to my grandmother's house. It's only an hour away. Really, there's no excuse for visiting her as seldom as we do. Grandma was home, and she was happy to see us. When my mother demanded to know why she hadn't picked up the phone, she said that she'd been to Grandpa's grave. She didn't seem to think Mother had any reason to be upset, but she invited us in and asked if we wanted to stay for dinner or coffee. We decided to remain for a few hours. As I said, we really should have visited more often, and every time we visit it's clear Grandma likes having us. We feel guilty about it when we're there for once. But life moves pretty quickly. There's always something else we need to do. My grandma has an old piano. I'm not very musically inclined, but it's very nostalgic for me to hear Mother and Grandma play on that piano, which they did, as they always do when I visit. It felt good. It felt normal. But I told myself that she probably just had an old person moment and logged into Grandpa's account for some reason. But I was still curious, so I did ask her during dinner. She looked embarrassed, and she said that she just didn't feel like using Facebook anymore, so she tried to close her account. We said the accounts were still open though, but she waved it away. We finished dinner and helped her with a few things around the house. She was happy to have us there, and again, everything felt normal. Eventually, we went home. A few weeks passed. I and my mom both called Grandma once or twice, and everything seemed normal. But late last night, one week, I decided to look up my grandparents on Facebook again. The profile pictures had changed. Grandma used to change hers every now and again, and the new ones didn't look unusual. Grandma said she stopped using Facebook, and there was no reason at all for Grandpa's account to have new pictures. I brought it up with Mother the next day, and she had the same feeling as I did. Something was off. We went to visit Grandma again yesterday. She was glad to see us like always. In fact, she seemed happier than she had been in a long time. We asked her about Facebook again, and she said that she hadn't been on it. When we mentioned the profile pictures changing, she said maybe she'd been on there once or twice. She didn't want to talk about it, so we let it drop. We helped her with a few chores around the house again, but this time my curiosity was stronger. So I made sure I had an excuse to go into her bedroom while she was in the kitchen with Mother, and I turned on her computer. I know all of her passwords because she never changes them, and she has all of them written down on a little notepad next to her laptop. It was a cheap piece of crap the day we bought it for her half a decade ago, but she only uses it for very basic things like writing about her childhood. She lives out in the middle of nowhere, and she grew up in a retirement home in the 1930s, so she knows more about the area and the people who used to live here than pretty much anyone. But she had a Tor browser. She's not stupid, my grandma, but she's always been very, very bad at computering, like a lot of old people. So this surprised me. Even my parents probably don't even know what the Tor browser is used for. So my grandma definitely shouldn't. Hell, I don't even know that much. Only time I ever used it was when I was looking into the darknet back in the day. That was a very brief and shallow visit. I clicked on Tor, and it opened up to a normal search engine. No bookmarks, no browsing history, nothing. Considering she was in the habit of writing all of her account's names and passwords down on the post-it notes and leaving them by the computer, I figured she probably didn't use Tor. I closed it, opened up her regular browser and went to Facebook. She was logged in. She had unfriended everyone. Everyone except Grandpa. And this is what creeps me out. There were posts on both her and Grandpa's timelines going back to the day that she unfriended everyone. Some posts were from his account. The rest were from hers. They replied to each other. It looked like real conversations. Grandma would sometimes take minutes to reply, sometimes hours, but Grandpa's replies were all almost instantaneous. There were old pictures of them back when they were younger, from back before digital cameras even. I suppose it's possible Grandpa might have learned how to scan photos or paid someone to do it for her, but why would she fake conversations with her dead husband? I was starting to worry something was seriously wrong with Grandma. I took a few photos of the screen with my phone, and then I went out into the kitchen. I joined the conversation for a little bit. Then I whispered to Mom and told her to go into the bedroom while I talked to Grandma. I kept her busy for around 20 minutes until my mom came back. She looked a little pale, so she must have found the whole thing as creepy as I did. But now what? We didn't know what to do. I sneaked back into Grandma's bedroom with the intention to turn her laptop off before she noticed we'd turned it on at all. But then I saw there was a new message waiting for her, from my grandpa. I opened the chat window, and it read, "Have Angie and Charlie already left?" My mother's name is Angela, so Angie isn't that strange of a nickname, but nobody calls me Charlie except my grandparents. Charles is my middle name, and most people don't even know I have one. So I was a little bit disturbed that someone was calling me that when talking to my grandmother using her dead husband's account. I took a photo of that as well, then closed the browser and turned her laptop off. My mother and I said our goodbyes and left. Everything about my grandma's behavior seemed normal, and she was sad to see us go like always, but I know for a fact that it couldn't be her who had written that message, since she was in the kitchen the whole time. This happened yesterday. I have no idea what's going on. It feels wrong. I mean, I know something is clearly off, but I have no idea what it could be. How do I even look into this more? Do we just confront Grandma about this? I have no idea where to turn, so if anyone here has any ideas, please, I'm completely in the dark. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you liked any of the music that you heard throughout the video, you can listen to my music on Spotify and iTunes. Thank you for watching. Have a good night. When I was 5 years old, I went to an elementary school that, from what I've come to understand, was really adamant about the importance of learning through activity. It was part of a new program designed to allow children to rise at their own pace. And to facilitate this, the school encouraged teachers to come up with really inventive lesson plans. Each teacher was given the latitude to create his or her own themes, which would run for the duration of the grade. And all the lessons in math, reading, etc., would be designed in the spirit of the theme. These themes were called groups. There was a space group, sea group, an earth group, and the group I was in, community. In kindergarten in this country, you don't learn much except for how to tie your shoes and how to share, so most of it isn't very memorable. I only remember 2 things very clearly. I was the best at writing my name the right way, and the balloon project, which was really the hallmark of the community group, since it was a pretty clever way to show how a community functioned at a really basic level. You've probably heard of this activity. On one Friday, I remember it being Friday because I was excited about the project and it being the end of the week. And toward the beginning of the year, we walked into a classroom in the morning and saw that there was a fully inflated balloon tied off with a string taped to each of our desks. Sitting on each of our desks was a marker, a pen, a piece of paper, and an envelope. The project was to write a note on the paper, put it in the envelope, and attach it to the balloon, which we could draw a picture on if we wanted. Most of the kids started fighting over the balloons because they wanted different colors, but I started on my note, which I had thought a lot about. All of the notes had to follow a loose structure, and we were allowed to be creative within those boundaries. My note was something like this. Hi, you found my balloon. My name is... name, and I attend blank elementary school. You can keep the balloon, but I hope you write me back. I like Mighty Max, exploring, building forts, swimming, and friends. What do you like? Write me back soon. Here's $1 for the mail. On the dollar, I wrote 4 stamps right across the front, which my mom said was unnecessary, but I thought it was genius, so I did it. The teacher took a Polaroid of each of us for our balloons and had us put them in an envelope along with our letter. They also included one letter that I assumed explained the nature of the project in sincere appreciation for anyone's participation in writing back and sending photos of their city or neighborhood. That was the whole idea, to build a sense of community without having to leave the school, and to establish safe contact with other people. It seemed like such a fun idea. Over the next couple weeks, the letters started to roll in. Most came with pictures of different landmarks, and each time a letter would come in, that we had put up showing where the letter had come from and how far the balloon had traveled. It was a really smart idea, because we actually looked forward to coming to school to see if we'd gotten a letter. For the duration of the year, we had 1 day a week where we would write back to our pen pal, and another student's pen pal in case our letter hadn't come in yet. Mine was one of the last to arrive. When I came into the classroom, didn't see any letter waiting for me, but as I sat down, the teacher approached me and handed me an envelope. I must have looked so excited because I was about to open it. She put her hand on mine to stop me and said, "Please, don't be upset. I didn't understand what she meant. Why would I be upset now that my letter had come? Initially, I was mystified that she would even know what was in the envelope. But now I realized that, of course, the teachers had screened the contents to make sure that there was nothing obscene. But all the same, how could I be disappointed? When I opened the envelope, I understood. There was no letter. The only thing in the envelope was a Polaroid, but I really couldn't make out what it was. It looked like a patch of desert, but it was too blurry to decipher. It appeared as if the camera had been moved while the picture was being taken. There was no return address, so I couldn't even write back if I wanted to.
I was crushed. The school year pressed on. The letters had stopped coming for nearly all the other students. After all, you can only continue a written correspondence with a kindergartner for so long. Everyone, including myself, had lost interest in the letters almost completely. Then I got another envelope. The excitement was rejuvenated, and I reveled in the fact that I was still getting a letter when most of the other pen pals had abandoned their involvement. It made sense that I received another delivery. There had been nothing but a blurry picture in the first one, so this was probably to make up for that. But again, there was no letter at all, just another picture. This one was more distinguishable, but I didn't understand it. The photograph was angled way up, it was catching the top corner of a building, and the rest of the image was distorted by lens flare from the sun, because the balloons didn't travel very far, and because they were all launched on the same day. The board became a bit cluttered, and so policy for the students still exchanging letters became that they could take the photographs home. My best friend, Josh, had the second highest number of pictures taken home by the end of the year. His pen pal was really cooperative and sent him pictures from all around the neighboring city. Josh took home, I think, 4 pictures. I took home nearly 50. The envelopes were all opened by the teacher, but after a while, I stopped even looking at the pictures. However, I saved them in one of my drawers that housed my collection of rocks, baseball cards, comic book cards, Marvel metal cards, for those who might remember, and little miniature baseball batting helmets that I'd get out of the vending machines at Winn-Dixie after t-ball games. With the school year over, my attention turned to other things. My mom had gotten me a small snow cone machine for Christmas that year, and Josh had really coveted it, so much that his parents bought him a slightly nicer one for his birthday, which was toward the end of the school year. That summer, we had an idea that we would set up a snow cone stand to make money. We thought we'd make a fortune selling snow cones at $1. Josh lived in a different neighborhood, but we eventually decided that my neighborhood was slightly bigger. We did this for 5 weekends in a row, until my mom told us that we had to stop, and I've only recently come to understand why she did that. On the 5th weekend, Josh and I were counting our money, because we both had a machine, and we each had a separate stack of money that we put together into one stack, and we split the money evenly. We had made a total of $16 that day, and as Josh paid out my $5th, a feeling of profound surprise consumed me. The dollar said, "For stamps." Josh noticed my shock and asked if he had miscounted. I told him about the dollar, and he said, "Oh, that's so cool, man!" As I thought about it, I came to agree. The idea that the dollar had made it right back to me after changing so many hands floored me. I rushed inside to tell my mom, but my excitement, coupled with her being distracted by a phone call, made my story incomprehensible, and she responded simply by saying, "Oh wow, yeah, that's neat." Frustrated, I ran back outside and told Josh I had something to show him. Back in my room, I opened the drawer and took out the stack of envelopes and showed him some of the pictures. I started with the first picture, and we went through about 10 before Josh lost interest and asked if I wanted to go play in the ditch, a dirt ditch down the street from my house, before his mom came to pick him up. So that's what we did. We had a dirt war for a while, but it was interrupted several times by rustling in the woods around us. There were raccoons and stray cats that lived in there, but this was making a little too much noise. We traded guesses as to what it was in an attempt to scare each other. My last guess was that it was a mummy, but in the end, Josh kept insisting it was a robot because of the sounds we heard. Before we left, he got a little serious and looked me right in the eye and said, "You heard it, didn't you? It sounded like a robot. You heard it too, right?" I had heard it, and since it sounded mechanical, I agreed that it was probably a robot. It's only now that I understand what we heard. When we got back, Josh's mom was waiting for him at the kitchen table with my mom. Josh told her about the robot. Our moms laughed, and Josh went home. My mom and I ate dinner, and then I went to bed. I didn't stay in bed for long before I crept out and decided that, due to the day's events, I would revisit the envelopes since the whole affair seemed much more interesting. I took the first envelope and set it on the floor and set the blurry desert Polaroid on top. I laid the second envelope right next to it and placed the oddly angled Polaroid of the building's top corner on the top, and did this with each picture until they formed a grid that was about 5 by 10. I was always taught to be careful with things that I was collecting, even if I wasn't sure they were valuable. I noticed that the pictures gradually became more decipherable. There was a tree with a bird on it, a speed limit sign, power line, a group of people walking into some building. And then I saw something that vexed me so powerfully that I can now, as I record this, distinctly remember feeling dizzy and capable of only a single repeating thought. Why am I in this picture? In this photograph of the group of people entering the building, I saw myself holding hands with my mother in the very back of the crowd of people. We're at the very edge of the photo, but it was undeniably us, and as my eyes swam over the sea of Polaroids, I became increasingly anxious. It was a really odd feeling. It wasn't fear, it was the feeling you get when you're in trouble. I'm not sure why I was flooded with that feeling, but there I sat, floundering in the distinct sense that I had done something wrong, and this feeling only intensified as I looked on at the rest of the photos after the one that had so powerfully struck me. I was in every photo. None of them were close shots, none of them were only of me, but I was in every single one of them, off to the side, in the back, at the bottom of the frame. Some of them only had the tiniest part of my face captured at the very edge of the photo, but nevertheless, I was there. I was always there. I didn't know what to do. Your mind works in funny ways as a kid, but there was a large part of me that was afraid of getting in trouble simply for still being up. Since I had already had the looming feeling of having done something wrong, I decided that I would wait until tomorrow. The next day, my mom was off work and spent most of the morning cleaning up around the house. I watched cartoons, I imagine, and waited until I thought it was a good time to show her the Polaroids. When she went out to get the mail, I grabbed a couple of the pictures and put them on the table in front of me as I sat, waiting for her to come back in. When she returned, she was already opening the mail and threw some junk mail into the trash can, and I said, "Mom, can you come here for a second? I have these pictures. Just give me a moment, honey. I need to mark these on the calendar." After a minute or two, she came and stood behind me and asked me what I needed. And I could hear her shuffling with the mail behind me, but I just looked at the Polaroids and told her about them. As I explained more and pointed to the pictures, her frequent uh-huhs and okays decreased. She was suddenly completely quiet and only making a little noise with the mail. The next noise I heard from her sounded as if she was trying to catch her breath in a room that had no air left in it. At last, her struggling gasps were conquered, and she simply dropped the remaining mail on the table and ran to the kitchen to get the phone. Mom, I'm sorry, I didn't know about these. Please, don't be mad at me." With the phone pressed to her ears, she was walking, running back and forth and shouting into it. I nervously fiddled with the mail sitting next to my Polaroids. The top envelope had something sticking out of it that I thoughtlessly and anxiously pulled on until it came out. It was another Polaroid. Confused, I thought that somehow one of my Polaroids had slipped into the stack when she threw the mail down, but when I turned it over and looked at it, I realized that I had not seen this one before. To my dismay, it was me, but this was a much closer shot. I was surrounded by trees, smiling, but it wasn't just me. I noticed Josh was there too. This was us from yesterday. I started yelling for my mom, who was still screaming into the phone. I repeatedly yelled for her until she finally responded with, "What?" And I could only think to ask, "Who are you calling?" "I'm talking to the police, honey. But why? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do anything." She answered me with a response that I never understood until I was forced to revisit these events from the earliest years of my life. She grabbed the envelopes off the table and the picture of Josh, and I spun and slid, landing next to the other Polaroids in front of me. She held the envelope up to my eyes, but I could only look at her and watch all the color begin to drain from her face. With tears welling up in her eyes, she said that she had to call the police because there was no postmark.
On March 25th at 14:57 GMT, The world stopped for 27 minutes and 54 seconds. No one noticed at first. Those that eventually did were ordered to keep quiet. There was no sudden jolt, no collapsing into unconsciousness, no transition into utter darkness and back again. Nothing. For everyone, time had appeared to pass as normal, 1 second moving uneventfully into the next. Birds flew, people talked, and the wind and rain blew and fell respectively. Nothing had occurred to indicate that anything untoward or unexpected had happened to the inhabitants of the Earth. Only those who looked beyond our planet and its ring of constantly chattering satellites now found that the rest of the universe told a different story. NASA and related space agencies noticed first. Signals to ongoing missions beyond those in orbit around the Earth were off by almost 30 minutes. Frantic investigation revealed that the same time discrepancy was occurring for all incoming signals. Naturally, they came to the conclusion that the problem must therefore lie not with these external elements, but with the computers on Earth. But this led to a bigger question. One computer glitch was possible, but all of the various space agencies' computers across the globe showing the same failure at the exact same time? Naturally, a virus or a sophisticated global hacking attack was the next obvious answer. An international team to investigate such a large, well-coordinated cyber attack was being discussed when the first calls of alarm came in from the confused and concerned astronomers. The true significance of what had actually happened became known. Using data retrieved from the telescopic arrays at Jodrell Bank, Palo Alto, Mount Pleasant, and other across the world, confirmed against existing stellar records and communicational models of the exact galaxy and beyond, it became apparent that for 27 minutes and 54 seconds, Earth had somehow been out of sync with the rest of known time and space. In essence, the world as we know it had winked out of existence during this period, and then returned as if nothing had happened. For all intents and purposes, during that short window of time, we had ceased to be. The international investigation team was repurposed, a blank check written, giving it its pick of resources and the best minds in their fields, all to investigate this one event, and all sworn to utmost secrecy. None of them needed to be told the panic that would ensue if this information became public before a suitable and hopefully reassuring reason could be given for the event. Those that couldn't keep silent were quickly and quietly silenced themselves. Despite the various project names assigned to the sub-teams, those involved began referring to the event in a half-joking manner as the day God blinked. In casual conversation between project members, this was eventually shortened even further to just the blink.
After 6 rings, Ben finally answered the door.
Mark, what are you doing here?
You invited me, remember?
Did I? How odd. Well, I probably had a reason at the time. Still good to see you anyway. Come on in.
I'd known Ben since childhood. We attended the same school for a while, before his crazily high IQ led him on the fast track of higher education and beyond. We kept in touch, though. His parents were sensible enough to realize he needed some grounding in the real world, and encouraged our friendship with the usual sleepovers and camping trips. Their smarts lay in forcing Ben not to let his social skills atrophy completely like a lot of very intelligent kids were known to do. As a result, whilst he was frequently sidetracked and forgetful, he still functioned in normal society with a degree of success. After our respective schooling had finished, we both moved into the IT industry, although at vastly different levels. For myself, I now worked in tech support, mostly maintaining insurance systems for a range of small independent companies. Boring, but it paid well and allowed me to travel. He, on the other hand, was self-employed and preferred working from his apartment of solitude, as he called it, referring to himself as a consulting technician. He'd gotten the idea from watching reruns of Sherlock. His work was a lot more varied and advanced, and whilst he never openly admitted to hacking, he certainly had enough technical knowledge and experience to have been employed in the past by such names as Google, Microsoft and IMB, when they needed someone to test the all-new, unshakable security system they just put in place, or track down those that had subsequently been able to breach their all-new, unshakable security system they just put in place. It added the thrill of the chase, plus it usually paid better. What was less known was the work he occasionally did off the books for such groups as the Department of Defense and NASA. He admitted his working for them was twofold. One, they wanted his expertise and brilliance, and two, it allowed them to keep tabs on his expertise and brilliance. He didn't mind this, and as he explained once,
well, it keeps them happy knowing where I am and what I'm doing. Or at least what they think I'm doing.
And then he'd grin and pass me the latest decoded email he'd intercepted. He didn't do anything with the stuff he found. He just enjoyed the challenge. To be completely honest, sometimes it was hard to pin down just who Ben was and what his motivations were from one moment to the next. I'd just grown up accepting him and his eccentricities, quickly moving to the conclusion his life was a complex pattern of impulses and ideas, woven together from threads that were as much madness as genius. There was his belief that every time someone said abracadabra, an angel lost its wings, or that the common cold existed as a vast hive mentality that avoided detection by its elements constantly hopping from body to body. Mad crazy shit like that. Half the time I thought he was joking. For the rest, I just hoped he had enough common sense to rein it in public. Then there were times that he did and said things that ended up on the opposite end of that, when what he said made absolute unnerving sense. On those occasions, he spoke with such a lucidity that seemed to cut through all the crap humankind had built around its certainties and beliefs, as if he'd touched on some universal truth we should all by rights know. All I could do at those times was marvel at how someone with such a kaleidoscope for a brain, entertaining such a maelstrom of contradictory thoughts constantly, could suddenly bring all of those elements together to produce those single blindingly white lights of truth. Then he'd suddenly go off on a tangent, accusing his neighbors of being CIA agents, trialing neurotoxins on local cats, and we'd be back to normal. Still, I came at a summons. Despite the crazed theories and odd habits, it was definitely the most entertaining conversation around. Plus, his library of illegally downloaded films was truly a wonder to behold. That and he was my friend. It was during a piece of work for NASA, idling through their secure systems looking for proof of Area 51 during his off time, that led him to first discover and then piece together all the facts concerning March 25th and the blink found by the international team so far. Being his only close friend, he decided to fill me in on this ongoing conspiracy, mainly so he could show off his talents once more, hence the invitation. As he spoke, he appeared completely oblivious to how my face was gradually growing more and more incredulous. He described what the world's space agencies and astronomers had discovered, and how a secret scientific think tank was now investigating what had happened. Physicists, quantum theorists, mathematicians, the whole spectrum of science, all focused on this one problem and the questions associated with it. What had happened, and why had it happened, and most importantly, was it likely to happen again? And if so, what was the risk of it being permanent? He told me of the total news blackout, and how any amateur astronomers or similar who now came to the same conclusion were to be either brought on board, treated as cranks, or disappeared with extreme prejudice. Their biggest fear was a mass panic, he said, or the world's religions taking credit on behalf of their respective gods, and several genocidal wars kicking off as a result.
There's nothing more disconcerting, I guess, than not being able to trust your own reality. We've been raised in a world where it's fine to distrust your government, your employees, even your family, but your own entire existence? Definitely a recipe for chaos. Places like CERN have been placed on almost permanent hiatus. The governments of the world have no-proof experiments like the ones they were doing. They're the cause. But I suppose they had to point the finger somewhere until more evidence showed up. There's a lot of theoretical work being done now, but pretty much zero practical. I guess it's only a matter of time before they get the scriptwriters from Doctor Who to brainstorm a possible cause.
He sighed at this, sat back in his swivel chair and spun around, gazing at the ceiling, seemingly lost in thought.
Then he slowly came to a stop and returned his gaze to me, a mischievous twinkle in his eyes.
Then on the other side, you have religions.
At this, he paused again, looked around his cluttered desk, and then started building what looked like a tower of various bits and pieces. As it slowly grew in height, he continued speaking.
Remember our Bible classes, like the stories, if not the morality. I especially like the story of Babel.
The rising structure of books, hard drives, chocolate bars, magazines, and other random items his hands could find in reach had risen to a height just below his chin. He added a few more items, adding to the precarious sway it already had, pausing again, his hands not touching it but spread wide on the other side, ready to stop an imminent collapse. He attempted the voice of an old English vicar delivering a sermon.
Man, in his wisdom, decided to build a tower to God, so he may converse with his Creator. God, though, in his glorious wisdom, decided man should not be allowed to do this, and took steps to rectify the situation. So he cursed mankind with the gift of many tongues.
He smirked at this, his eyes never leaving his tower, and returned to his normal voice.
Well, many a project, plan, or piece has been ruined by the inability of people to understand each other. It might be that humanity is overreaching itself again. With the final proof of existence of the Higgs boson, maybe God's decided we're getting too close again, and he's selfish about his tricks. Time for another lesson, perhaps.
At this, he slowly closed his hands into fists on either side of the precarious edifice he had created. Then, with a single finger, gingerly pushed it near the top. With a crash, his metaphorical tower scattered across the table and the floor. He waited until the sounds of books and rubbish falling had died away before speaking again, this time in a thoughtful voice.
Maybe the blink, as they call it, was God giving us a heads up. A warning to stop encroaching on his intellectual property, else risk the consequences.
Then he grinned, his tried and true atheism once more reasserting itself.
Personally, looking at all the facts so far accumulated, I believe the answer lies even further afield,
he said, a knowing smile on his face. I took a comfort break at this point, shaking my head at this new conspiracy theory. When I got back, he'd moved on already, his head now buried in the side of a PC tower case now perched on a different desk he'd reserved for mechanical endeavors. It was quiet for a while, broken only by his humming as he fiddled inside the case while I looked for somewhere reasonably clean to sit. Then, abruptly, he spoke again, his voice oddly masked by the case.
As I was saying, I believe the answers they seek lie further afield. I have statistical proof, in fact.
Statistics? You? He'd often laughed at statistics in the past and blamed them for 63.75% of the world's ills. In his mad pedantry, he had indeed worked out a formula that he said proved this figure. That being said, he told me once he could destroy the world with a single spreadsheet, and in my more fatalistic moments, I honestly believed him.
I accept statistics and all their perceived infallibility are the most fallible things in the world,
he mumbled from inside the case, reaching aimlessly for the screwdriver on the desk next to him with a hand colored orange and black from a mixture of grease and Cheetos.
Take a work of fiction and add numbers to it, and suddenly it becomes non-fiction. Add a pie chart and a graph and it becomes an inviolate truth.
Bollocks, said I, only half listening as I lounged on a large dirty beanbag littered with wrappers and odd wire. He'd then retracted his head from the case, looked me in the eyes and said with a devilish glint in his own,
Pass it to the right people in the right places at the right time, and it becomes law.
I replied, deciding not to entertain his paranoid fantasies further in favor of a magazine I'd just found on the floor amongst all the other junk haphazardly discarded as part of his less than ordered, less than sanitary lifestyle. He grunted at my lack of enthusiasm for continuing one of his favorite topics, and buried his head back in the tower case once more before continuing anyway.
However, in those cases, I'm referring to your basic bias statistics. Marketing, pressure group, political, that kind of unreliable crap. Now, pattern recognition, That element within the field of otherwise exploitable statistics, that I do have time for.
Extracting his head again, he looked around the desk the case was on, shifting papers this way and that as he continued, partially lost in thought.
You've heard of SETI, of course.
Hold on. If we're heading into alien territory, you can kiss my ass right here and now. He fixed me with a glare, and I threw my hands up in resignation, muttering, I'm sorry. Please continue, O knowledgeable one.
Thank you. SETI, the search for extraterrestrial life, one of their jobs being the analysis of signals bouncing in and around our local galaxy.
Of which they have never found any conclusive proof of intelligent life, I reminded him pointedly. He ignored me.
What if the patterns they've been looking for are wrong? What if you could analyze the seemingly random signals another way? What if there is a pattern, but it's spread over a long period so you don't even recognize it as a pattern? Aha!
Triumphantly, his hand came out of a pile of books clutching a pad of post-it notes, scattering the books across the desk in doing so. Fishing a pen from his trouser pocket, I saw him scribble "to do" on top note and slap it onto the side of the tower's case. Have you been watching the Discovery Channel again? Is there a UFO special on this week? He looked at me indignantly, though I noticed he quickly closed a TV guide that had been opened on his desk amongst the mess.
What if I told you I'd written my own pattern recognition algorithm? What if I told you that I had found a message in those signals?
Bullshit, I said quietly, suddenly less sure of myself, now more than a little shaken by what this meant if he had indeed succeeded in discovering a message from an alien race.
Well, it wasn't easy,
he continued, feigning an air of false modesty.
And I do have the NSA to thank. Although if they discover I've been running this algorithm in the background on their decryption supercomputer, then I may have to leave abruptly. Or apologize. You never can tell what mood they'll be in one day to the next.
Ben, what about the message? I said firmly, cutting him short, standing to face him.
Oh, that.
He went quiet, looking around evasively. My doubts quickly returned. What was the message, Ben?
Well, it was short. And it is really rather impressive decoding anything like this, obviously.
Ben! He paused, and then said abjectly,
Hello. Are you content?
There was a few seconds of silence before I started laughing uncontrollably, mostly out of relief. Ben looked indignant.
Well, I think it's a very poignant message. Better than prepare to be annihilated.
Oh, God. Hold on a second. I can't breathe. You had me shitting myself for a moment there.
I take it then you don't believe what I found is a message from an alien race. Would you please stop laughing?
I'm sorry. Oh, Ben, you've got to admit, if you were to imagine contact from another species, I think I'd be looking for something a little more, I don't know, profound? I mean, we've sent out a gold disc giving a snapshot of the human race and our knowledge. Music, mathematics, you name it. And what do the hyper-intelligent aliens send back? The equivalent of "have a nice day"?
You don't think it's from outer space, then?
He reiterated. I looked at his pained expression and answered in a more reasonable voice. Look, Ben, I think your algorithm found a pattern that wasn't there, and extrapolated meaning from it. Turning, I returned to the beanbag and my perusal of the magazine. He stood there for a few moments, and then turned and flopped down in a large, comfortable swivel chair behind another desk, this one littered with laptops in various states of construction and destruction, connected by an array of cables in what appeared like a haphazard fashion. Pressing the switches on 3 of them, his face was illuminated in the telltale glow of their screens, his focus flitting between the screens and his fingers dancing across the keyboards in front of him. He had nevertheless decided to continue, and began outlining his newest theory.
I disagree. I'll even go further and state that this is an alien species with an interest in the human race, a species directly involved in the evolution of mankind.
Oh, here we go. Are we really back on the engineer's theory once more? Has Ridley Scott been sending you a secret message in his films again? I muttered, not looking up from the page I was now reading. He ignored this and continued.
Think about it. The human body is an amazing machine. It regulates itself, heals itself, and has the ability to create more of itself through reproduction.
I thought you only believed in things you had experienced for yourself, I asked, peering over the top of the magazine at him, my voice now openly amused.
As I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted, the human body is an amazing machine. And that's exactly what it is. A piece of technology built using biological parts rather than mechanical ones. It is not, however, a perfect machine.
What do you mean? I asked, despite myself.
Well, think about it. It has its own defense capabilities in the form of white blood cells to ward off illness, the ability to heal wounds, etc., etc. Occasionally, though, this excellent piece of machinery goes wrong. It functions incorrectly. It overreacts to certain stimuli. It has a faulty piece of code, if you will.
And what's that?
Why, cancer, of course.
What? I asked, shocked despite myself. It was only another crazy conversation with Ben, but the word cancer always sent an involuntary shiver down my spine. I'd seen enough of its effects on friends and family to be adverse to even its mentioning.
Cancer is the body performing incorrect actions, creating cells where it does not need to. It's not an attack from an external source causing this, but rather an internal failure of the biological system. A mistake, nothing more. We have, in essence, a design flaw, and if our god or gods are supposedly infallible, then logic dictates we are not built by a benign, omnipotent being, but rather are constructs of more fallible ones. Action should be taken to rectify these errors. To complain, if you will.
Despite myself, I took another look over the magazine at him, nervous now for a reason I couldn't quite put my finger on. What did you do?
Why, I sent them a message back telling them this, of course.
I hadn't seen Ben in 6 months. Work had kept me busy in London, and he wasn't one for texting or casual telephone conversations to catch up. Then one day he called me up suddenly to come visit. This time, snippets of information about the blink had begun to leak out on the internet, on even some of the more respected sites and journals. Most normal people saw it as just another mad conspiracy theory. Having spoken to Ben before, though, when he had outlined all the data, the fact that other sources were now relaying the same information sent chills through me. It was one thing for it being just another of his crazy theories, but quite another when a growing number of external bodies were now seeming to confirm the event's existence. This time, when I rang his doorbell, he answered on the first ring, but I wasn't ready for the sight when he opened the door. He was haggard and tired, like he hadn't slept in days, and his clothes were rumpled and dirty, even more so than normal. As I stood there, I caught a look in his eyes. They were bloodshot, and there were large dark circles under them, but there was a calm I hadn't seen before, which was echoed in his voice as he welcomed me in. I couldn't quite put my finger on it at first, but then it dawned on me. I had seen this kind of response before in those who were in the final stages of terminal illness. Acceptance. I felt my body prickle with unease. That chill that ripples across your skin when you stop thinking in the past or the future and all your attention is suddenly focused on the now because you know the world you're used to is about to change in some fundamental way. I paused in the doorway and looked him in the eyes. Then, without thinking, I drew him into a massive bear hug. Ben had never been one for physical contact all of the time I'd known him, but he accepted the hug without question, and I felt some of the tension released from him. We parted after a short while, and I asked him sincerely, "Are you okay? There's nothing wrong with you?"
No. Nothing physically, at least.
Good. Because you look like shit. He laughed weakly at that, and then quieted. We stood there silently for a few moments, before the thought that had been nagging at my mind since he'd invited me forced itself out. I've noticed on the web there's been a lot of noise about this blink thing you mentioned last time. I was wondering, did you get an answer? He smiled weakly, ignoring my question, inviting me in and simply pointing to the large beanbag for me to sit, as I had done so many times before. If anything, his apartment was even messier than last time,
But somehow, the impression of organized chaos was gone. This was just a mess that had been left to accumulate, like the owner no longer cared. As I sat down, he went over to a desk and fiddled with a laptop, moved some random items on the desk, almost like he was stalling. Then, turning to face me, resting himself against the desk, he asked me in a vague voice,
"Do you remember what I was talking about the last time you visited?"
"You mean the alien thing?" I answered, trying to make my voice sound light, the smirk on my face forced and obviously fake. I'd given in to his suspicions and he knew it. Before, he would have rubbed this fact in my face, but today, he didn't. Such things didn't seem to matter to him anymore, which made my voiceless fears even greater.
Not just humanity, but all life on Earth has been engineered. An external source created it and maintained it. It is my belief.
At this, he laughed a dry, mocking laugh at his use of a word he had previously despised.
It is my belief now that the Earth has experienced various stages of life. There have been several of these stages back from when the Earth was first formed, up to and including today. Of these earlier versions, we have no substantial evidence. The last one before us, though, we do have several indicators lying around.
He left it hanging, waiting for my mind to catch up. It didn't take long, although I was surprised at how easily I was accepting what was possibly another one of his eccentric theories. "You mean the dinosaurs, don't you?" I said quietly, his restraint somehow infecting me as well. A small smile arranged itself on his lips, though the sadness never left his eyes.
Indeed, those big stumbling sods before us. For the sake of clarity, I have classified them as version 5.0 of life on Earth. We are version 6.0, I now have reason to believe.
"What about your message? Did you get an answer?" I asked again, a bit more impatiently.
Not just my message. The Earth's been sending radio signals and more out for quite a few years now.
"What are you trying to say, Ben?"
If we can find their signals, as I've proven, they can certainly pick up ours. Even the unintended ones.
"What are you trying to say, Ben?"
That they got our messages and they took action.
I tried to swallow now in a dry throat. "What action?"
You work at technical support. What is usually your first recommendation when something stops working correctly?
I don't know. Usually turning it off and back on does the trick in a majority of cases. At this, my voice trailed off as I realized what he was implying, and the lost 27 minutes and 54 seconds. Ben started laughing, trailing off into a sad cough as he saw what he'd said take hold in my mind. Then suddenly went off on a tangent, just like the old days, and I listened despite this sick feeling in the pit of my stomach at what I was now thinking.
Chariots of the gods! Chariots of the frigging gods! Imagine that. Aliens coming down to teach ancient civilizations new tricks. Or maybe they didn't. Maybe version 6.0 was still under warranty at the time, and part of the warranty included on-site maintenance. Hell, my money's on Greek gods actually being extraterrestrial consultants sent down to fix bug problems. Makes you wonder which fucked up piece of code triggered Pompeii.
I suddenly raged. Maybe he was in one of his mad faces again, but I knew that he wasn't. The sane, logical part of me didn't want any more truth. I knew I couldn't handle any more. I looked up, and Ben was staring at me, not in anger, but in sympathy. He settled down next to me on the beanbag, passing me a beer he had obviously just fished out of the small fridge he kept behind his desk. I took a long swig, let my breath settle, and then passed it back. Taking that as a cue to continue, he did, but quieter this time, less tinged with the hysterical note that had appeared to be emerging in his speech earlier, like he'd reached the peak of his madness and was now trailing off.
It would explain why so many people believed in pantheons of gods back in the day. Alien engineers popping down to fix the system whilst we're still covered. Just like Microsoft ending support of older versions of Windows, though. Maybe we just passed the date where version 6.0 life on Earth was covered, so they stopped coming.
He took a swig and passed it back, his voice now wistful, his eyes unfocused. trying to look across the unfathomable void.
And now, in this age of radio and microwave signals, the of Earth are finally sending messages and emails that can be picked up by their gods. Bemoaning this and that failure with their bodies, their families, and the world around them, demanding answers, and these messages tumble out across the ether of space, picked up by some backwater tech support desk, some forgotten nebula. The number of messages reaching across the critical mass, a statistical point where action must be taken, and some alien equivalent of a high school dropout named Gary checks a scrap of paper on his desk for the instructions to an age-old piece of software.
He downed the rest of his beer.
And he turns it on and off again.
Silence reigned for a few minutes, during which he stood and made another trip to the fridge, this time bringing back several more bottles. He settled back down on the beanbag and passed me one before he spoke again. I looked at him incredulously and demanded,
"Jesus, Ben, what did it say?"
His eyes were dark, pausing a long while before reaching into his back pocket and slowly unfolding a piece of paper, mumbling something about decryption software, language analysis, and word auto-formatting before passing it to me.
Dear Earth, thank you for replying in regard our recent query as to your ongoing happiness with our software. We passed on your multiple concerns to the relevant technical support help desk. Unfortunately, ongoing support of your current version of Life 6.0 has ended. The initial reboot of your hardware/software attempted previously appears to have not resolved your issues. Therefore, we will be refreshing your system to previous stable release, Life 5.3. Your contract does not include backup/restoration of existing data, so all current data will be wiped post-version Life 5.3. Thank you for using Life, and please contact us if further issues occur. Best regards.
Refresh? Was all I could mutter, confusion and dread dulling my senses.
Using the version numbering as a guide, my guess is that would be resetting the Earth back to the late Jurassic period.
He murmured thoughtfully, taking another swig of beer.
I sent a message back, of course, asking them to not do anything. I even coached it in the proper terms. We have decided to continue with our current installation. Please do not reboot nor refresh the system. Please ignore all other bug reports unless forwarded by me. Ben Glover, sysadmin of Earth.
Bug reports?
Prayers.
Oh. Then I looked at him again, the look of disbelief obvious in my eyes. Sysadmin of Earth? He didn't meet my gaze, but rather sheepishly kept his eyes locked to his beer bottle.
Well, I had to sound like I was in charge, didn't I?
Do you think they got your message? I asked hopefully after a pause.
Honestly, don't know. We can hope, though. By my calculations, we'll know in the next couple of hours or so. That's why I invited you over, I guess. So we can watch the end together. Then again, we might just wink out of existence.
His voice trailed off. Silence reigned again, broken only by our occasional sips. There wasn't, in all truth, very much else to say. After a while, he finished his beer, rested it gently down next to him, and then yawned expansively, leaning back on the beanbag with his hands clasped behind his head, and said matter-of-factly,
Well, to be perfectly honest, I don't think the dinosaurs were given a fair enough crack of the whip the first time round. Only right they should get another go.
I turned in disbelief to argue with him at his irresponsible attitude, then saw the barely suppressed laughter in his eyes. When all was said and done, what was there left to do but wait and see what happened and laugh at the absurdity of it all? He started, and I joined in, till the tears were rolling down our cheeks, and we sat there, laughing and drinking beer until our world ended. Maybe. I was 11, and the world was safe. It was 4 o'clock on a Wednesday in April. I was the only person home, same as most weekdays. And same as most weekdays, I was leashing up our Lhasa Apso, Bumble, for his walk. He was big for his breed, although still a small dog, and I had to hurry along behind him as he tugged me excitedly to the front door. It was a cool, sunny afternoon, and we set out at a brisk pace in search of adventure. Adventure meaning one go around the block with a pause at all the yards so Bumble and the neighborhood dogs could trade a good sniff. There's only so much you can expect from a quiet, middle-class neighborhood. We were paused in front of Palos to let Bumble say hello to their bully mix, Peanut, when I realized there was a car idling just up the street from us. I glanced at it without much interest. It was an SUV. Looked like it was newish. The kind of car a ton of the soccer moms in my neighborhood drove. I thought they might be waiting for me to cross the street and gave a little wave for them to pass. The car crept slowly forward, and I turned back to the dogs. Bumble was pawing at the ground, and Peanut had reared up to stand on her hind legs. Her front paws hooked over the top of the fence, so I'd reach over and pet her. I don't really think any of us had time to realize what was happening before a hand was shoved roughly over my mouth and I was yanked backwards. Instinctively, my grip on Bumble's leash tightened, and I squirmed as hard as I could while my dog, pulled suddenly off balance, turned and began to bark. The SUV, still running, had come to a stop behind me. "Get her in," a woman said from the front seat. "She won't let go of her damn dog." A man, the one who had a hold of me, hissed back. While I struggled, my usually docile and gentle Bumble leapt at my attacker, snapping his teeth with all the ferociousness his small body could muster. Peanut was jumping at her fence, her head thrown back in deep, rumbling barks. "Then kill it and get her in here!" Bumble yelped so sharply when he was kicked that every hair on the back of my neck stood on end. He crumpled against the ground for a moment, but was pushing himself back up almost immediately and readying to charge again with a pained growl. As terrified as I was, I couldn't bear to see my sweet boy hurt again, and I threw his leash down as I was hauled backwards. The car door slammed behind me. I was thrown to the floor, and the SUV peeled noisily away. It was over in seconds. "Stay down there," the one who grabbed me said. His voice was cold with warning. "If you move or make a sound, we'll go back and run your puppy over. It'll be all your fault. Got it?" I swallowed the jagged sob that threatened to choke me and curled up with my face in my hands. "Don't hurt Bumble," I pleaded silently. "Don't hurt me." "Did anyone see?" the driver asked. "I don't think so. I didn't see anyone." "Good." The inside of the car smelled like the one that we'd rented when we'd gone out west to visit Grandma. Plasticky and perfumed. The carpet was scratchy against my cheek, but I didn't dare move or complain. I could barely bring myself to breathe. I didn't know what to think or even if I could think. The inside of my head had been painted bright white with fear. The only thing that managed to cut through it were the same 6 words and my dog's agonized yelp. "Don't hurt Bumble. Don't hurt me." My eyes burned with tears, and suddenly I was shaking uncontrollably. A warm puddle formed beneath me, but I just laid in it. How often had I been warned at home and at school about stranger danger? They had told us all about what we should do if we thought we were being followed or someone was making us uncomfortable. Nobody tells you what to do after. "We need to pull over and swap license plates," I heard the man say. "No," the woman replied. She was obviously on edge. "Not yet. We're still too close. Let's get up the highway a bit." And they kept talking, first arguing about whether to change license plates, and then about when they were meeting someone. Something about a handoff and money and getting me across the border before my face was all over the news. I didn't know what any of it meant. I was being crushed beneath an overwhelming wave of fear and confusion. I just wanted to go home. I just wanted my mom and my dad and Bumble. The piercing wail that burst uncontrollably out of me filled the vehicle. "Shut her up!" The man leaned low in his seat until his face took up my entire vision. "You make one more sound and I'll cut your tongue out."
Oh shit. Gemma, she pissed herself. We'll deal with it later. Just keep her down and quiet. Stop sign coming up. I can't run it. We can't risk it. I was nudged roughly with the toe of his shoe, and he wrinkled his nose in disgust. The SUV rolled to a stop, and the couple sat in a tense silence. Right before we started to move again, I heard a familiar but distant bark somewhere behind the car. It was accompanied by a deeper, rumbling one. The man twisted in his seat. Her dogs are following us. The other one, too. He sounded almost amused. Back over him. Don't be a fucking idiot, Gemma said. Don't hurt Bumble. Don't hurt me. The sound of Bumble and Peanut's barking faded as we turned a corner, and I hugged my knees to my chest, trying once again to keep the scream that was flooding my lungs from escaping. The general hum of traffic told me we'd merged onto the main road, probably the one right outside my neighborhood. Gemma was becoming more agitated and kept muttering about how busy it was. The man was also fidgety, and there was a line of sweat glistening on his upper lip. He wiped the sleeve of his jacket over it repeatedly, but it just reappeared again, almost immediately. At some point, he pulled out a pocket knife and was flipping the blade in and out and in and out with a nervous twitch of his fingers. He caught me staring up at him and pointed its tip down at me. One sound, one move, he threatened. Why are we going so slowly? Gemma was anxiously drumming the steering wheel. We have to be at the depot in 2 hours. They won't wait, not even for a blonde girl. They will. You know how much a kid like this gets them. A kid like this. I didn't know what he meant, but the look he gave me was enough to let me know that it was anything but good. I bit down on the outside of my cheek and reburied my face beneath the shelter of my arms. The traffic slowed around us until we were crawling along. Gemma cursed continuously under her breath. The man played with his knife. The metallic sliding noise it made with each click of its release sent ice rippling down my spine. My face was wet and sticky from my runny nose and eyes. The puddle beneath me had grown cold. I still didn't move. I just stared up at the knife, watching its blade. In and out, in and out. There was a loud slam against the back door beside the man, and all three of us jumped. A loud, long series of scrapes like nails on a chalkboard followed. Oh, it's that fucking dog! The man growled. Outside his window, Peanut growled back and continued to claw at the door. Metal clinked and groaned from the front, and Gemma laid on her horn. What the hell? The man demanded while Peanut howled at him through the window. A dog is trying to take off the front bumper. Run it over! Where the fuck do you want me to go? We're stuck here. While they argued, the car bounced slightly in the front. Gemma shrieked, and there was a scratching sound against the windshield, as if something was trying to get in. A deep-throated growl resonated through the glass. The couple screamed at each other, at the dogs attacking the car, and at me for breaking down. People are looking! Gemma yelled. Desperation was seeping into her voice, and somehow, over it all, I heard the same familiar bark that woke me every morning from outside my bedroom door. The same one that greeted me when I got home from school every day. The same one that had chased us here, unrelentingly. In the confusion, I pushed myself upright, enough to see over the dashboard. A large German shepherd was standing with his front paws on the windshield. His head was lowered, ears pinned back, and he was staring into the car with his teeth exposed. I caught a flash of his distinct neon green and orange collar. Tavi, Horner neighbor's dog. Behind him, though, visible through his legs, Bumble was standing squarely in the middle of the road in front of the SUV. He was panting hard, visibly trembling even from a distance, but he was still barking, still trying to get to me. Peanut threw herself at the man's door again. The dog at the front bumper was obviously making some progress from the crunches that shook the car, and Tavi paced back and forth on the hood of the car. If traffic hadn't been a complete standstill already, it was now. Hesitantly, the driver in the car in front of us stuck his head out the window. He had his cell phone up, recording. The car next to us cracked their passenger window.
Okay.
I barely heard the little old lady outside shout, but I heard her nonetheless, and it made me realize she could hear me too. Gemma and the man were distracted with trying to placate the other drivers. It was only momentary, A second-long slip-up in an attempt to stave off more attention. With a fleeting glance at the man's knife, tucked out of sight of the window, I coiled my legs beneath me and lunged at the door. "Help!" I was screaming before I even got it open. "Help! I don't know them!" There was a scramble behind me as I was half hanging out of the car, frantically clinging to the side of it while the man yanked at my ankles. He and Jim were yelling at me, cursing, threatening, but people were starting to get out of their cars, and I just kept howling. I recognized Baxter as he rounded the car door from the front, where he'd been chewing up the bumper. He was a distinct mutt, brindle, with the hanging jowls of a hound dog, and huge. He lived a street over from us, and we often found him napping peacefully in the sunniest spots of his yard on our walks. As he jumped on me, knocking the wind out of me, and launched himself on my back, he was anything but peaceful. The hold of my ankles immediately fell away, and there was snarling, snapping, and screeches so terrified and agonized from both the man and Jima that I froze up. Hands hooked themselves over my armpits and pulled me from the car. A man was holding me, asking me for my name and my address, but I just sank from his grip to the ground, screaming and crying. Onlookers were surrounding us and were trying to call the dogs, especially Baxter, off. It was only when Bumble, still shivering with exhaustion, crawled into my lap and started to lick my cheeks that they began to relax. Fear of them quickly gave way to admiration and affection as they came to lie beside me with wagging tails and relaxed, lolling tongues. Jima tried to escape the car, but she was pushed back in by some of the crowd and her door was held shut. The man made no attempt to get out. I heard his low, suffering groans from the back seat. Still alive, but obviously unwell. I was able to point to Bumble's tags, where our home address and phone number were listed, and phone calls were made. The same man who pulled me out of the car carried me to the bench at the side of the road, where Peanut, Tavi, and Baxter sat at my feet. Bumble remained perched on my legs while we waited for the cops and my parents to show up. An ambulance had to be called. I overheard someone say that it didn't look like the man would have much of an arm left. Even then, I wasn't upset about it. I didn't know what human trafficking was, or that sometimes bad people kidnap little girls to sell them off and send them far away from home. Because of Bumble and the others, it would be a long time before I ever even learned the term or found out what the couple's intentions had been. My parents certainly didn't tell me. Not then, anyway. What they did tell me was that Lhasa Apso are an ancient breed, a guardian breed. They were used in Tibetan temples as alarm systems of sorts. If someone were to break in, the Lhasas were the first line of defense. Their job was to bark, then it was their companions, the Tibetan Mastiff's job to answer the call and take care of business. Just like Bumble had somehow alerted the dogs around the neighborhood who jumped fences and snapped their tethers to follow him. Bumble was far removed from his ancestors and their holy homes. He was a lapdog who enjoyed being carried over people's shoulders and having his ears scratched and eating scraps snuck to him under the dinner table. He was a little chubby mop with legs who hid from thunder and ran from the vacuum. He was the family baby, but when I had been in danger, Bumble had been every bit the guardian I needed him to be. Because of him, when I was 11, my world was saved. Saved.
I hope you enjoyed this story and the music that I composed for it. If you did, make sure to like the video and leave a comment letting me know what you'd like to see in future videos. And if you didn't, let me know what you think I can do to improve my narrations or videos. And make sure to look in the description for the author information so you can see more of their work if you'd like. With that said, have a good night.
I'd always thought that life functioned like a system of complex computer programs. For example, when you touch a stove, you get burnt. If you spend too much time in cold temperature, you get hypothermia. If you apply too much strain to a limb, it breaks. Every consequence is resultant from a previous action. A simple condition statement, if you will. Now, I can't confirm the existence or lack thereof in regards to a creator, a god, if you will. I obviously don't have that authority, but if one were to exist, it would make sense that this is just the way that we were programmed. How the reality that we see in front of us is meant to function. Just a system of codes. But just like man-made programs, nothing's perfect, and with such a large and complicated one like life itself, even a god would have to make mistakes, right? I can pinpoint the exact moment where it started happening. At that moment, I wasn't at a great spot in my life. Now, I wasn't depressed or anything, just kind of disassociated with everything around me. My life had stagnated, to say the least. I had a feeling that my best years were behind me, and being a mere 32 years of age, that wasn't a good feeling. I got fired from my last job when I was 29. Luckily, though, I'd gotten a new one nearly right after. Now, it wasn't one that I liked, but I suppose beggars can't be choosers. However, my office was only around a 10-minute walk from my studio apartment, so that was good. Anyhow, it was a late-night work session. Most everybody else had gone home, but I stayed due to the amount of work that I had procrastinated from weeks prior. I wanted to get a good chunk of it done. At one point, I got up in order to pour myself some coffee. As I walked into the kitchen, I noticed a door located in one of the corners. The thing is, I didn't think that I'd ever seen it before, but I also rarely went into the kitchen. I find small talk with my particular coworkers to be incredibly excruciating. I just assumed that I didn't pay enough attention to notice it. It was a rather large area, after all. Out of sheer curiosity, I decided to see where it led. I was honestly expecting it to be some sort of pantry. However, I was surprised as hell when I opened it. It was empty. A medium-sized room with smooth gray walls and floors. I walked around, exploring the place for a while before quickly realizing that there was literally nothing in there. It was pretty damn weird, in all honesty. I mean, what the hell was this place? What purpose did it have? As I was about to turn and head out, I noticed what appeared to be small objects in the corners of the room. Now, I could have guaranteed that they weren't there before. In fact, I nearly jumped out of my skin when I saw it. I quickly walked over and examined them, discovering that they had appeared to be a couple of rifle rounds. I just threw them back and left that room. I was beginning to feel uneasy. I ran back into the office and prepared to head home. I just assumed that the work had been getting to my head. To make sure, I looked around in order to see if anybody else was still there. The janitor was, so I made the assumption that he was the one who placed the bullets there, but in retrospect, that made absolutely no sense. The sky was already dark as I started to make my way home. It was around 8 p.m. when I left. Feeling somewhat hungry, I decided to stop by a pizza place on my way. Now, I'd been to the place numerous times, so I'd pretty much memorized the opening and closing times for every single day of the week. That's why I found it so shocking that the place was closed. It was always open until 9 p.m. on weekdays. Whatever, I thought. This wasn't even the strangest thing that had happened to me that day. The place must have just abruptly changed their hours. I looked over at the opening and closing times displayed at the window to confirm it. However, this part made less sense. 6 out of the 7 days maintained the same schedule. It was only today, Tuesday, that had changed, so it had closed 1 hour earlier. Although this was somewhat disconcerting, it wasn't beyond explanation. I just went home and made something else to eat instead. These kind of small, unexplainable incidents started happening to me more and more often the next few months. Things would be misplaced from where I last left them. People I didn't know seemed to recognize me, while people I'd known for years seemed to have no clue who I was. And I keep finding these bullets in the most random places. One of the strangest incidents was when I finally decided to go see a psychologist. After telling him everything that had been happening, he just stared at me for the longest time before saying, "This isn't where you really are. This is just temporary, but it's better that you don't wake up right now," before literally leaving me by myself in his office. The thing is, while these events were incredibly disturbing, they were still far and few between. In other words, they were still essentially manageable. That all changed on a Saturday a few weeks later. The previous night, I'd been out drinking with a few friends, and I guess I went a little too hard because I barely remembered anything when I woke up. The thing that I deemed rather peculiar was that I didn't even feel the signs of a hangover creeping up on me. But just like the pizza place, I didn't bother thinking too much of it. These were small details, after all. I turned on my laptop and started going through my emails. Having an inbox filled with random bullshit always bothered me. About a few minutes into that, I got a text from my buddy Ansel, who I'd gone out with last night. Dude, I know this sounds crazy, but I actually think Matt may have gotten laid last night. Shit was nuts. He should have came, man. I must have stared at that text for 10 minutes. You see, there were two things wrong with what Ansel just told me. One, I vividly remembered going out with them on Friday. Now, I don't remember most of the actual night, but I sure as hell remember getting off work and then entering our first bar. Second of all, who the hell was Matt supposed to be? I didn't know anyone named Matt. This was it. I've gone crazy, I thought to myself. But then I started to calm down. This kind of stuff happened to me sometimes. There were just momentary blips in the matrix. This couldn't have been that big of a deal. With this rationalization in my head, I just continued on with that day. So I just decided to stay in and binge YouTube. That's exactly what I did. I remember it starting out normal at first. I watched the channels that I usually watch. At one point, I found myself watching a documentary about human trafficking. It was so weird. I couldn't for the life of me remember how I'd gotten there. As I listened to the narrator talk, I began looking at the recommended related videos. One caught my eye. The thumbnail was that of a man in military gear, sitting on top of a Humvee in the desert. However, the title was what drew me into it. Where do you think you are right now? Because it's not where you're supposed to be. I remember just sitting there and trying to understand what that title was getting at. This was strange, wasn't it? I decided to click on it. Now, the video itself was extremely shaky and incomprehensible. It looked erratic, in a sense. I could tell that it was filmed inside, but I'm not really sure in what kind of place. I could make out what appeared to be rotting wooden walls, but that was about it. However, the audio was the really messed up part. It was screaming, desperate, hoarse, painful ones. About 3 sets in total. They wouldn't stop. That's when I noticed the duration of the video. 26,288 hours and 22 minutes. Now, I was pretty sure that wasn't possible because of YouTube upload duration limits. I closed the video and the laptop. That was enough internet for today. I yawned and stretched my arms out. I felt so tired for some reason. That's when I checked the time. It was 11 p.m. I got out of my chair and opened my blinds. It was indeed dark outside. What the hell? I thought. I knew for sure that I'd opened up my laptop around 1 p.m. There was no way in hell that it had been 10 hours. At that moment, I knew something must have been very wrong here. But what? What the hell could have been happening to me? I checked my phone. 78 missed calls and texts. I looked through them. Most of them were from my mother. Some were from my friends. A few texts were even from Brandy, my ex. Around 3 years. I really miss you, is what they say. Why the hell would she say that now? I tossed my phone and started pacing around my apartment. My head started pounding, but it wasn't just a headache. My left arm and ribs were also burning with an intense pain that I never felt before. I went to the bathroom, looking for something that could have helped. Eventually, I found some morphine. I felt sheer bliss as I injected it into my bloodstream, but then another troubling thought made its way into my head. Why the hell did I have morphine? I couldn't recall a situation that could have led to me having it in my possession. I walked out of the bathroom and started pacing again. This was just a nightmare, I tried telling myself. But why was the pain so vivid? I decided that I really needed to get some rest. I started heading towards my bed when I was jolted by the sound of explosions coming from inside my bedroom. I flipped shit and ran out of my apartment. I wandered around the streets for a while, not knowing what to do, not knowing where to go, and not even beginning to understand what the actual hell was going on. Eventually, I came across what appeared to be a group of 4 men huddled together at a crosswalk. They all had their backs turned to me, so I couldn't make out any facial features, but I could also tell that they weren't moving at all. I don't know how to explain it, but the air started to feel hostile around me. It felt like I was heading right into danger. I started backing away, but not before the men turned around to look at me. But ironically enough, they had no faces to look at me with, just smooth, empty skin where an expression should have been. In an instant, they began to charge me. I started running. As I tried to evade what was surely a horrific fate behind me, I began to notice that my surroundings had drastically changed. I wasn't in the city that I had been living in for the past 3 years anymore. Instead, I was in somewhere both familiar and not at the same time. Like I'd been to the place before, but didn't quite remember where it was. It got to the point where I just couldn't keep running. I remember collapsing onto the pavement and turning back in horror to see a group of faceless entities still thundering their way towards me. I just sat there, waiting for whatever twisted outcome to finally come and claim me. I didn't want to deal with this shit anymore. However, as the men got within about 30 meters away from me, they just stopped. A few seconds passed before one of their throats seemed to get slit open by an invisible force. The others looked around frantically before 2 of them literally seemed to blow up. The last one just started sprinting away. In absolute shock at what I'd just seen, I pulled myself back up and started walking around again. As I did, my mind seemed to be getting clearer. This new city I was in, I started to recognize it more. But what was I doing there? Eventually, my vision started to fade, but in the conventional sense, it was like the area around me was getting too bright. It got to the point where I could barely see anything. I passed out a few seconds later. I woke in a rundown cabin, heard a bunch of commotion as figures swarmed around me, talking loudly to each other. I looked over to see a man in military gear kneeling beside me, administering a needle into my arm. We made eye contact. Wait. I recognized him. "What's up, Dempsey? You're safe now. We finally found you." He smiled at me. It was Matt. I did know a Matt. I started looking around the room to find it filled with other military guys. There were also 2 skinny, broken-looking men also being tended to. In addition to that, there were also 3 body bags on the floor. I was still somewhat disoriented, so I passed out again. I woke back up again in the hospital room. A man in a suit was sitting by the foot of my bed, looking at his phone. He smiled when he saw that I was up. "Mr. Dempsey, how are you feeling?" He went on to explain how I was a Navy SEAL. I'd been sent on a mission to capture a notorious human trafficker who had been tracked down to an abandoned town in Belarus. However, this went south and nearly everybody on the team had died, leaving only 3 of us, including me, to be captured and used as leverage towards the US government. We were held hostage there for 3 years, constantly being tortured during that time. It was only a few days ago before they finally found us, also managing to kill the trafficker. After dropping that bomb on me, the man left me alone to contemplate. It all started to come back to me. The mission, the ambush. However, I didn't remember the torture. That was when my memory became foggy and replaced by the life that I thought I'd been living just a few days prior. The existence of my physical deterioration was evident. I was bone skinny, had cuts all over my body, and was missing my left ring finger, but I didn't remember experiencing any of it. I told all of this to my nurse, and she probably thought I was insane. Who knows, maybe I am. However, I asked for a laptop so that I could record all of this. My request was granted. The first thing that I did was search up major events that had happened during the 3 years that I'd been out of commission. It all lined up. The Cubs won in 2016, Trump took office in 2017, Carrie Fisher died. I knew it all. I even searched up Brandy's Facebook profile. She had the same picture that she'd updated only a few months ago. There was no way that the last few years of my life had all been imagined. Now, I can't begin to speculate what happened. Was it a glitch or corruption in the Matrix? I couldn't say. Was it a mistake by God? Possibly, but maybe it wasn't a mistake. Maybe it was deliberate. Maybe this God knew exactly what it was doing. Can I take your picture? Larissa sat a few feet away from me on the gray velvet sofa as I aimed my iPhone towards her. I stared at the screen intently for a moment, before shifting my focus, looking over the brim of the phone at her defeated, hopeless state portrayed by bloodshot eyes.
What for? I don't think it would be a very good one.
She found it difficult to speak above a tone of depressing mumble.
I'm not exactly prepared for a photo shoot right now.
Stop it, you look beautiful. The chipper tone in my voice was a deceiving attempt to bring some semblance of elation to the bleak reality we had learned of our existence.
It's not insecurity, you know that.
Her looks were always something Larissa was confident in. That certainly wasn't the source of her discontent. Normally, we take pictures of happy times we want to look back on and reminisce over, but neither of us were happy at that moment. Her face was a cemented lump of apathy that wouldn't be going away anytime soon.
Why do you want a picture of me like this?
Because I want to remember what you look like. She would be gone soon, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. I really can't blame her. Life had no purpose or meaning anymore. I was finding it difficult not to leave this world myself. The eye in the sky destroyed it all. Some said it was God, but technically they're right, although their interpretation of God is a bit skewed and thus incorrect. They're just making excuses. I don't exactly blame them for their attempts to make sense of the eye. In a sort of way, I envy their ignorance. I wish I could live in bliss like that. Enlightenment is punishment. Larissa and I were co-workers at Caltech. I was head of the astronomy and physics department there, a position I held for at least 8 years, where I was lucky enough to fuel and satisfy my fascination with celestial objects for a living. Since I was a young boy, I looked in the sky and dreamt of a weightless, floating journey through the stars. At night, I'd sit on my porch with my knees pulled against my chest and a peanut butter and jelly sandwich in my hand, looking at the moonlight shining on the trees, the sparkling fireworks hovering above the earth. A career in astronomy was all I ever wanted. Larissa came on board a little less than a year ago. For the past 6 months, we'd been something a little bit more than co-workers. Romantic interests, I guess? When you reach a certain age, you sort of stop putting labels on things. I suggest you could call her my girlfriend. It sounds so childish saying that at my age. Whatever you want to call it, Larissa had become another perk of my job. At 43 years old, I had never married, never really had any serious relationships since my 20s. Routine, order, and the stars were all the gratification I needed. It wasn't until I saw Larissa that I realized how lonely my life had become. She was 8 years younger than I, and had the same thirst for stars as I did. It was all we ever talked about, and with me being somewhat more experienced in the field, she clung to my every word, eating them up like she was putting sunshine in her veins. One night, I invited her back to my quaint home in Simi Valley. We sat side by side on the grass next to the large oak tree in my backyard, peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, pointing out our favorite constellations. She rested her head on my shoulder, and I knew that I had found the person I could share every part of my life with. I loved her, even though I couldn't bring myself to say it. Everything was right in the world. It all came together in harmonious delight when Larissa took over my heart. She filled a void I didn't know I had and quickly became my satellite, going wherever I went and running circles around me. All that changed 2 weeks ago, when Keck Observatory contacted me for a consultation regarding an unusual discovery. The observatory, located at the summit of Mauna Kea in Hawaii, was managed by Caltech and the California Association for Research in Astronomy. The site housed the 2 most renowned scientifically productive telescopes in the world, capable of reaching the outermost areas of space. Each telescope sat mounted on Mauna Kea as 2 large spheres 33 feet in diameter, just after I had come on board in 2018. The telescopes at Keck captured the first images of exoplanets within an exosolar system,
129 light-years away from Earth. The main star was named HR 8799. The visuals took over 100 years to reach our planet, and we took pictures of it like a group of excited tourists. "What did you find?" I asked Nora, the director of advancement at Keck, when she called. Her voice trembled on the other end.
I don't know. I'm sending you a picture. You won't believe me if I told you.
"Sweetheart, just tell me." I heard a deep breath flow into the receiver.
It's...
"You mean the Helix Nebula?" I asked. They reminded of the formation that looked eerily similar to an eyeball, resulting in the nickname the Eye of God.
No, but similar. Only much larger, and it's moving.
Moving? Like orbiting around something?
More like looking around at things. The pupil was moving.
My face contorted from confusion. What? It didn't make any sense to me when I first heard it. Now looking back, I wish I'd just ignored that call and went about my life. But I suppose that's the nature of humanity, isn't it? We're all curious and desperate for answers. Nora sent me 2 pictures of what was observed through the telescope shortly after we hung up. The first picture appeared to show ionized gas surrounding an interstellar medium, creating the illusion of an eye. It was unique, although it was certainly nothing never seen before. But the second picture showed the medium move slightly to the left as though it were a pupil looking around, studying the universe. I wasted no time and booked myself and Larissa a flight to Hawaii. Part of my rush there was anticipation of studying the odd formation and trying to determine why it was moving. Larissa could help decipher its origins. Plus, it was a nice excuse to take a road trip to Hawaii together on company money. The next day after we landed, Larissa and I drove up the access road in a car I rented up to the summit. At the top, we were just above the clouds. Mauna Kea is the highest point in all of Hawaii, and it's considered the best location in the world for massive telescopes like these. There's no obstruction blocking the view. I had visited the site a few times since I took over the astronomy department. Each visit was breathtaking. Nora greeted us as we parked and led us through the observatory directly into the room where a monitor was displaying the eye in the sky. In front of the monitor sat a couple of young men I'd never met before, operating the controls. The pupil had moved further to the left since the last picture was taken. "How much time passed between the 2 pictures you sent me?" I asked Nora.
Couple of days. It's moving very slowly.
Possibly. It could also be moving incredibly fast. We're just observing a different gravitational time dilation through the telescope. How far away is this constellation? Nora took a deep breath and exhaled, maintaining her steady eyes fixed on mine.
45 billion light years.
That's inconceivable! The farthest object ever recorded is Galaxy MAC 0647-JD at 13.3 billion light-years away, and that was with the Hubble telescope. Keck doesn't have that functionality.
Well, it does now. We enhanced its mirrors 2 months ago to increase magnification capabilities.
My eyebrows uncontrollably shot into the middle of my forehead. I don't recall hearing the board of directors approve such a thing.
They didn't. This was a privately funded experiment. One that worked.
Who funded this?
Larissa chimed in.
I'm sorry, that's classified information.
I looked up at the thick metal beams and pipes of pressurized hydraulic fluids over our heads that held the massive telescope in place with indignant jealousy. The farthest reaching telescope ever created was partially owned by the company I held a relatively high position with. It was within my fingertips, yet I hadn't even the slightest knowledge of it. Optical instruments like this were invented to expand humanity's knowledge and answer some of the most complex and mysterious questions about the origins of everything in existence, and they were keeping the wonders of the universe a secret? So, basically, you have the most powerful scientific invention ever created by humanity here and didn't think it was necessary to tell anyone.
It was an experiment. The funding was enough to cover the upgrade and reversion if it didn't work. Part of the agreement was secrecy. We only started using it last week. We wanted to be sure it worked before making any kind of announcement.
This is not some rich kid's Tonka truck, Nora. You should have gotten approval, or at least mentioned it to someone.
There's something I haven't told you about this eye.
Nora continued, ignoring my discontent.
We saw something else.
My intrigue felt like a rush of adrenaline. What? One of the young men turned in his swivel chair and locked his wide eyes with me. God. I instantly rolled my eyes. Throughout history, when mankind has encountered something unexplainable, it's attributed to some sort of god or supernatural force, only to be given a logical, scientific explanation many years later. Why would this be any different?
We don't know that, Tim.
Nora shot at him.
What the hell is he talking about?
Larissa questioned. I supported her demand. Indeed, what nonsense is this young